to stop a speeding train in its tracks and make off with millions. The planning had to be perfect. It became the crime by which all others would be measured. In the early morning hours of August 8, 1963, a Royal Mail train made its run from Glasgow to London. Fireman David Whitby and engineer Jack Mills traveled this route nightly. Postal workers routinely sorted and organized the mail during the run. Although it wasn't public knowledge, sometimes these trains also carried huge deposits from outlying banks. This particular consignment was especially large because of the August bank holiday. Security was light, and why not? Trains on this line had made this trip for years without incident. But a daring gang of thieves was about to change all that. The plan was ingenious. They chose a desolate stretch of track 2 hours outside London and cut all communication with the outside world. Stopping a train traveling at 70 miles an hour was their biggest challenge. Using battery power, they made the red light burn twice as bright as usual. Then the gang waited. Upon seeing the red signal light, engineer Jack Mills quickly stopped the train. Mills sent his fireman David Whitby to the trackside telephone to find out what was going on. Whitby had made this run numerous times without mishap. So even when he found the cut wires, he didn't immediately anticipate the danger that awaited him. Until it was too late. Whitby was told if he shouted, they would kill him. The thieves made certain engineer Mills would cooperate. Occasionally, the train did stop during its run, so none of the postal workers inside suspected anything.
Put your hands up! Go!
Every detail of the robbery had been planned with military precision. While some of the gang members secured the engine, others were assigned to separate the first car from the rest of the train. This was the high-value coach and contained what the thieves were looking for. A mile down the track, Mills was ordered to stop the train where the other gang members were waiting. They didn't waste any time. The postal workers inside were caught completely off guard. Before they could even comprehend what was happening, the thieves had broken into the coach. The gang then brought the postal workers forward to the engine compartment and handcuffed them along with Mills and Whitby, who were already secured. They were about to make off with the biggest haul ever taken from a British railroad. over $7.3 million.
It was a brilliant crime because of the planning, because of the business of stopping the train at one point, cutting off the guard, take away the engine and two carriages. It was superbly planned.
It took the thieves only 15 minutes to completely empty the contents of the high-value coach. 124 sacks filled with money en route from northern banks to their London counterparts. Then, the thieves drove off in Land Rovers painted like military vehicles, hoping that anyone who saw them would believe they were soldiers on nighttime maneuvers. The robbery had gone according to plan. Now, their escape would have to be just as masterfully executed if they were to stay ahead of the law. Down the track, a signalman wondered why the engine had been uncoupled. Running to the scene of the crime, he quickly got his answer. Engineer Mills immediately sent him to get help. The gang had planned the heist to take place in a remote location. The nearest farmhouse was over 30 minutes away by foot. The delay gave the gang time to escape.
Now they've got their VHF open, listening for police transmissions, and there's nothing, not a sign of anything. And they think, they've blanked it, they put a silence on, and suddenly they hear the police coming, and they hear the wonderful message,
I'm not going to believe this, but they've stolen a train.
"You'll never believe this, they've just stolen a train."
A 30-minute head start was all they needed. At an abandoned farm called Leatherslade, they planned to lie low until the search cooled. Racing against the dawn, they unloaded the money into the house and hid the Land Rovers in buildings out back.
A professional robber, a professional thief, has three great rewards. There's the intellectual reward, planning, working out how to do it. They have minds and they like using them. There's the adrenaline rush of going in. Now we're doing it. Now we're breaking into somebody's property. Now we're going for it. And there's the gambler's thrill of what have we got? How much have we got? Now for the train robbery, you have expert and brilliant planning. You have the excitement of a 50-minute drive through back lanes, waiting for the train. It's come, we're in, we've got it. And then when they get back, was there as much money as they hoped? £2.5 million in used notes, more than anybody's ever had before. They got the rewards.
The gang consisted of experienced members from London's underworld, but even these cagey thieves were in awe of the amount they had taken. It took an entire day to count and divvy up the score. Each man would walk away with the hefty sum of £150,000, over $750,000 in today's dollars. One man, Ronald Biggs, could hardly believe his luck. He was a petty crook, but had managed to use his charm and charisma to make connections with more accomplished criminals. He had met Bruce Reynolds, the gang's ringleader, in prison. When Reynolds realized Biggs had a connection at the railroad, it was a match made in heaven.
The English people and press couldn't believe it. Train robbery, that was Jesse James, that was America 100 years ago. This doesn't happen. And the amount, it was a sensation.
The local police and Scotland Yard detectives immediately came to the scene of the crime. The police scoured the scene for clues, and they quickly ascertained that the bandits were no amateurs. They had not only succeeded in stopping a train, they had also vanished without a clue.
At the train, the robbers made one mistake. They shouted to the postal workers, "Don't move for half an hour, we've got someone watching you." Now, the police had nothing to go on except this shout. And Superintendent MacArthur said, "Wait a minute, that may mean there's somewhere which is half an hour's distance away. Draw a radius of 30 miles round the bridge, and let's search every farm in that radius."
Detective Jack Slipper, part of the team assigned to the case, remembers how that simple clue focused the initial search.
Well, that became very important to us because the senior people at the yard, when they'd been called in, realised that they couldn't have got back to London in 20 minutes.
Scotland Yard enlisted local law enforcement and the army to conduct the search of the surrounding countryside. Local citizens were stopped and asked if they had seen anything that evening. The plan was to lie low for at least 4 days at the farm. Each man took a turn at keeping watch, and they carefully monitored the police radio to follow the progress of the search.
When they heard over the radio that the army were being called in to search every building in a radius of 20 or 25 miles, all the barns and outhouses and everything, some of them panicked.
The robbers decided to move out immediately. They slipped away a few at a time so as not to raise suspicion. Scotland Yard detectives knew time was of the essence. They had to find the gang before they left the country. They sent plainclothesmen to scour the underworld for any tips. And they also continued to focus on the surrounding countryside where the crime took place. Surely someone saw something that night. But the gang members had slipped through their fingers, making it back to London and concealing themselves in the city.
Of Detective Superintendent MacArthur, today has been a working day.
At Scotland Yard, telephones back to Buckinghamshire. Hi, Daddy.
Ronald Biggs was one of the gang members who headed back to London. After the heist, he simply returned to his family, went back to his job as a carpenter, and acted as if nothing had happened.
Biggs was a known ex-criminal in London at the time of the Great Train Robbery. He had a lot of form, but he hadn't actually committed any crimes for 4 years. He was setting himself up reasonably successfully as a builder, but he did need more capital to keep his business going.
Biggs now had all the money he had ever dreamed of, and then some, but spending it would tip off the police. Turning to his connections in the underworld, Biggs split up his take and gave it to friends for safekeeping. 5 days after the robbery, a neighboring farmer became suspicious when he noticed black curtains in the windows of the farmhouse. Upon closer inspection, he found one of the Land Rovers. He knew the farm had been uninhabited for some time, so he immediately contacted the police. The thieves had planned to have an associate clean the hideout and remove any evidence that would implicate them. But before he could get there, the police were scouring the property for clues.
The fingerprint experts went in and covered everything. And then they found fingerprints on the ketchup bottle, fingerprints on the saucers of milk put out for the cat, fingerprints on the Monopoly money, fingerprints on the salt cellar, fingerprints on one of the wrappers that the banknotes had been in.
They also found empty mailbags in a hole in the front yard, but only 684 pounds sterling in very used notes were recovered. The police had secured an abundance of evidence. It would take time to analyze the fingerprints and match them to known criminals. Attempting to sequester their money, two of the thieves hid their stash in a truck and traveled outside London to find a garage for rent.
We've got all the money up front.
They offered the landlady 3 months cash in advance.
And all up front, if you like.
I see.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
While the men were still there, she phoned the police. The robbers had unluckily called upon a policeman's widow. She was instantly suspicious when the men pulled out the large amount of cash.
We can wreck the world.
Got an identification?
When the police asked them for identification, the men fled. The officers inspected the truck and found over £140,000 in banknotes. In London, Ronald Biggs kept his eye on the news, but it didn't faze him that their hideout had been discovered. He was confident that he had left nothing behind that could link him to the crime. At Scotland Yard, after weeks of poring over the evidence, detectives were narrowing their list of suspects. When they examined the fingerprints from the Leatherslade farm, they discovered that the prints matched several ex-cons in and around London. One of them was Ronald Biggs.
Scotland Yard traced Ronald Biggs because he'd left a fingerprint on a ketchup bottle.
They quickly descended upon his apartment,
Just wait right here.
but Biggs wasn't at home. His wife attempted to reach him at work, but police feared that she would tip him off. The wily Biggs had so far managed to elude Scotland Yard, but now they were about to catch up to him. When Ronald Biggs got home from work that evening, he was surprised to find Scotland Yard detectives waiting for him at his flat. With each day that had passed since the robbery, he had grown more confident that he was in the clear. The police tried to get Biggs to implicate other gang members, but he refused. However, the evidence collected at Leatherslade Farm was enough for police to arrest the majority of the gang members. Charles Wilson's fingerprints were found at the farm, and he was arrested. James Hussey's prints were also found, and he was brought up on charges for buying the getaway vehicles. Prints implicated Roy the Weasel James, and after a dramatic rooftop chase, he was arrested. John Wheater, a solicitor who had helped the gang find and use Leatherslade Farm, was arrested for conspiracy, as was Leonard Field, who had pretended to be interested in purchasing the farm. A German hotel bill found in one stash of confiscated money led to the arrest of Brian Field. 14 people were rounded up in the initial sweep, but police were only able to recover $300,000 of the £2.5 million stolen. Fingerprints on the Monopoly set implicated Bruce Reynolds, yet he proved to be one of the most difficult to arrest. The man who had masterfully planned the Great Train Robbery had also set up an elaborate escape. Using a false passport, he left England for France and vanished. England was captivated by the Great Train Robbery. For weeks, the arrests and the trials were all over the news. The gang had become media sensations, but when the sentences were handed down, people were stunned.
I don't think most people were upset that the train robbers were caught. That was exciting. It kept the story going. We learnt more about it. What the English people were upset about were the sentences. 30-year sentences. This was more than you would get for rape and murder. And that really outraged a lot of people.
Ronald Biggs was sentenced to 30 years, but that wasn't the end of his story. He wasn't about to spend the rest of his life in jail.
We say it was the most audacious crime of the century, this train robbery. But also, involved in the train robbery, sometime afterwards, was another audacious crime, and that was the most daring escape of all.
After his conviction, Biggs was sent to Wandsworth Prison, where he was classified a special watch prisoner. 2 guards sat outside his cell at all times, but this did not deter his plan for escape. He had recruited a fellow inmate, Paul Seaborn, who was about to be released. Seaborn would use the train robbery money to make arrangements on the outside. Because Biggs was about to be transferred to a high-security prison, they would have to act quickly. The prisoners were randomly assigned to exercise periods in an effort to thwart any plans for escape. Biggs enlisted the help of 2 fellow convicts, and when they were finally all together in the yard, the plan was on. The prisoners were an effective decoy, allowing Biggs to make it over the wall. Like the robbery, the escape relied on shrewd planning and split-second timing. After only a year and a half in prison, Biggs was a free man again. Using proceeds from the robbery, he went to Paris and had plastic surgery. Under the cover of a new identity, Biggs disappeared. Only a few years later, Bruce Reynolds' luck ran out. 5 years after the robbery, Scotland Yard had finally snared the gang's ringleader. Now the focus was on Biggs. The manhunt led them to Australia. Scotland Yard spent months chasing leads, but Biggs kept one step ahead of the law. Persuading a friend to lend him his passport, Biggs traveled to Brazil. Biggs lived in Rio de Janeiro under an assumed name for 4 years. The money from the robbery now spent, he needed to cash in on his exploits. He persuaded the Daily Express, a British newspaper, to buy his incredible story. The brazen Biggs now, in essence, was soliciting all of England to fund his life on the lam.
Jack Slipper learnt from a journalist called Mackenzie, or through a journalist called Mackenzie who was writing a life of Ronald Biggs, that Biggs was now in Rio. He went out with a warrant for his arrest.
Slipper left for Brazil to bring back the man who had eluded authorities for 9 years.
We kept observation on that hotel for many hours, and at 12 o'clock, or just after 12 on Friday, I saw Biggs enter the hotel.
Slipper arrested Biggs at the Hotel Trocadero and was about to take him back to England when Biggs found a way to stop him.
His girlfriend Raimunda, who was an exotic dancer and rather an exotic figure, announced that she was pregnant. Brazil has a law that the parent of a Brazilian citizen may not be extradited. They must stay and try and support their child.
Slipper returned to England empty-handed. Once again, Biggs had evaded capture. For Biggs, his years in hiding were over. He was now officially protected by the Brazilian government. The petty crook, now considered a folk hero, became one of Rio's tourist attractions. In 1993, retired Chief Superintendent Slipper, the man who had tried to bring him to justice, was reunited with Biggs in a media event staged by the Daily Express.
Biggs will never come back on his own steam. He's got 28 years prison still outstanding, and at his age, he's now 69. If he does come back under his own steam, there's only one place for him, that's Wandsworth Prison.
While Ronald Biggs eluded authorities, most of the gang paid dearly for this crime of the century. The majority served 10 years hard time before making parole. The great train robbery, though cunning in its conception and daring in its execution, ended in disaster for nearly everyone involved. They were well-dressed, well-organized, and preyed on the well-to-do. When it came to robbing hotels, they had no reservations. The Hotel Pierre was their last and greatest caper. Each year, millions come to New York City to make a fortune or to spend one. And in 1970, one gang came here to steal one. While most of the city's wealth was socked away in banks and real estate, a small but surprisingly lucrative portion of it lay in the security boxes of New York's finest hotels. The robbers learned to mine this resource, turning hotel heists into a science. Most thieves targeted the upstairs guest rooms, but these criminals seldom left the lobby. The men, usually 2 or more, would sweep in late at night, hold the staff at gunpoint, and restrain them. Then they'd break open the security boxes one by one. They used surprise to their advantage. None of the victims got a good look at the culprits, or they were too startled to recall any details. Police had only a sketchy description to go by. White men in their 30s, dark hair, dressed for the occasion, one of them wearing a wig.
They were always well dressed, especially in the good hotels. They would have to wear, according to the area and fit. They had to fit in place. So they would be wearing the proper clothing for that hotel.
They honed their skills while robbing more than 24 hotels over the year. Each time, they had successfully evaded police. There seemed to be no stopping them.
They were occurring with such frequency that the police department put together a particular unit to look into and guard against these hotel jewel robberies.
And yet, the crime wave was one of New York's best-kept secrets.
These hotels are first-class hotels. Their clientele are the upper crust, the upper echelon of society. It is not in their best interest to publicize or to assist in publicizing these kinds of incidences.
They frustrated the police, always seeming to be one step ahead, and growing bolder with each heist. On August 5th, 1970, they paid an early morning visit to the posh Regency Hotel. They subdued 15 people with handcuffs and tape with relative ease. The safety boxes presented more of a challenge. After an hour, they had cracked only 17 of them, but the thieves were not so easily discouraged. They commandeered a dolly from a window washer, beginning his early morning rounds. They removed some of the boxes and a small safe, rolling them to their getaway car. The boxes were found on Long Island a few days later.
I noticed this commotion going on, and
None of the 15 hostages could give a clear description of the criminals.
It was very dark.
Robbing security boxes was daring, but stealing the actual boxes was outrageous. The audacity of the crime earned it a mention in the New York Times crime sheet. It won a place in the gossip column, too. Elizabeth Taylor had checked into the Regency the night before. Fortunately, she kept her $2 million collection in her suite.
Regency was very important because that's the first one that they got front page notoriety on.
The notorious heist inspired the thieves to alter their modus operandi. 2 months after Elizabeth Taylor's visit to New York, Sophia Loren was seen on TV and around town promoting her latest film and wearing an enormous diamond. Loren became the next target. The plan swung into effect on Sunday, October 11th, 1970.
Oh, in for the night, Miss Loren.
Once they were sure that Sophia Loren was in her suite at the Hampshire house, they donned their disguises and made their move. The time was 7:15 Sunday morning. As usual, the gang had planned it perfectly. At that hour, the hotel had a small staff on duty. They had no trouble taking the hotel.
Take me to Sophia Loren's room. Now.
Shut up, get out. Shut up. Where are the jewels? Where are the jewels? Where are the jewels? Where are they? Watch them. Plug them if they move. Don't move.
Don't move. Where are the jewels? Don't move.
In only a few minutes, the robbers had handcuffed the hotel employees, bagged the valuables, and walked out the door with an estimated $500,000 worth of uninsured jewels.
We knew that they were getting more daring. That's what it told us, that, instead of just hitting the boxes downstairs, they were going upstairs.
The thieves were targeting high-profile victims, but their style and technique hadn't changed. Police knew this was the work of the same gang. They'd likely try to fence the gems out of state, so the FBI joined forces with the police. The crooks felt the heat. They laid low for a full year.
They weren't going to be that brazen of going out there and hitting somebody right away. So they were dodging the FBI at the same time, and the local police from New York.
An informant told the FBI that the masterminds of the hotel capers were two men, a man named Bobby from Rochester and someone called Sammy the Arab. While agents tried to follow up on this scant information, the crime wave seemed to have ended. But in truth, the gang was planning its biggest heist of all.
They were always looking for the score of all scores, the big one, that they can retire on.
The Hotel Pierre, one of New York's finest addresses for luxury apartments and lavish guest suites. While many of its residents spent the winter abroad, its guest rooms were filled with visitors who came to New York for the festivities of the 1971 holiday season.
Okay, thank you.
Holiday parties, of course, require formal attire and one's best finery. Guests at the Pierre had little reason to doubt that their valuables were safe in the hotel's security boxes. The hotel robbers were planning a New Year's celebration of their own. At 4 a.m. on January 2nd, 1972, a limousine pulled up in front of the Hotel Pierre. It was an unremarkable event.
Good evening. We have reservations. Can you open up, please?
What's going on here?
Shut up, you stupid!
What are you doing?
Shut up,
Over there.
Take your foot. Don't even do it! Back up!
While the desk clerk was being captured, another robber headed to the other entrance and confronted the guard there, forcing him at gunpoint into the lobby. It was the night auditor's habit to leave the vault door open while he worked. Nothing stood between the crooks and the safety boxes. They subdued 14 people in 15 minutes.
So they round up everybody, handcuff them, tape their mouths, tape their eyes. There were only 1 or 2 people who even was able to see the faces of these people, much less identify them.
The robbers usually broke in and moved out within an hour, but at the Pierre, progress was hampered by the number of boxes. The men knew a treasure lay within these walls, but they didn't know which of the boxes held it. The first ones they broke open were disappointing. They didn't have the time to go through all 200. Soon the lobby would be filled with guests, jeopardizing their meticulous plan.
Everything had to be precise. The timing had to be exact. And they hoped that nothing would come, interfere with that. The people coming in and out of the hotel, even at night, or that time of the morning, you'll have people going and walking their dog.
Let's try this one. That one was good. Up there.
Look, we need to know who owns the boxes.
Keep going down. Keep going down.
In desperation, one of the robbers grabbed the night auditor.
Do it! My eye on you.
Go! Go!
He forced him to turn over the list of box holders.
I want to know who owns the boxes. Where are the cards?
What's taking so long?
For the thieves, it was the treasure map they needed.
Give them to me. Turn around, don't look at me.
The list put them back on track.
2108.
Do it.
Hold on. 2108.
They chose the boxes of the most prominent guests and tenants.
118.
Oh, yeah.
62. 206.
Oh, come here. What's that?
Just before 5 a.m., the men were alarmed by the sound of the front desk phone. All activity stopped. Ignoring it would arouse suspicion. One of the gang picked it up. The call was from inside the building. A guest had been calling for the elevator, but it hadn't shown up. She didn't know that the elevator operator was being held hostage 37 floors below. To preserve the illusion of normality, one of the men went to get the guest. 3 more people became hostages, bringing the total to 19.
Even when some things happened, they reacted appropriately and dissipated what could have been, the end of the heist.
Get it. Get it.
All right, come on.
Got it. Go. Come on.
The men had cracked only 47 of the 200 boxes,
Do it. Come on.
but they had almost more than they could carry,
Come on.
and much more than they imagined.
There. All right, look, that's enough. There's nothing in there. That's enough. Let's go.
Come on.
All right.
Come on.
Go.
One safety box alone contained $800,000 in cash and jewels.
Go.
But dawn was breaking, and New York would soon be waking up. The thieves instructed the hostages not to move, and then threatened to find and kill anyone who identified them to police.
And so they go out the same way they came in. They carry their bags, they've got everybody taped up, and they go, and the limousine is there. And they just go out dressed in their duds and get in the car and they drive off.
As soon as one of the hostages was certain the coast was clear, he tripped the alarm. But it was too late. The crooks were gone without a trace. Detectives found it difficult to appraise the theft. Many of the box holders were spending the winter abroad, and only they knew the value of the stolen goods. It would take time to track them down. Tracking the culprits would be even more difficult. Within 2 days of the robbery, a conservative estimate of the damage was made.
The early reports, the papers had come out with $1 million and $4 million, that they estimated $4 million. But we never got a true figure from the people. We estimate over $10 million.
25 officers were assigned to the case, but the public wasn't sympathetic to the plight of the Pierre. They felt that nobody got hurt but some rich people, and police were being diverted from fighting more serious crimes in the city. The authorities didn't see it that way.
The police commissioner and I figured out what we wanted to tell the public, and we announced that, look, these people have knocked over a great many hotels. You can't leave them out there. Nobody got killed, but the next time somebody might. There were guns. This was armed robbery. This was a terrible crime.
Investigators knew that the cash would probably never be recovered. But millions of dollars in jewels would need to be fenced. That many gems was bound to draw attention. First, they'd have to be pried from their settings to make them untraceable. Then they must be exchanged for cash. The robbers would have to find someone with connections, someone who didn't ask a lot of questions.
You never use the same fence, because if you use the same fence, eventually it's going to come a time where he sees that you're going to come to him after every hotel job, every time that a hotel in New York gets hit. There you are with a bunch of stones. He'll be very suspicious. Then he could turn around and either give you in for a reward to the FBI or to whoever, maybe the people that they stole them from.
It was almost the perfect crime, but now the thieves' luck would begin to turn. In order to separate themselves from the heist, they hired someone else to fence the jewels for them, a man named Dom Paulino. Paulino contacted a broker named Bert Stern, saying he had a large amount of jewels and some negotiable bank securities to sell. Stern told his partner, who was secretly a paid FBI informant. As a gesture of good faith, the informant purchased some of the securities. The FBI traced them back to the Pierre heist.
The entire investigation begins with Stern contacting the informant saying, I am one of the people who was involved in that robbery. I can fence you all of the jewels that were stolen there.
On January 7th, 5 days after the heist, the informant set up a meeting to purchase some of the jewels. Paulino and his gem broker Bert Stern went to the Summit Hotel to have a sample of the gems appraised by an independent jeweler. Paulino told the jeweler that this was just a sample of what was to come.
That's just a sample of what we got.
Stern, satisfied with what he saw, left the two men to take care of business. Because the informant had arranged for the hotel room and paid for it with FBI money, federal agents didn't need a warrant.
FBI, you're under arrest!
The FBI nabbed Paulino and the jeweler in the room, while Stern was arrested downstairs. But the men held only $250,000 worth of gems. Millions were still missing. Police knew that more people were involved. A receipt in Paulino's pocket led them to their next suspect, Bobby Comfort. Comfort, age 39, had a history of robbery and other offenses stretching back 20 years. Most of it was minor. It was a good bet that he was the mysterious Bobby from Rochester, but authorities had no way to connect him to anything as big as the New York City hotel heists until now. As soon as authorities caught up with him, he began to taunt the police, in the process incriminating himself and naming his partner.
They got him. Comfort starts talking about, you'll never get Sammy.
But detectives were on to Sammy the Arab, who had a half-dozen aliases and no fixed address. A tip led to a woman who had been to his place in the Bronx. She didn't know the address, but she knew what the building looked like.
And she had, after a few hours of driving around the Bronx, we found the apartment.
And they found Sammy just as he was leaving.
Hey, that's it, look.
Sammy, whose real name was Sorecho Nelo, was a career criminal. He was suspected of being involved in a murder 18 months earlier, but was never charged. He wasn't so lucky this time. Police found him disposing of the incriminating evidence in an alley. It was enough to obtain a warrant to search Nelo's apartment. There, police found a gold scale, a black wig, almost $6,000 in cash, Nelo's passport, and a half-packed suitcase. In his jacket pocket were jewelry settings. What was conspicuously absent were the $10 million worth of cash and gems. Nelo was taken into custody. All of the suspects were charged with possession of stolen property. But authorities didn't believe that Paulino, Stern, or the jeweler took part in the actual theft. Things were sorted out
That's him.
in a lineup. A hostage recognized Nelo and Comfort, who were then charged with robbery. But where were the jewels? The question would be answered 2 days later, when FBI agents in Detroit got a call.
The fellow in Detroit went to the FBI, hearing and seeing the newspapers that about this great robbery that was committed in New York at the Hotel Pierre. He knew what he had because he was given a bundle to hold for Sammy. It must have been for a rainy day.
Authorities had now recovered $1 million worth of the stolen jewels. They estimated that that was only 10% of what was still out there. Also out there were 2 other accomplices. Sammy Nelo and Bobby Comfort refused to reveal the names of the other men who helped rob the Pierre that night. They feared reprisals against their families. That wasn't the only problem.
The FBI refused to identify their informant. They also refused to identify the agent who controlled the informant. And as a result, no strong case could be made against these guys, these suspects, these robbers.
Without the informant's testimony, the prosecution couldn't legally justify the raid on the Summit hotel room and the evidence collected there. The district attorney had to face the grim possibility that the culprits might walk away scot-free. Based on the evidence the prosecution could use, Paulino, Stern, and the jeweler were convicted of criminal possession of stolen property. Nelo and Comfort, who could have received 25 years, were sentenced to 7 years each for second-degree robbery and related charges. The sentence was later reduced to 4 years. Comfort ended up serving 2.5.
The biggest haul that they had, of all the hotels that they hit and the people that they hit, the Hotel Pierre was their downfall.
14 years after the Pierre heist in 1986, Bobby Comfort died. He was 53. Shortly after Nelo's release, he was arrested for robbing a jewelry store and was back in prison. The remainder of the Pierre cash and jewels have never been recovered. There are no more leads. Beach bums by day, felons by night. Two surfers get in over their heads when they steal the most famous star sapphire in the world. On a warm summer evening in 1964, actress Ava Gabor and her husband Richard Brown were returning to their hotel in New York City when they ran into some trouble.
No, I think they're new to the area. Photo right there.
Brown unmasked one of the robbers.
Put your hands down. Back up. Come here.
But after a brief glimpse of the man's face, found himself staring down the barrel of a gun.
Hurry it up. You watch. Come on. Stop moving.
The couple did as they were told, and the thieves made off with a staggering $50,000 in jewels.
Do you recognize anybody in here?
The NYPD asked the couple to go through some mugshots.
Pretty scary for you.
None of the faces looked familiar, and for good reason. The assailants were not from New York. They were from Miami, Florida. In appearance, Alan Kuhn and his friend, Jack Murphy, a.k.a. Murph the Surf, were professional beach bums. They spent most of their time surfing and worked part-time jobs as cabana boys. But their lifestyle suggested another source of income. 26-year-old Kuhn had recently paid cash for a new Cadillac convertible. He also owned a yacht and an upscale condominium on Biscayne Bay. He and his 27-year-old partner, Murphy, had a reputation for being con men, using their charm and good looks to take advantage of wealthy female tourists. The authorities suspected the two playboys were involved in several crimes, but lacked the evidence needed to arrest them. Miami police kept the men under surveillance, waiting for them to slip up.
They were a different brand of wild and crazy guy. They liked the wild lifestyle that they lived, and I think being thieves and engaging in these daring crimes was part of their own kind of mystique about themselves.
In October, they returned to New York in search of another score. Their first stop was the Cambridge Hotel, where they joined their friend and crime partner, Roger Clark.
Trip okay? Come on in.
I'll be right in.
Clark was a fellow beach bum who had left Miami weeks earlier.
From time to time.
He had rented a 3-bedroom suite at the Cambridge to serve as their base of operations.
Your name? Josh. Thanks.
The men hit the town every night, and after making a scene at all the hot spots, the party continued back at the hotel. But their days were spent enjoying more cultural pursuits, such as strolling through the American Museum of Natural History. They were typical tourists, except in one regard. They returned to the museum day after day, always to the 4th floor and the J.P. Morgan Hall of Gems and Minerals, home to one of the most spectacular collections of gemstones in existence. The centerpiece of the exhibit was the fabulous Star of India.
It weighs over 500 carats. It has a very, very fine star, and it's monstrous in the world of phenomenal gemstones. Something over 500 carats is extraordinarily large.
Security in the gem hall seemed surprisingly lax. Neither the display cases nor the windows showed any sign of being connected to an alarm. The men also visited areas of the museum most patrons never saw, such as the 5th floor offices of the museum's staff. Kuhn studied the museum's layout. He read up on the gem collection from a book he acquired from the gift shop. While the all-night parties continued in their suite, he formulated his plan. On the evening of October 29th, 1964, Kuhn, Murphy, and Clark put the plan into action. Taking care to avoid the museum's small force of security guards, they broke into a side door. They made their way to the 5th floor and entered one of the offices. They were directly above the Hall of Gems. Although the interior entrance to the Hall of Gems was secured by a locked iron gate, the windows were left open a few inches for ventilation. Getting in was no problem. The burglary was going as planned. The men were safely inside, and no alarms had sounded. Outside, Clark kept an anxious watch, while Kuhn and Murphy prepared to make the greatest score of their lives. Only a thin pane of glass stood between the thieves and their prize.
Murph, I got it.
When Kuhn lifted up the Star of India's sapphire, he saw it was resting on an alarm sensor. They resorted to Plan B. Hours had passed, and Roger Clark feared his friends had been caught. Just as he was about to give up on them, the thieves appeared. They quickly made their getaway. No one responded to the alarm. The next morning, Kuhn and Murphy headed to JFK International Airport and took an early flight to Miami. So did Kuhn's new girlfriend, 19-year-old Janet Flakowitz, but she was traveling alone. Kuhn had told her to pretend not to know him and had given her a briefcase with strict instructions not to look inside. Roger Clark also left the city, bound for his parents' house in Connecticut.
Hello, Mr. Clark. Hey,
Before the burglary was discovered, the thieves were long gone. Later that morning, a custodian was opening the fourth-floor galleries when his routine was broken. Descended on the museum, with the press only moments behind. Detectives combed the hall for physical evidence, but thousands of visitors passed through the museum each day, and any fingerprints they found would be of little use. 24 gems were missing, including 3 irreplaceable jewels: the DeLong ruby, the Midnight Star sapphire, and the Star of India. The enormity of the theft was shocking, as was the ease with which it had been accomplished. The curator had personally armed the security system the night before, and the removal of the stone should have tripped it.
As we visited the scene after the commission of the burglary, of course the first thing we asked was about the alarm system. And I took a look at the wires and touched them, and the wires came away in my hands as dust.
It was clear to Assistant DA Maurice Nadjari that the security system hadn't been maintained for years.
Now, all they had to do was break the glass, and they had it. And they were gone, without a trace.
By afternoon, the sensational robbery had made national news.
Let's look at national headlines. The top story in Tri-State News: the burglary of New York's American Museum of Natural History. More than 20 gems were taken by the thief or thieves. New York City police have no suspects and no leads at this time. In Brooklyn last night, an apartment fire caused extensive damage in the Flatbush neighborhood. And the Yankees wrapped up their homestand last night with an 8-4 loss.
Back on their home turf in Miami, Kuhn and Murphy took part of their haul to one of their usual receivers. The small, unrecognizable stones could be easily fenced, but the Star of India would be much more difficult.
This was a famous gemstone, and more famous because it was in the museum's collection, and certainly was not easy to simply offer for sale on the open market. Who would have bought such a thing?
Later that afternoon, in New York, police got their first real lead.
An informer spoke to a vice cop. And the informer said, you know, I read about the museum burglary, and I don't know whether the information I have will be of any value to you, but I went to a party last night, and I heard them talking about Miami, New York, a big heist. When I walked into the bedroom, I saw a blueprint of the American Museum of Natural History.
You did a great job.
Little did the officer know that his $2 thank you to the bellhop would crack open a multi-million-dollar case. The home was registered to Alan Kuhn, Jack Murphy, and Roger Clark. Running a check on the names, authorities discovered their criminal pasts and obtained a search warrant.
You check those out, I think.
Inside the hotel room, detectives found plenty of evidence that they had the right men, including glass cutters, a crowbar, and other burglary tools. There was broken glass embedded in the sole of a shoe. They also found the gem book on the Morgan collection with the museum brochure and snapshots tucked between the pages.
Interesting information.
The men hadn't cleaned up, and they hadn't checked out, so the detectives settled in and waited.
We just need to make sure that we continue going through everything.
When Roger Clark returned later that evening, he walked right into their trap.
They immediately placed Clark under arrest. After some persuasion, Clark finally told the entire story of what happened.
One day after the robbery, the first suspect was in custody. But there was no sign of the jewels. Back at the condo on Biscayne Bay, Murph the Surf and Alan Kuhn were laying low when they had some unexpected visitors.
Who's that?
The FBI, acting in cooperation with the New York police, arrested Kuhn and Murphy in Miami, 2 days after the theft of the Star of India.
Let's go. Back up. Back up. It's all right, girls. Don't move.
The men were extradited back to New York to face charges. But the jewels were still nowhere to be found.
So, Murphy, what brought you into New York City?
Here, these guys came up from Florida. They were arraigned. They looked like each of them had $1 million in the bank. They were high style, well tanned, good looking, well spoken, and nothing in the world was going to break these guys. By this time, Clark had recanted. So really, we had a rather weak case.
Kuhn and Murphy flatly denied any involvement in the crime. Without Clark's testimony to contradict them, Assistant DA Najari needed another angle.
So you're telling me
he went after the courier,
you were his
Janet
girlfriend, you didn't know about
Flakowitz.
this heist that he's planning? The biggest heist this country
At first, she claimed ignorance. But under intense interrogation, the 19-year-old broke down and admitted she'd peeked into the briefcase.
Folks, they're not. They're evil people. They've got criminal records.
She told me the entire story, that she had seen it, seen the gems, she knew they were the gems from the museum, and implicated the defendants very, very well.
Najari took the case into the judge and requested high bail.
We argued and argued and argued that these men would fly, that they were a danger to the community, and nothing would cut any ice. Low bail, $2,500.
Kuhn, Murphy, and Clark easily made bail and were released. Then came another blow, as Flakowitz, claiming she'd been bullied by her interrogators, went back on her story. Najari's case was falling apart. Upon their release, the press treated the three criminals like celebrities. They reveled in the attention and continued to proclaim their innocence. Najari decided to try a new approach.
My feeling was that these free spirits would never break. And probably I didn't stand much of a chance on trial. They would never break unless I could zap them of their freedom. And I went through all of the violent robbery files. And I came up with two that seemed to follow the pattern and seemed to fit the description of these three guys. One of them was the robbery of Eva Gabor, the actress.
Najari brought Eva Gabor to New York City, and she positively identified her assailants as Jack Murphy and Alan Kuhn. The men were arrested again, and this time the bail was set at $250,000 apiece, a sum impossible for the thieves to raise. Faced with the prospect of hard time on Rikers Island, Kuhn decided to cut a deal. In return for a 1-year sentence for each of them, he would help recover the jewels. but the judge refused to release Kuhn without bail. Najari took matters into his own hands before the star was lost forever.
He had promised us that he would get the gems overnight. Take me to Florida tonight. I'll get the gems for you tonight. We'll be back in New York tomorrow. And so I told the detectives that we're going to kidnap the guy.
In the custody of Assistant DA Najari and New York Detective Richard Molina, Kuhn flew south to make good on his promise.
Hey, it's Alan.
Upon their arrival, Kuhn was recognized, and news spread that he was back in Miami. Reporters soon began to gather outside their hotel.
Hey, it's Kuhn.
With all of the media attention, none of Kuhn's contacts were willing to talk to him. Recovering the gems overnight would be impossible. Najari had some explaining to do.
I called the district attorney, Frank Hogan, my boss, told him what I had done, thinking I better cover myself somehow. He said, well, Maury, I'll tell you what. If you recover the gems, come back. If you don't, go south to Argentina. I don't want to see you because I won't defend you for kidnapping. So find them or never come back to New York.
Kuhn enjoyed all the commotion, making the most of the attention while it lasted. He knew the moment he found the jewels, he'd have to trade the Miami sunshine for a New York City jet set. To Kuhn's delight and Najari's chagrin, the quest for the gems was front-page news.
Not that I know of.
Najari kept the pressure on, threatening to return Kuhn to prison with or without the gems.
Look at that, stars.
Recovering them was the jewel thief's only chance for a deal.
Kuhn kept making phone calls. We kept changing motels because we kept getting spotted by people. We must have been in 4 or 5 different motels.
After 4 days, a retired Miami jeweler named Hy Gordon came forward and agreed to act as a go-between. Following instructions from an anonymous source, Gordon and Detective Moline drove to an all-night coffee shop. Once there, they were to wait inside for half an hour, leaving their car unlocked. When they returned to the car, a note and a key were waiting for them. The note led Detective Moline to the Miami bus terminal. If the jeweler's tip paid off, he'd find $500,000 in jewels stashed in a 25-cent locker. There, along with 8 other gems, including the Midnight Star, the detective recovered the Star of India.
The Assistant District Attorney Najari, my office, went to Florida, and they have been engaged in an effort to recover jewels stolen on October 29th from the American Museum of Natural History. They returned this morning with 9 of the 24 jewels have been stolen.
We did not recover the DeLong ruby. That was not amongst them. There was a second receiver who was holding on to that. We didn't get it. And I told Kuhn that we had recovered 9 gems, not 24, that there was no deal.
Because Kuhn was unable to hold up his end of the bargain, he, Clark, and Murph the Surf were each sentenced to 3 years on Rikers Island. The Star of India sapphire was put back on display in the museum under much tighter security. The DeLong Star ruby and 5 other stones were recovered a year later without the help of the thieves. 9 of the gems from the collection were never recovered. He was a high-rise cat burglar whose ambitions were loftier than most. Even a 30-story window was within his grasp, and he had authorities climbing the walls. He preyed on those who thought they were safe. He struck only the finest homes. He knew what he wanted and where to get it. That could be said of any cat burglar, but this man was different. He not only defied the law, he defied the law of gravity. He would climb 5 stories, 10 or more, to reach residents high above the ground. Without ropes, without a net, and without being noticed. Miami Beach, Florida may seem like paradise. But like any city, it has its share of crime. For the wealthy who live here, the balmy climate and high-rise vistas make the problems easy to overlook. The towering condos that dot these shores are like fortresses. Equipped with video cameras, security guards, and state-of-the-art alarm systems. People living in these towers felt out of harm's reach. But then, a favorite necklace would turn up missing. A favorite brooch would disappear. Without any signs of a break-in, some victims suspected their housekeepers. On November 3rd, 1996, Miami Beach police began to learn the truth behind the thefts. Units on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors of a Collins Avenue condominium had been robbed the night before.
And as I started to look in the box...
Don't touch it. John, can you go ahead and... Excuse me.
The burglar had a sharp eye. He grabbed only cash and real gems,
maybe we can...
leaving the costume jewelry behind.
I can dust it in a few minutes. Yeah, that'll be fine.
The victims admitted to detectives that they never locked their balcony doors.
I see we have jewelry left there, but that's costume jewelry.
Okay.
I went out to the balcony after not being able to find any forced entry to the doors, and at that time, I really went out to enjoy the view. It's pretty high up, and there's a beautiful water view.
Everything was fine until my wife noticed her.
And what I was able to see at the glass door is what we started to call the half-moon impression.
Hey, John, come out and look at this.
Where you would take your nose and smush your nose up against the glass to look in, and then put your hand up to cut the glare to look in.
It was a peculiar smudge to see outside of a 5th floor window. They found the same mark outside the other 2 units.
Right here. This way, so, okay, it looks like...
If the balcony was the point of entry, how did the burglar get there?
And after leaning out, I noticed scuff marks that were coming up the side of the wall.
You think he came from...
The burglar was a climber. Detectives checked the roof to see if he'd left any clues, but he apparently never made it that far.
We went up to the roof and we looked around. The scuff marks did not go that high. They were only below the 5th level, going in the downward direction.
Detectives were astonished to discover that the culprit had climbed up from the ground, spanning the 12-foot gaps between balconies. He had no drain pipe to shimmy up. There was no evidence he'd used ropes or a grappling hook. Miami Beach police weren't sure what they were dealing with. They had never seen anything like it before. They contacted other jurisdictions to see if similar burglaries had been reported.
I'll be clear from the 2200 scene.
2 weeks later, 50 miles away, a Palm Beach condo was robbed. Alerted by Miami police, investigators knew what to look for. The half-moon impression on the balcony door. The criminal's impeccable taste. And the scuff marks down the side of the building. The burglar hit 10 units in a single night. The MO was identical. The thief, whoever he was as methodical as he was agile.
He was able to pick the most expensive items, and he knew exactly where they were. He didn't have to do any ransack or any searching. No pillowcases were stolen to carry the jewelry out.
He had a system that worked. And with a range of 50 miles, the high-rise robber was going to be a challenge to catch.
We're going to enter that in.
Soon, similar break-ins were reported all over South Florida. In Fort Lauderdale, Ball Harbor, Boca Raton, and Cocoa Beach. Someone was scaling high-rises and making off with jewels.
9 o'clock tomorrow. Very good.
The robbers' range spread to a 300-mile radius.
Yes, task force tomorrow. We should have everything online.
This nightmare for law enforcement became a field day for journalists. Tessie Borden of the Fort Lauderdale Sun-Sentinel knew a good story when she heard one. She was one of the many reporters intrigued with the burglar's prowess.
And had it not been for the kind of MO that he used, it would have been another burglary story, like a lot of them in South Florida. I mean, you just don't hear of burglars climbing up the sides of buildings. In his case, from what police say, he climbed as high as 30 stories at one point. I couldn't do that.
Along with millions in jewels, he stole the public's imagination. Though the police tried to downplay the story, this bigger-than-life villain soon earned a nickname.
The police were describing his MO, and I think at one point one of the reporters said, "Oh, you mean like Spider-Man?" And the police said, "Yeah." And from then on, he was known as Spider-Man.
Spider-Man cast his web far and wide. It was only a matter of time until somebody spotted him. While South Florida police cast their dragnet, Spider-Man conducted his business as usual. But one night, he was caught off guard. A man in Miami was the first to catch a glimpse of the notorious burglar. But just a glimpse. In a flash, Spider-Man slipped down 8 stories and disappeared into the night. The witness saw enough to provide a composite sketch. Now, police knew to look for a muscular black male, 180 to 200 pounds, in his mid-20s to early 30s. Soon, other witnesses saw him too. They confirmed what investigators could hardly believe. He scaled the buildings without ropes or tools, relying totally on his own body strength. He climbed higher and higher, getting away with millions. well-to-do who paid a premium for the security of their luxury towers found they weren't getting the protection they had paid for.
They were just in amazement that anybody could scale that high and come into their little corner of the world. People that live in the condos that we spoke to felt that because they lived high up, they had their own little security force, they felt that they were immune to the outside world violating them.
Spider-Man had South Florida's undivided attention. Each caper became a media event.
I never, locked the sliding doors. I mean, 4th floor.
But that all changed after she became a victim of the now infamous Spider-Man. Cleaned out of her jewelry last fall, police say Spider-Man paid her condo a repeat visit just 3 weeks ago.
I'm still, I'm scared, living here. Everything is locked. I feel like I'm in jail living in my own place.
More than a year had passed since police first suspected a climber. Spider-Man had struck dozens of buildings, but police were no closer to catching him. The break-ins were so clean, some victims didn't realize they were hit until long after.
There were several instances in which police didn't get the report of the theft until several weeks later, when the victims noticed that a particular piece of jewelry was missing. And they looked for it in their safe, they looked for it in their bank box, and they never found it. So then they reported it missing. By that time, it was probably already sold.
How you doing? Is the manager in? Thank you. How you doing, sir? Yeah.
Police visited several pawn shops and jewelry stores, but did not find any of the stolen jewelry. Spider-Man was becoming as mythical and mysterious as his comic book namesake.
How you doing today?
He appeared to be unstoppable.
We're looking for some jewelry.
As Spider-Man's trail grew cold, the public's interest in the thefts heated up.
Last week, Spider-Man has struck again in Miami, hitting apartments in this Coconut Grove building and this building in Brickell. At this Brickell Avenue high-rise, Spider-Man started off easy enough, scaling the walls to a 3rd-floor balcony, then going 1 floor up to apartment 402, then 7 stories higher to the 11th floor.
By early 1998, police sought a pattern to the Spider-Man's capers. They reviewed every case report and re-interviewed the victims, hoping to find something they may have overlooked. They discovered that Spider-Man had stolen something more than jewels and cash.
How about the credit cards?
The credit cards! Oh yes, the credit cards!
Detectives interviewed 40 to 50 of the Spider-Man's victims and learned that besides their cash and jewels, many had taken another hit. He had stolen their credit cards. They didn't realize it until a month or 2 later when they received their bills. At that point, they contacted their credit card companies, but not the police.
There's nothing they're going to do about it.
Credit card transactions are easier to track than cash or jewels. Many of the purchases occurred at Villaman Tires. 7 charges totaling $10,000 had been made in a 2-week period. The proprietor remembered the transactions. The buyer, a black man, had ordered custom mag gold and silver rims for a green Ford Explorer. He returned on several occasions to purchase more tires and rims.
Okay, I can have. Can you give me like a printout or something?
Investigators hoped their efforts were about to pay off. Detectives combed the neighborhood looking for the green Explorer. Finding no sign of the vehicle, they tried a different approach. The driver of the explorer had made several charges at a gas station in Miami Lakes. That's where Thom began spending his lunch hour.
After a month or so at sitting at the Amico, it seemed a little bleak, but I still had hope. I said, eventually, this vehicle is going to roll in here.
Just sitting around here doing this.
Finally, a car matching the description pulled in to fill up. A black male was driving it. Allman thought he had found his Spider-Man. But his hopes were dashed in an instant.
Victor Tango Lima 261.
He was 6 foot tall, and he was just too big to do any type of climbing.
Even so, Allman decided to trail the explorer. They were led to a house in Oakland Park. Moments later, Allman's hunch was confirmed when a man matching the description of Spider-Man left the house. He drove off in another vehicle. Detectives followed. The driver stopped at 2 houses in a suburb of Dade County. When detectives called in the addresses, they learned that both belonged to a man named Derek James.
No traffic there. That's unnecessary.
A background check revealed that real estate wasn't his only passion. James had 18 felony convictions, including one in 1994 for stealing $25,000 worth of jewelry. In the 1994 arrest report, Detective Thom found what he was looking for.
In the officer's comments, he wrote that Derek James had paint transfer on his clothing as if he had laid or slid against a wall. So that was our first indication that he may in fact be a climber. We have apartments that are burglarized, we have jewelry that's taken, and the paint transfer really perked our interest.
The report suggested that Derek James may have been climbing at least since 1994, but he'd been falling long before his arrest. In the 1980s, James had trained as an Army paratrooper and had made hundreds of jumps. He was no stranger to heights. Investigators had enough evidence on James to get a court order to put a tracking device on his SUV. They assembled a surveillance team to keep their eye on him. June 21st, 1998, Derek James was on the move. The surveillance team was trailing him, hoping to catch the Spider-Man in action.
Headquarters, notify state police.
I've got him.
Where do you have him?
South on 32.
He headed down Brickell Avenue to the Bristol Towers, one of Miami's most exclusive condominium communities. It had been robbed before, so security at the towers was tight. The detectives waited for James to make his move. Then they lost him. They split up to cover more ground.
I can't see anything.
a security guard spotted Detective Hallman. Hallman offered his badge and asked him if he had seen anything suspicious.
Short guy. I've been out on my shift
An
all
hour had passed with no sign of James.
Nothing up here? No. It's nothing at all.
Detective Hallman returned to the front of the building just in time. James was getting away.
That's our guy, that's our guy. Let's go!
They called in the highway patrol.
528 dispatch.
James was pulled over for speeding. Police discovered he was driving with a suspended license and had violated his parole. But his troubles were just beginning. On the console was the evidence they needed.
Right here. Need anything?
One item, a bracelet, was engraved with the name of a Bristol Towers victim. Initially, Derek James was charged with 1 count each of grand theft and burglary. But even unmasked, the Spider-Man remained an intriguing character. Part of his mystique stemmed from the fact that he appeared so ordinary. He was never extravagant or flashy. His neighbors never suspected that he was a master cat burglar. He'd used his wealth to buy properties, which he kept well maintained. He was apparently a conscientious landlord. His audacious reputation was capped when the media revealed that his girlfriend was an ex-probation officer.
Just the way that he was able to walk around and buy all these properties, act like a real estate mogul, the way that he was even dating a probation officer was fascinating to me, because most of the time you would expect a burglar to try and stay away from people who are connected to law enforcement.
To make sure he appeared in court, Spider-Man's bail was set at $1 million. At a jailhouse news conference, James vehemently denied being the Spider-Man. He insisted he didn't have the physique for that kind of work. He said he won his wealth at the trial. With James in jail, the condominium burglaries stopped. Miami and all of southern Florida became a little less jittery. Peace returned to paradise. Spider-Man's trial lasted just over a week. A Miami jeweler sealed his fate when he testified that Derek James had sold him $8 million worth of jewelry over 4 years. On December 8, 1998, James was convicted of burglary and grand theft in the Bristol Towers case. He was sentenced to 30 years, 20 of them mandatory. Derek James still faces charges in Fort Lauderdale, Palm Beach, Boca Raton, and Cocoa Beach, Florida. The tangled tale of Spider-Man is just beginning to unravel. The art was priceless. The theft was simple. A two-bit crook may hold the key, but the greatest art heist in history may never be solved. St. Patrick's Day weekend, 1990. In a city like Boston, the holiday provides every excuse for a proper binge.
Happy St. Patty's Day.
At 1 a.m. on Sunday, many were still partying. Others had jobs to do. Inside the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum, 2 art students, moonlighting as security guards for $6.85 an hour, had the place to themselves. The safety of 2,500 world masterpieces was in their hands. And on this night, March 18th, some of those treasures would slip through their fingers. Though the Gardner Museum had been retrofitted with video surveillance, an alarm system, and infrared sensors, the building wasn't designed with security in mind.
The thing that struck me the most about it was that it was inherently a very difficult place to secure. It's a mansion. It was built well over 100 years ago.
Even so, no one had ever tried to break in or steal any of the Gardner's treasures. The guards had no reason to believe tonight would be any different. This was just another night of easy work. One man watched the monitors, ready to press the panic button at the first hint of trouble. The other patrolled the floor and reported back. It was a simple, effective routine. But the men who came to rob the Gardner had an effective routine of their own.
Open the door, Boston PD.
The guard, surprised at the pounding, was doubly surprised to see it was the police.
Bob, can I get you to come on down here?
10-4, copy that.
Something kind of odd going on.
Roger, I'll be right there. I'm on my way.
The officer told the bewildered guard that someone from the museum had reported a disturbance.
I didn't report any disturbance
The
here.
guard tried to convince the officers that everything was in order. The police insisted on checking out the museum themselves.
The criminal plan of the thieves, using the 2 bogus police officers to enter the Gardner Museum, was quite simple and quite easily executed. The Gardner Museum could have been as secure as Fort Knox, but that does no good if the guard's going to let the thief in.
Even the most finely tuned security system can be undone by the simplest human miscalculation. Once the entrance was breached, the chain of events was set into motion. The officers deftly caught the men off guard by demanding to see their identification.
You're not the disturbance. Why are you right now? Right now.
The young men hardly knew what hit them. In a flash, they were incapacitated and hauled to the basement.
Get your hand up there. Shut up! Get your hand up there!
Help!
Shut up!
The guard, lured from his post, had had no time to press the panic button. No alarm had been tripped. The intruders must have known about the surveillance system because they quickly put it out of commission. They turned the cameras to face the wall and dismantled the printer that recorded activity from the sensors in every room.
It was well planned. They knew how many guards were on duty. They knew where the videotape machine was and to take the tape.
The Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum was now under their complete control. It was just after 2. The dangerous part was over. No one knew the intruders were in the museum, and the morning guard wasn't due until 7. That gave them hours to perform their illicit task. As bold as the thieves were, they didn't make the most of their opportunity.
They had the whole museum to themselves in the dark of night. They could have pulled a truck up and removed $1 billion worth of art, and instead they took a few valuable things and left behind an extraordinarily valuable assortment of paintings that, fortunately, are still there.
Despite their expertise at breaking in, they seemed somewhat at a loss for which pieces to take or how to take them. Rembrandt's only seascape, Storm on the Sea of Galilee, was sliced out of its frame with a dull knife. The same fate awaited Rembrandt's Lady and Gentleman in Black. They also took a painting by Vermeer. In their assault at the Gardner, they helped themselves to a small self-portrait of Rembrandt and some less valuable works, including a 3,000-year-old Chinese vessel and the finial from a Napoleonic battle flag. There seemed no rhyme or reason behind the choices they made. The sensors in each room indicated they'd spent 2 hours moving about the museum. Given that amount of time, the devastation of the paintings was all the more senseless.
Although it's considered by many people the art crime of the century, and in terms of value and in terms of sort of impact it is, if you look at the details of it, it was also a botched crime. It was a crime in which a lot of good works of art that were there for the taking were missed, and artwork that was taken was cut from its frames, which is obviously not something you want to do with irreplaceable Rembrandts.
The thieves' behavior suggested they weren't acting alone.
What I suspect from that is that the robbers were recruited as robbers. My guess is they'd never done an art theft before. I very much suspect that there were other people behind the theft besides the 2 bogus police officers.
When it was over, the thieves made off with 13 objects, estimated worth $200 to $300 million. Sunday morning, 7 a.m., March 18th, 1990. The daytime guard at the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum was puzzled when the night guards didn't come to the door. He waited until the maintenance man arrived. Neither had a key. They knew something wasn't right. Where were the guards? The museum's head of security arrived to let them in. His quick inspection of the rooms revealed no guards, missing artwork, and big trouble. He rushed to call the police. After their rescue, the guards gave their accounts of the night before. But it all happened too fast. Their descriptions of the thieves were hopelessly sketchy. Police sought better clues elsewhere in the museum. The thieves had been sloppy in removing the art. Detectives hoped they had been careless enough to leave a fingerprint or more. But no traces of their identities remained. Investigators would have to widen the search.
After an art theft takes place, there are several things you do, and 2 important things which come to mind are, number 1, to look to your network of underworld informants, and number 2, to try to catch up with the stolen objects and use them to work your way back toward the thieves.
Though the Gardner Museum and all its treasures are private property, art theft is a federal crime, the FBI's domain. Agents wasted no time comparing this theft to similar ones and gathering a list of suspects. They trusted that their network of informants would bring some other names to light. A heist this big couldn't stay secret. The small museum offered a $1 million reward for any information leading to the return of the artwork, an unprecedented sum 4 times higher than any reward ever offered. But then, this was the biggest art theft of all time. If stolen artwork isn't recovered within a few days, it can vanish for decades, or forever, as it's sold to unwitting buyers and ends up in private collections. Agents needed to cover a lot of ground very quickly. They visited galleries and auction houses to see what they could find in terms of tangible goods or idle gossip. Despite all their efforts, they found nothing. That wasn't entirely surprising. Some paintings are simply too conspicuous to sell.
I think we have to ask ourselves why at the high end they would bother with a Vermeer painting, which most people would call unfensible. No criminal would touch it because there's only 30-some-odd Vermeers in the world, and therefore they're very noticeable. It's like everybody knows where each one of them is supposed to be.
Sometimes famous works are stolen simply in order to ransom them back to the museum for the insurance or reward money. If that was the robbers' game, they had wasted their efforts. Though the $1 million reward was only a fraction of the art's value, the museum was unable to increase it. Then it shocked everyone when it revealed that the artwork wasn't even insured.
And I begin with a bid of $500,000.
Throughout the 80s, art prices skyrocketed. So did insurance premiums. The Gardner simply couldn't afford the coverage its collection deserved. Without insurance, the museum could offer no more incentive for the return of the art. The reward money did appeal to tipsters. One informant mentioned the name of a man with mob connections and his partner. But when agents tracked them down, they learned that one had been found in the trunk of a Cadillac, tied up, stabbed multiple times, and with a plastic bag over his head. The other had died of heart disease. Authorities were literally at a dead end. The clock was running. Authorities believed the art would keep changing hands between shady sellers and naive buyers, erasing the trail of the real thieves. As the months crept by, authorities feared that the Gardner Hall was destined to be part of the 75% of stolen art that is never recovered. Then, 7 years after the crime in 1997, the FBI convinced the museum's supporters to pool their resources, enabling the desperate Gardner Museum to increase the reward from $1 million to $5 million. The statute of limitations on the crime had expired 2 years earlier. The time was ripe for something to happen. While researching an unrelated story, Boston Herald reporter Thom Mashberg got a tip that a man named Miles Connor was involved with the Gardner caper.
Now, if you're from Massachusetts or you're familiar with any of the sort of recent crime lore of the Boston area, the one name that rings a lot of bells is Miles Connor. Miles is sort of famous for being a very successful art thief. Well, I guess he's not that successful because he spent a lot of time in jail.
In fact, Connor was in prison when the Gardner heist occurred. Mashberg learned that he had a friend, William Youngworth. Youngworth was an antiques dealer with 11 aliases and a 10-page felony record. He was under investigation by the FBI for firearms and drug charges. Youngworth also had in his possession a museum piece that authorities knew Connor had stolen years earlier. Mashberg started writing about Youngworth's connection to Connor and possibly to the Gardner crime. Youngworth wasn't happy about it.
Well, after 2 or 3 articles appeared in which we really put some pressure on him and caused him a lot of sort of discomfort by putting his name out in the public arena, he called me up directly at the paper and yelled at me and told me to stop writing all these lies about him.
But as they talked, Youngworth must have realized that the press, and especially Mashberg, could be his greatest ally. On August 18, 1997, Mashberg received an anonymous call asking him to meet a stranger in the middle of the night. Mashberg knew this had something to do with Youngworth and the art.
So I met that person, and we took a long, circuitous drive through a dark warehouse district, somewhere within an hour's drive of Boston.
Jungwirth had said he could broker the return of the artwork in exchange for the reward money and immunity from prosecution. Mashberg told him that authorities needed proof that he really had access to the paintings. This was Jungwirth's way of providing the proof. He arranged for Mashberg to see Rembrandt's Storm on the Sea of Galilee.
And the person shone the flashlight right on the signature as if to sort of say, ta-da, see, here it is. The signature Rembrandt that proves that we have the art.
That's it. I didn't really get to see it.
And I only got to look at it for about 30 seconds.
Show's over.
The painting was quickly returned to its tube. Mashberg was escorted out of the warehouse and into a waiting cab. He agreed to sit on the story for 10 days until the paintings could be moved elsewhere. Mashberg is convinced he saw the real thing.
But the reason why I don't believe it was a fraudulent painting is very simple. There's no way on earth that the gardener would give $5 million for a fraudulent painting. The only way they would give the $5 million is if the painting could be authenticated. And if the painting was a fraud, what was the point of showing it to me, other than to fool me? There was no point in that.
Mashberg broke the story 10 days later. He wrote that Jungwirth could broker the return of the art in exchange for the $5 million reward, his own immunity, and Connor's early release from prison. Deals like that were becoming Miles Connor's trademark. It wouldn't be the first time Connor used stolen art to buy his freedom. In 1975, he brokered the return of a Rembrandt stolen from the Boston Museum of Fine Arts years earlier.
It occurred to him that he might be able to leverage himself out of this problem with the law and get himself less jail time if he could be responsible for helping return a piece of stolen art. Well, of course, he stole the art first and then returned it, which is not exactly what I suppose the authorities have in mind. And in exchange for the return of the painting, he was given a far shorter sentence.
That audacious plan had worked in 1975, and it looked like Connor and Jungwirth were about to try it again, using the stolen Gardner art. Connor still had 3 years of a 10-year sentence, and Jungwirth was facing prison time of his own. Connor told Mashberg that he and 2 accomplices had cased the Gardner years earlier and had seen how lax the security was. In fact, Connor boasted that one of his men had unlocked a window. He returned every few months to find it remained unlocked. According to Connor, while he and Jungwirth sat in prison, their 2 partners may have continued planning the Gardner Museum heist without them and then pulled it off. But they lacked Connor's eye and his respect for the artwork.
It seems like the people who went in were people who were following the kind of plan that Connor would have organized, but without him there, they sort of freelanced as they went along. So they broke glass here to get at paintings, they cut other paintings out, and they ended up not taking all the best or most valuable items.
Connor had told authorities that he knew who stole the Gardner's art. They were the same men he cased the museum with years earlier. One of them, William Houghton, was also the custodian of Connor's extensive art collection whenever Connor was doing time. It wasn't the first time agents heard Houghton's name. He was one of the dead-end leads the FBI had followed earlier in the investigation. Perhaps it wasn't such a dead end after all. After Houghton's death, Jungwirth became the next in line to hold Miles Connor's artwork. He had it moved from Houghton's storage unit. Connor alleged that Jungwirth unintentionally picked up some of Houghton's plunder at the same time. The Gardner art was among it. That would explain how it fell innocently into Youngworth's hands. In their minds, that entitled them to the reward, since they were willing to help recover it. To the FBI, Connor and Youngworth's plan sounded like extortion. One flashlit peek by a newspaper reporter was hardly enough to motivate stroking a $5 million check and springing two felons.
Come on, I didn't really get to see it.
There would be no immunity granted until Connor and Youngworth could prove they had the real thing and prove they weren't directly responsible for stealing it. The case of the missing Gardner masterpieces was at a stalemate. Connor refused to provide any more information, and Youngworth wouldn't talk unless he and Connor were granted immunity. The FBI refused unless the two could prove they could get the art. In October 1997, that proof arrived in Thom Mashberg's office. A small quantity of paint chips and some photographs of the stolen Rembrandts. The negatives were scrutinized. The Herald's photo lab determined that they weren't doctored. The FBI agreed, but said they were photos of reproductions, not the real paintings. The paint chips were sent to a forgery expert for verification.
So he looked at the paint chips and he said that there was no way on earth they could be anything but from the era of Rembrandt, which is to say that they were paint chips from the 1600s from a specific region in the Netherlands where Rembrandt, Vermeer, and some of the other Dutch masters got their paint and painted their works. So that was a very good indication that the paint chips were authentic.
Connor and Youngworth hoped this would be proof enough. It wasn't. When the FBI tested the chips, they determined that they didn't match the ones left at the scene of the crime. Agents had no way to test them against the missing Vermeer, which they may actually have been from. The case was back to square one.
Everybody had a different agenda. The criminal's agenda was to get the $5 million reward. My agenda as a journalist was to get a good story. The Gardner's agenda, of course, was to get its art back. But the feds and their agenda was to make an arrest, to solve the crime.
They required more and more proof, eventually asking Connor and Youngworth to present one of the stolen pieces.
Well, when we talked to the lawyers said that that would be foolhardy, because the minute Youngworth or somebody associated with him produced an item, they would swoop in, they would arrest him, they would indict him for extortion, and the story would fall apart.
Connor and Youngworth didn't take the bait, and the negotiations, so promising a few weeks earlier, now began to break down. Connor insisted that the window of opportunity was closing. The time to act was now. But the FBI held its ground, demanding more proof. The two sides were at loggerheads. Communications stopped. In the end, everyone lost. Connor served his full sentence, and Youngworth went back to prison on unrelated charges. Neither would see a penny of the $5 million reward. In the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum, empty frames hang on the wall, garnering as much notice, perhaps, as the artwork they once contained. The only winner, it seems, is Thom Mashberg, who got his good story after all, even if it's a tragedy.
I think that the offer was genuine, and had everybody just followed through by granting the criminals immunity and by guaranteeing the transfer of the reward money, I think those paintings would have been returned.
The possibility remains that Youngworth and Connor never really had the paintings at all. Officially, the crime is still unsolved. Removed from the rarefied atmosphere of a museum, it's likely that the paintings may no longer exist or are damaged beyond all repair. The gardener's stolen treasures may be lost to the entire world. was the cat burglar to the stars, targeting the best homes to steal only the finest silver. The hunt was on to catch a polished criminal with a sterling reputation. In the summer of 1995, a crime wave hit the wealthy enclave of Greenwich, Connecticut. The crime wave was triggered by one man, a master thief.
He would specifically target these homes at night between the hours of, say, midnight and 5 a.m. He would make entry by means of taking out parts of doors or windows which would not compromise the perimeter alarm if in fact the house had one.
Greenwich is home to the likes of David Letterman and Martha Stewart. The average estate is worth $1.25 million. More than 3/4 of the homes in Greenwich have burglar alarms, but that didn't stop the burglar. The burglar didn't care whether anyone was home. While the occupant slept just steps away, he went to work. No one ever confronted him, yet sometimes he was spotted. The witnesses never betrayed him. They were the family pets.
Animals don't alert to him. And I find that kind of far-fetched and hard to believe, but I have gone on burglaries where those particular residences did have dogs, and the homeowners weren't aware of those dogs barking at all during the night.
The burglar could have taken anything he wanted. Cash, jewels, rare coins. Instead, he zeroed in on one thing: pure sterling silver. More than 95% of all burglaries are committed by petty thieves and drug addicts. They make clumsy break-ins and take what they can get.
With these burglaries, however, we knew we weren't dealing with some junkie. The person had the presence of mind just to take the sterling silver. In other words, he had one target in mind, and even though other things might have been available, he had the discipline just to take the sterling silver.
He had a collector's eye. Among his thefts, he made off with a set of sterling silver spoons worth more than $600, a serving dish worth $20,000, a coffee service worth more than $50,000. Anything that wasn't pure silver, he left behind. He left the police even less. No fingerprints, no clues, nothing.
was it?
The first burglary occurred on August 13th, 1995.
secretary table. They took a vase that was right here, a very expensive one. Okay.
2 more followed the same week. Each time, the burglar made off with sterling silver. Then, just as the toll of loot reached $100,000, the burglaries stopped as mysteriously as they began.
I can't believe this.
Almost 9 months to a year went on until we saw another one. And once again, we started experiencing this distinctive MO. At that point, we realized this got to be linked to our other jobs in '95.
The silver thief returned to Greenwich in May 1996. This time, he set his sights on the rich and famous, the $15 million mansion of Ivana Trump, former wife of New York billionaire Donald Trump. While Ivana was vacationing in Florida, the burglar climbed through a window and got away with more than $150,000 worth of sterling silver. Just 4 days later, the burglar targeted Ivana's neighbor. As usual, he took time to appraise his haul. He left behind some knives with stainless steel blades. He made off with 110 place settings of silverware. Total value, more than $200,000. During the burglary, the maid was sleeping upstairs. She never heard a thing.
And then it looks like this is where he exited from? Right over there?
Okay.
The next morning, she found a silver platter on the floor in the dining room.
Doesn't look like
It was too big for the hole the burglar had cut in the window.
We've had our normal delivery.
That was when she realized the house had been robbed.
And you haven't seen any strange vehicles going by or a vehicle going down the street here going really
By now, the burglar's loot totaled $450,000.
quiet.
The 2 detectives working the case still had no leads. After 6 silver thefts, Greenwich was on the alert, but publicity didn't intimidate the burglar. No one was ever harmed during the thefts. But the victims were still distraught.
Because we work all these burglaries, I come to an understanding that the people are in fact affected themselves. It might not be a physical confrontation, but it might be some type of psychological damage because their personal space has been invaded and been compromised.
All the while, the silver thief grew more daring. When he ran into an especially tough alarm system, he cut the phone line that linked it to the security company. On August 24th, 1996, the silver thief committed his 7th burglary in Greenwich. The thief had almost finished when around 5 a.m., the butler heard a noise on the intercom.
Hey, you! Hey! Where are you going? What?
The butler never saw his face.
Gentlemen, I was startled.
The butler described the thief as a small, trim man.
Just bolted out this window.
That was all detectives had to go on.
Ran out to the back of the yard in that direction.
They searched the grounds of the estate, but they were too late. The burglar escaped with more than $100,000 worth of silver. None of his loot ever surfaced among local fences. The Greenwich detectives surmised he shipped the silver to an accomplice in another state. In 7 burglaries, his haul totaled over $500,000 in silver. Detectives waited for the 8th burglary. It didn't come. The case seemed headed for the unsolved files. Then, they got their first break.
One day, my partner in the burglary squad was reading one of the local newspapers, and he read an article about how in the Hamptons of Long Island, an affluent beach community, a burglary had taken place where sterling silver was the sole item taken from this home.
Be sure to find out.
Detectives phoned the police department in the Hamptons. They directed them to a prosecutor in Monmouth County, New Jersey. The prosecutor supplied a name: Blaine David Nordell. The child of a broken home, Nordell had enlisted in the Navy in the late 1980s, but soon went AWOL shortly thereafter. He embarked on a string of nickel-and-dime burglaries. In 1991, he left a clue at the scene of the crime.
One of our forensic technicians found on a countertop a sneaker print. Forensically secured that sneaker print, and when he was arrested, Mr. Nordell had a pair of sneakers which perfectly matched that sneaker print.
When police connected Nordell to a whole string of burglaries, he threw in the towel. He confessed his crimes and named his fences in return for a shorter sentence. Nordell was convicted of 42 burglaries and got 4 years in prison. When the detectives from New Jersey and Connecticut compared notes, they found the identical M.O. They concluded they were looking for the same guy. But when they saw how widespread the robberies were, they sent out a nationwide bulletin.
Come together and see what kind of clues.
Police in Pennsylvania and Rhode Island replied. They suspected Nordell had been there too.
We've all got.
Calls poured in from across the country as investigators of unsolved burglaries spotted the same pattern. In Illinois, 11 estates on Chicago's exclusive North Shore were hit. Another 50 silver burglaries had occurred in New York and New Jersey, including the estate of rocker Bruce Springsteen. Authorities nicknamed Nordell the burglar to the stars.
When you're the burglar to the stars, you gain a certain notoriety, which is good if you like celebrity status, but not so good if you're a burglar, because certainly then you'll be able to be easily identified, especially for the guys like us who are looking for you to put you behind bars.
Putting Nordell behind bars wouldn't be so easy. To avoid the mistake that got him convicted in '91, he trashed his tools, clothes, and sneakers after each burglary.
Nordell clearly wasn't a typical burglar. He was neat. He was fairly clean about his burglaries. He was fastidious about the items that he would take, selective. He was a professional burglar, as best you can describe it.
Detectives had a suspect, but no proof. Then they got their second break. They found out their guy had a girlfriend.
Our detectives had built up a relationship with the girlfriend of Blaine David Nordell. She decided to cooperate because she thought it was in the best interest of Blaine that he finally be caught.
And during this time, you didn't see
Nordell's girlfriend claimed he wasn't a typical criminal. He was a nice guy who didn't drink, didn't smoke, and didn't do drugs. He just had a thing for silver. She told the police how Nordell pulled off his heists. He targeted his victims by reading about the layout of their homes in upscale magazines like Town and Country and Architectural Digest. The girlfriend even drove around with the Greenwich police and identified the houses Nordell said he had robbed. She also confirmed that Nordell usually shipped his loot out of the state. Then, she gave detectives their biggest break yet. She revealed Nordell had stayed at a motel in Greenwich during the time of the burglaries. Detectives decided to check her story. They needed a motel log with Nordell's signature and the dates May 5th through May 13th, the nights of the burglaries.
Yes, I have a Mr. Nordell registered.
Pay dirt. That was the evidence they needed to subpoena Nordell's credit card records. Detectives uncovered a paper trail of receipts up and down the East Coast and across the Midwest. Since Nordell had crossed state lines, it was now a federal case. On October 8, 1996, the FBI followed the trail to Nordell's mother's house in Chesterton, Indiana.
Oh, FBI! Freeze!
Hey, yeah, we just had a runner here.
In minutes, police launched a manhunt. But once more, Nordell gave them the slip. When they searched the vehicle in the driveway, the FBI found another credit card receipt, this one in the name of David Price. The agents suspected Price was an alias used by Nordell. They searched computer databases and turned up a checking account and driver's license used by Nordell under his alias, Price. They also found Price had just rented a car. Armed with a license plate, police departments throughout the Midwest put out an all-points bulletin on the so-called Price. With no luck. A week later, and 300 miles away in Sparta, Wisconsin, an off-duty cop with an unusual head for numbers recognized the license tag. He phoned in the plate number to his department and decided to tail the driver. The police phoned back and confirmed the hunch. The car had been rented by the fugitive silver thief, Blaine David Nordell. The arrest warrant for Nordell ran to 32 pages. It included 6 counts of second-degree burglary and 6 counts of larceny. Because Nordell had committed a federal crime, he would be incarcerated in Brooklyn, pending trial in federal district court in New York. In his decade-long crime spree, Nordell never stopped doing his homework. In his car, police found a criminal's curriculum: how to launder money, tricks of the burglar alarm trade. New ID in America. They were the hallmark of a thief who tried to avoid making the same mistake twice and failed. Nordell's capture was due largely to the perseverance of the Greenwich detectives, so they got first crack at interviewing him.
First, do you want to start with?
They were amazed by the extent of his crimes.
Well, you can say I'm a perfectionist when it comes to my
We didn't have a real solid number in our heads aside from the ones he had done in Greenwich. As these interviews went on, it led to a substantial amount of burglaries being revealed, much more than we thought of initially. It led to 142 burglaries, which were perpetrated in 36 different jurisdictions in 9 different states.
Nordell was looking at 15 years in prison.
Mr. Nordell, true to form, indicated that he would cooperate with authorities to identify the individuals who he sold his property to. And the authorities were interested in who would buy these type of items, particularly the more expensive items that were taken from the very wealthy or the very famous. And they agreed to release Nordell with the anticipation that he continued to cooperate.
Nordell spent 20 months behind bars while awaiting sentencing.
Nordell, pack it up. Your B&B.
About time.
Post date.
After making a plea bargain with prosecutors, Nordell was released on bail on June 18, 1998.
Around the corner.
He promised to go straight. 1 month after his release, a wave of burglaries struck Pennsylvania and Maryland. The only items stolen were sterling silver. In Baltimore alone, a dozen homes were hit for some $700,000 worth of sterling. Blaine David Nordell was back in business.
He changed his location. He moved to different parts of the country, but his occupation didn't change.
Police were certain Nordell was their man, but as usual, he left no clues behind. By enlisting police from Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Maryland, the FBI kept Nordell under surveillance around the clock. For several weeks, they tracked him without result. Then, on November 16th, 1998, Maryland police tailed Nordell to a wealthy suburb of Baltimore.
Turn around. Hands up. On the deck. Face down. Arms out. Palms up.
If Nordell had gone straight, prosecutors would probably have let him off with time served. Now, he had 3 strikes against him. It looked like he was out of the game for good.
Bring a heel on your crotch. Heel on your crotch. Up.
But to the cop's surprise, Nordell didn't have any silver, just the tools of the trade.
Guy can't take a walk. Walk in there.
Police settled for a 4th-degree burglary charge. In the end, the misdemeanor turned into a felony. Nordell faced 10 years for committing a crime while on pre-trial release.
He's going to go back to what he knows after he's done his prison time, because after a while in our business you become a realist, and you realize that there's some people in the world, and even if you snap them a chalk line, they still couldn't walk a straight line.
If he outlives his sentence, Blaine David Nordell will be back on the street. Once more, the question will be whether he goes straight or lives up to his sterling reputation. Philip Johnson had a dead-end job and a 5-year plan to retire rich. One day, he hit the road with 20 million stolen dollars and vanished. In March of 1997, 33-year-old Philip Johnson worked as a courier guard for Loomis Fargo Armored Cars in Jacksonville, Florida. At every stop on their route, Johnson left the safety of the steel-plated truck. He checked for any suspicious activity. Then, Johnson entered the stores where merchants would fill bags with cash, checks, and coins. The tens and thousands of dollars Johnson collected made him a tempting target to any gunman. The guard remained completely vulnerable until he could make it back to the armored car. Meanwhile, the driver stayed in the truck cab behind the bulletproof glass with his doors locked. If anyone attacked, under no circumstances could the driver let Johnson back inside the truck. He would be stuck outside on his own. If clear, the driver would open the door. It was hazardous work without hazard pay. $7 an hour without health insurance, dental plan, pension, or overtime. But the dangerous job did have a benefit that Loomis Fargo never planned on giving. By the evening of March 29, 1997, the day before Easter, a plan 5 years in the making was about to be hatched.
Phil Johnson was motivated to pull the crime off by an extreme hatred for his employer, Loomis Fargo. He felt that he was underpaid, felt that other workers were underpaid, that the working conditions were not what they should have been at Loomis Fargo, and he was going to seek to make a change.
As their shift neared its end, Johnson's truck returned to the Loomis Fargo warehouse, fully loaded with cash and checks. The driver began the routine check-in. A security guard inside the fenced complex identified the courier guard and his truck. The day's load was particularly heavy. It was the Easter holiday weekend, and consumers crowded the stores. During their shift, Johnson and his driver had collected millions from the busy retailers. Even more cash waited in the company's vault. At each shift, the guards faced the temptation of handling hundreds of times more money than they would ever earn in a lifetime.
My daughter's recital.
Terry, James Brown, and Dan Smith worked inside the warehouse as vault guards. They had worked together with Johnson for 2 years.
Get inside and I'll toss you the money.
But a bond had never developed between the three. The courier guard did not share in the camaraderie of his co-workers. He was an outsider that kept to himself. By 6:30 that evening, the driver was finished for the day. He clocked out and went home for the night. However, company regulations required Johnson to stay on. As courier guard, he had to wait while the day's load was booked in.
Here you go, guys.
He had to help store the money.
Another card.
I need to get one of your new models like yours.
These were the last moments that he would follow company procedure. Near 7 o'clock, when all the others had left, Johnson broke his routine of 10 years. He retrieved a bag from his car and sprang into action.
All right, that'll be good, man. Two, sir.
While the vault guards were busy, Johnson grabbed Smith's gun.
Turn your back. Hands up. Back against the wall.
What are you doing?
Shut up! Come on out here. Hands up.
Bill, what the hell are you
Shut up! Hands on the back of your head. Now!
You gotta
now! Brown, down.
When asked
Get the
what he was
shackles out of the
doing,
bag.
Johnson told his co-workers it wasn't a joke. Then he ordered them to put shackles and handcuffs on and to lie down next to each other.
Speed it up. Take that. Shackle. Lie on the floor. Lie on your belly. Lie on your belly.
He took one of the company's unmarked vans and backed it into the vault area.
You guys comfortable?
Shackled on the floor, Smith and Brown could do nothing but fear for their fate. The vault offered Johnson cash in all denominations. He left the coins and small bills of 1s and 5s.
Don't move, boys.
He just took 10s or higher in unmarked, non-sequential bills. It was every crook's dream. With a half a ton of cash, the van took 2 hours to fill. But Johnson was in no hurry. He knew the next shift wasn't due till the morning.
All right, gentlemen, I want
At
you to
gunpoint, he moved the 2 bound guards into the back of the van.
Stay covered up.
Then he began cleaning up the crime scene. He moved the cars belonging to Smith, Brown, and himself out of the employee parking lot so no one would suspect they were still in the warehouse. Johnson then grabbed what the police would look for first, his personnel file. He also took the videotapes from the surveillance cameras. Last, he set the vault timer so that the door would not open until the next afternoon, Easter Sunday. Everything had gone according to his well-thought-out plan. Then, Johnson got careless. Smith and Brown as hostages, he drove the van the short distance to his home.
Hold up. All right. Go. Walk. Looking forward. What you doing, man? Just hold on. Just, all right. You see the closet right there? Just right here. This ain't necessary. Put your hands on that pipe. Grab the pipe. All right?
What are you doing this for?
He handcuffed Brown to a closet pipe. He spoke about how unhappy he was in his job.
Johnson. I'm not gonna hurt you. You'll be all right.
You just can't leave me like this.
Around midnight, Johnson returned to the van. He threw a blanket over the shackled Smith and threatened to kill him if he put up any struggle. Then, as they drove north, Johnson asked Smith why they hadn't been friends. He wanted to know why Smith hadn't ever asked him to go out for some pizza or for a beer. There wasn't much Smith could say.
He was a very quiet, withdrawn individual. He had been outspoken at times about his displeasure with Loomis Fargo, but yet he didn't really say what he wanted to do or where else he would go. I think he was just building up some frustration inside at that time over those years.
They drove all night, stopping only for gas. Sometime in the early morning, they stopped so Johnson could unload the money. Sitting in the van, covered by a blanket, Smith could discern little about their journey, except vague sounds, like the clank of a metal door being rolled up. While Johnson unloaded the money, Smith remained helpless in the van. He didn't know where they were, nor did he know what Johnson intended to do with him. A little more than an hour later, Johnson drove the van to some wooded acres in the Blue Ridge Mountains near Asheville, North Carolina. He forced the captive guard to handcuff himself to a tree and then lie down. Johnson then began to rant about his life.
10 years I worked for that company. Think about that. They didn't pay me my overtime.
Johnson left provisions and warm clothes. Before he drove off, he promised that in 2 days he would call the authorities and inform them of Smith's location.
Don't worry.
The next morning, employees arrived at Loomis Fargo, only to find that they were locked out of the warehouse. They called their supervisor. He arrived with the master set of keys. However, neither keys nor combination allowed them access to the vault. One glance at the monitor of the security camera inside the vault told them why.
Yes, this is supervisor for Loomis Fargo. We have a problem.
They had been robbed. Jacksonville police responded immediately to the call. But they had to wait hours for the technicians to open the vault. A quick tabulation of the missing money put the theft at over $10 million. The FBI immediately stepped in because of the amount involved and because much of it was federally insured money. The federal agents first inquired about missing Loomis personnel. All but Smith, Brown, and Johnson were accounted for. And Johnson's file was gone.
You're missing Johnson.
At the same time in North Carolina, Smith had freed himself. He used a Swiss Army knife to pick the lock on his handcuffs. Then he walked to a nearby road, where he was picked up by a forest ranger.
We were notified here in Jacksonville that Dan Smith had in fact freed himself on Sunday, and many of the pieces of the puzzle began to come together.
Smith led the authorities to Johnson's house. There they found Brown just where Johnson had left him 18 hours earlier.
Got him.
With the 2 Loomis guards safe, the FBI began the manhunt for Johnson. A description of Johnson and the missing van was sent out across the Southeast. The first lead came from an Army sergeant in Asheville, North Carolina, who spotted an abandoned white van. He reported the stolen vehicle with the broken driver's side window and keys in the ignition. Within minutes, 65 police officers and FBI agents descended into the area. But they were too late. Their suspect had bought a one-way ticket out of town. He was safely on his way to freedom.
$7 an hour, that's what Philip Johnson made. Driving a Wells Fargo truck, he hauled millions every day. But you can't be much of a player on $56 a day. $7 an hour.
Musician Al Wells immortalized the caper in song for WOKV.
This is Mike Miller on News Talk 690 WOKV. So the story is this. A security guard named Phil Johnson, who works for Loomis Fargo, instead of going home after his shift, leaves with nearly $20 million.
The improbable heist immediately seized the imagination of local broadcasters.
There were a lot of people in the audience who were really rooting for Philip Johnson on a lot of different levels. A lot of us could identify with him. I mean, how many people out there have worked in a job which they didn't think was ever going to take them any higher? How many people work in a job that they knew was never going to be any more lucrative? How many times do you work for somebody and realize that you know more than your boss knows and you can't understand why they don't go to you for advice? I think those were all the feelings that Philip Johnson had stored up in him. So when he did pull this off, he thumbed his nose at everybody. He said, I'm better than $7 an hour. I'm smarter than you think I am. And guess what? With all the smarts that all of our bosses have, I could do something that you said was fail-safe.
Philip Noel Johnson vanished, along with almost $20 million. More money than any individual in U.S. history.
We had no idea where Phil Johnson had gone. There was indications that he might be up in Canada. There were indications he could be in Mexico or that he could be down in Costa Rica or South America.
The only hope authorities had of finding Johnson lay in the jumble of evidence he had left in his home.
Ironically, it was the chaos that was left behind at his house that created the confusion for law enforcement. There was so much stuff there.
Investigators found Johnson's home to be one of a tormented but brilliant loner. They also discovered a paper trail that took them back 5 years earlier.
Mucho.
As far back as 1992, Johnson began preparing for his crime. Several former roommates told authorities Johnson was difficult to live with.
Stop leaving your crap around in my room.
Investigators discovered that Johnson stole his roommates' identities. He borrowed their driver's licenses and birth certificates to create a long list of aliases. The FBI began to canvass places where Johnson could have dropped off the money in the North Carolina area. Their stops included Mountain Home Mini Storage, a 100-unit storage warehouse 15 miles south of Asheville.
What we did was we put out communications through our network of FBI offices and resident agencies all along that corridor to go to all of the storage facilities within their territory, to show the pictures that we had of Phil Johnson, to describe what had happened, to see if there was anyone that had storage facilities in any of the aliases that we had and whether they could put an alias with a face, and in hopes of finding the money.
Nevertheless, no employees at the Mountain Home Mini Storage recognized pictures of Johnson. The investigators left the facility, even though they were within yards of the locker where Johnson had stopped the van and unloaded the money. For months, the trail grew cold. Authorities had little idea of where Johnson was. They worried that he had safely traveled to Brazil, where the United States had no extradition treaty. But their greater fear was about the money. The question on everybody's mind was, what did Johnson do with the $18.8 million? Some thought he might have buried the money, hoping to come back years in the future when fewer people were looking for him. The FBI worried that he might crate it and ship it out of the country. Others thought that Johnson was ornery enough to burn it all, just to spite Loomis Fargo.
And I think we all believed that if we found the perpetrator, we would find the money, and that the reverse might not necessarily have been true.
5 months later, Johnson made a fateful mistake. For reasons still unclear, he tried to sneak back into the U.S. from Mexico at the Gateway International Bridge in Brownsville, Texas. The American customs officials asked everyone off a northbound bus and began a routine inspection of the passengers. Customs Inspector Virginia Rodriguez walked right past a wanted poster for Johnson as she crossed to the bus, but she didn't recognize him. In the months since the heist, Johnson had lost weight, added a beard, and let his hair grow long. She asked him what he had been doing in Mexico for 2 weeks. He said he had been visiting friends.
Do you have any ID?
It was the way he said it that wasn't quite convincing to her. She asked for identification, and Johnson handed over a North Carolina driver's license. On a hunch, Rodriguez gave the license to a fellow customs agent to run through the National Crime Information Center database. Meanwhile, Rodriguez asked to inspect Johnson's bags. When she went through his luggage, she found $10,714 US. Rodriguez knew she was on to something.
Hey, we got a problem with him on ID check. We're gonna have to detain him.
Her fellow agent returned with the news that the name on the license, Roger D. Lauder, was an alias for Philip Johnson. The computer search came back with the flash alert: will extradite from anywhere in the world.
At that time, he was taken into custody, and the FBI office in Brownsville, Texas, was notified that Mr. Johnson had been apprehended.
When we heard that he finally got caught down in Brownsville, Texas, by riding on a bus with fake identification and $10,000 on him, we just shook our heads in amazement and said, we thought this guy was a lot smarter than he turned out to be. It's because he was just an average guy. So when he finally got caught in such an average way, we really shouldn't have expected anything else.
Johnson was arrested and charged with armed robbery, kidnapping, and unlawful flight to avoid prosecution. If convicted on all counts, he faced a maximum sentence of life in prison and $1 million fine. Federal officials offered Johnson a deal in exchange for the missing money, but Johnson spurned any cooperation, thinking the money was safely hidden. He was wrong. When Johnson was arrested using the alias of Roger Lauder, FBI detectives discovered that a man using the same name had rented a room in Mexico City. A search of the boarding room yielded a yellow receipt from Mountain Home Mini Storage. At 2 in the morning on September 17th, 1997, FBI agents rolled up the door of the unit Johnson had rented. They found the missing Loomis Fargo money. Johnson left some personal items, including a book on depression and the videotape, If I'm So Wonderful, Why Am I Still Single? From the Brownsville arrest and the Mountain Home Storage Unit, the FBI recovered all but $100,000 of the millions that had been stolen. With the overwhelming evidence, there was little need for a trial. Johnson pled guilty to the charges of kidnapping, money laundering, and violation of interstate commerce under the Hobbs Act. He was sent to a maximum security federal prison, where he currently serves a 25-year sentence. The restitution he owes Loomis Fargo is $59,834.70. It will be paid back through prison labor at a lot less than $7 an hour. when a shipping clerk's idle scheme turns into the biggest heist in U.S. history, no one's more surprised than he is. But sudden wealth can have lethal consequences. Friday, December 8th, 1978, New York's Kennedy Airport. It's business as usual at the Lufthansa Overseas Cargo Terminal. Each year, billions of dollars in cash and merchandise clear this room from all over Europe. The lure of this untold wealth can be intoxicating. And a Lufthansa shipping clerk named Louis Werner fell deeply under its spell. Deep enough to be in way over his head. When he wasn't gambling away his paycheck, Louis Werner and his best friend and co-worker, Peter Grunwald, thought up ways to rip off Lufthansa. Years earlier, they even drew floor plans and copied employees' schedules. In fact, they devised what seemed like a perfect plan, except for one crucial detail.
The only thing that required the plan to work were robbers, which Grunwald and Werner had terrible difficulty finding.
They fought over what to do next, and their friendship disintegrated. The plan sat, nearly forgotten. As months passed, Werner went further into debt. He began receiving threats from his bookie, a man named Marty Krugman. Marty Krugman hung out at a bar called Robert's Lounge, which lay just outside the airport and just outside the law. Robert's Lounge is one of those places you wouldn't want to be caught dead in. Though for the guys who come here, being caught dead is an occupational hazard. It was the haunt of a gang of hoods and cronies known predictably as the Robert's Lounge Gang.
Their lives was a series of scores. Scores meaning a job, a criminal job, whether it be an armed robbery or to beat somebody out of money, a local proprietor, or a scam. They went from one to another.
Werner, hopelessly in debt, realized he had something that would erase his obligations to Krugman and make himself a little money besides. The heist plans.
Come on now. What's the call? All right.
Krugman shared the idea with his boss, Jimmy Burke, a mob enforcer who owned the lounge and the gang.
Let's go in the back. Burke had an incredible violent reputation. In one case, Jimmy was known to have broken every single bone in the face of someone who was late on a payment.
Now Burke was in trouble himself. The mob demanded he keep the cash flowing. He needed a lucrative plan. He needed Werner's plan. New York's major crime families had their hooks in Kennedy Airport. Burke would have to have their blessing first.
Let me tell you, I got something lined up. You got an inside man.
Burke told the plan to his boss, Paul Vario, a captain of the Lucchese crime family. Burke promised him the lion's share of the profits. The entire haul was expected to be around $2 million. Permission granted.
No, you're gonna be
Armed with Werner and Grunwald's plan, Burke and the Robert's Lounge gang hammered out the details. They'd go in late, when only a skeleton crew of 10 was on, striking while the graveyard shift was at lunch, The gang would break into two teams. Team 1 would capture the employees in the lunchroom. Team 2 would secure the cargo terminal. It was a brilliantly simple plan.
Remember, these guys they're not cowboys necessarily. They don't want to go in shooting up a place because it puts a tremendous amount of pressure on them afterwards. Law enforcement will tend to be much more dedicated sometimes when people get hurt or killed. So they don't want to do that. They want to make it simple, low-keyed.
To ensure that simplicity, the Mafia hedged its bets. They sent along a mob soldier to act as their eyes, ears, and if necessary, their hired gun. So Burke felt the pressure for the plan to succeed. It wasn't just a matter of pride or money. It was a matter of life and death. The scheme moved forward. There was no turning back, no room for mistakes. Monday, December 11th, 1978. Just before 3 a.m., Burke's team pulled into the Lufthansa air cargo terminal, right on schedule. Once they arrived, the team split. Team 1 rushed into the building. Team 2 pulled the van into position. Clearing the security gate, they moved toward the loading dock, where they would wait for the all-clear signal. Team 1 headed toward the lunchroom. On their way, they split up to sweep for any employees who weren't at lunch.
Don't move! Don't get the other guys! Where are the other guys? In the lunchroom.
They surprised the cargo agent in his office.
He went home. Don't look at us! Get off. You just stay with him. Yep.
1 man down, 9 to go. Inside the van, the waiting was becoming unbearable.
Take this off. Can't have
And
it
so
anymore.
were the heavy ski masks.
Jeez, what is going on here? I don't know.
Team 2, away from the action, was lulled into complacency. Team 1 made its way to the lunchroom. Werner's floor plan told the men where to find it.
There's 5 of them.
They made their move.
They handcuffed everybody so that nobody could move. They all had masks on so that there would be no issue of being recognized. In the sense, it was fairly professional.
You don't get hurt.
The goal was to capture the supervisor who had the key to the high-value room. Catching him and the other roving employees would present more of a challenge. This was the most dangerous part of the plan. If just one person evaded their net, the whole scheme could crash down around them.
And during the robbery, there was one glitch. A worker for Lufthansa who was doing his rounds came back, and he noted the van and noted that something was suspicious.
When he got out, they grabbed him. Hearing the commotion, the warehouse manager stepped out to see what the problem was.
Come here. I got one right here. Get it. Let's go.
Both men were forced into the van.
Get in there. You gotta stay down.
Get your face down. Don't even look at me. Stay down.
Realizing that they had been seen without their masks, the robbers took the captives' IDs and read their addresses.
You, give me your wallet. I'm going to see what's taking so long. Okay, give me your wallet. Turn around. I didn't say you look at me. You ever rat out on me? I'm going to come after and find you.
They threatened to kill them if they went to the police.
I'm going to come after and kill you. You understand me? Do you understand me? Yes. Get down there. You, don't move. Don't move. All right.
The supervisor, unaware he was being tricked, answered an urgent call to come to the lunchroom.
Don't be afraid.
and fell into the hands of his
You
captors.
won't get hurt. You Rudy? Huh? You Rudy?
They demanded to know where the security guard was.
I don't know. Don't lie to me. I don't
The
know.
supervisor didn't know. They didn't trust him, so they took him along on their hunt for the guard. The security guard, the only one on the graveyard shift, had been employed at Lufthansa less than 2 weeks. He was still trying to learn the procedures and already grappling with the stultifying boredom of late-night security.
Go, go, go. Hands on the head. Hands on the head. Get out, down, get out, down. Don't make a word. Don't say a word. Don't move, old man, or your brains will be on the ceiling. Flashlight down. You got him? You got him? I got him. Well, coming to you. Come on. Hands on your head. Hands on your head.
Once the guard was subdued, Team 1 began looking for the 2 missing employees. They could be anywhere.
Don't lie to me. I don't know. Watch these.
The garage door rolled open, and they learned that Team 2 had matters under control.
2? How many you got? I got 2. Where's somebody else? In the lunchroom, we got 2 down here. Get those 2 in here. Get those 2 down here. Get out. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Come on. Get out. 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 Get out.
Everyone was accounted for.
Get out. Get out.
They then forced the supervisor to hand over his alarm keys.
Where is it? Where's the alarm? It's right there. Wait a minute. Let him do it.
At the last moment, they had second thoughts and had the supervisor turn off the alarm himself in case there was some trick involved.
Don't screw up. Is that it? Huh? That's it? Don't lie to me.
The manager was did the right thing and said, look, take the money, just don't hurt anybody. So everything went as smooth as it possibly could.
Come on, let's go. Around here. Hurry up. Go, 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 go. Come on.
On to the high-value room, where the most valuable items were held until they could be shipped out.
Faster, Rudy. You're not moving fast enough. Come on. Get in there. Go get the other guys. Open it up. I don't have all night. Back up. Hands on your head. Move. Get him out of here. Come on. Get out of here. Get out.
On this night, the high-value room held unmounted gems and a shipment of currency en route to Chase Manhattan from Germany. Most were used bills collected from American tourists. Money that's impossible to trace. Invigorated by their success, the men loaded 72 boxes in a matter of minutes.
They kept unloading and unloading and unloading, and before they knew it, they were unloading boxes of money and jewelry until they just filled the van to the brim and had to leave stuff there.
It was time to move out. A little over an hour after they arrived, the Roberts Lounge gang left, richer for the experience. They kept to the speed limit. The van was followed by a chase car driven by accomplices who would try to distract any pursuing police. It wasn't necessary. The getaway was clean and quick. It was just after 5 a.m. when the van pulled into a warehouse garage and out of sight. The men began the happy task of unloading their haul. They'd each get their cut, but only after Burke and the Mafia Dons got theirs. Though the haul looked larger than the thieves had anticipated, it would never make them rich.
That's not how it works in the mob. The The top guys get the money, the workers don't get a lot. They weren't getting more than $50,000 each. That was it, $50,000, $60,000. They weren't going to get $1 million.
Burke asked one of his henchmen, Stax Edwards, to get rid of the van. A car crusher was already reserved. There would be nothing to tie Burke's gang to the crime, or so it seemed. Because Burke immediately took control of the money, his men had to learn about the size of the haul by hearing it on the news.
At approximately 3:45 this morning, what was reported to us by Lufthansa Airlines was a armed robbery of approximately, according to Lufthansa, $3 to $5 million, which has not been verified at this time.
The whole country was talking about it. Final estimate, around $7 million in unmarked currency and $1 million in unmounted gemstones and gold. The loot was virtually untraceable, the haul unprecedented, the timing impeccable.
And then they realized how big it was. And bottom line was it was too much, it was too big. And that's what caused their undoing. That's what they crumbled because of it. It was just too big for them.
The men's fee now seemed like peanuts. It paled in comparison to what the FBI was offering for information about the crime. Some of the gang hinted to Burke that they'd need more money to keep his name out of it. The magnitude of the caper assured that the authorities weren't going to give up until it was solved. The FBI knew by how smoothly it went that it was an inside job. When they questioned the Lufthansa employees, two names kept coming up.
We had people saying that Grunwald and Werner were involved in this. We had enough people saying it, but not enough evidence. Nobody to testify that they knew any of the details. And so we keep an eye on these people.
Is that what you think? You think you'll take the whole...
When Werner arrived at work the next day, Peter Grunwald confronted him right away. He knew that Werner had stolen the plan and betrayed him. Grunwald told him he wouldn't get away with it. Werner was confident he already had. FBI investigators knew that Werner and Grunwald couldn't have pulled it off by themselves. They had another suspect.
When this happened, everybody in law enforcement was taking claim to it because everybody, Port Authority at JFK knew Jimmy Burke. They knew of his involvement at the airport.
It was just a matter of connecting Burke with the crime. The courier and the warehouse manager gave police descriptions of the two men who held them in the van. The warehouse manager got the best look, but it was only a glimpse, and he was too terrified to remember much. This could have been the FBI's big break, but that's not how it turned out.
We tried to do an artist conception with him. We came up with something, but it really we couldn't do anything with it.
3 days after the heist, a parking officer in Brooklyn spotted a van matching the one the victims described. The van had been reported stolen. A warrant was granted, and it was searched and dusted for fingerprints. Prints found in the van led nowhere, but detectives did find the wallet belonging to one of the victims. This was definitely the van used in the Lufthansa heist, the van that Stax Edwards was supposed to have destroyed. Several days later, detectives found Stax Edwards shot to death in his apartment.
We knew that he hung out in Robert's Lounge. We knew that he was kind of a knock-around guy. As soon as he shows up dead with a bullet in the back of his head, you put two and two together, okay? He was involved in it. clearly he must have been involved in it because we knew Burke was involved at the time.
Meanwhile, Louis Werner began receiving portions of his cut, 10% of the total take. It arrived a little at a time in a variety of clandestine ways. Then, unable to control his conspicuous consumption, Werner bought a new van. The FBI didn't fail to notice his newfound wealth. They were already watching him, and they'd learned that his bookie was Marty Krugman of the Roberts Lounge gang. Krugman was the connection to Burke that investigators needed. But when they paid a visit to Krugman, they were only half surprised that he wasn't there. When he failed to reappear, he was presumed dead. His body has never been found. The links between Jimmy Burke, the crime boss, and Louis Werner, the inside man, were breaking one by one.
Every time you got a lead, every time you found somebody else that might have been involved in the case, you would try to act as quickly as possible. So just as we get one thing, the next you turn around, another body, another dead body, another dead end. Extremely frustrating.
The FBI thought if they put pressure on Werner, he'd give them the connections that would lead to Jimmy Burke. To get to Werner, they pressed his old friend Peter Grunwald. He was subpoenaed as a material witness.
And that's when everything starts to unravel. Because once Grunwald is put under pressure, he folds like an accordion.
The FBI orchestrated an accidental meeting between Grunwald and Werner at headquarters. Grunwald had already told authorities about how he conspired with Werner, how Werner stole his plan and robbed Lufthansa without him.
You're crazy.
Werner still proclaimed his innocence.
But I know nothing about it.
Even so, investigators had everything they needed to charge him with the crime. But they were after bigger game. Jimmy Burke and the Roberts Lounge gang. Werner refused to cooperate.
He demanded to go on trial, denied everything. They would say, Louis, listen to us. You can't beat this case. We're prepared to offer you a reasonable deal. You can tell us who you talked to from Jimmy Burke's gang. That's the critical connection we need. Without you, we cannot make that connection.
Investigators say Louis Werner is a
Their pleas fell on deaf ears.
in debt to associates of the Paul Berry.
Werner stood trial and received a 15-year sentence. After several months, his thoughts cleared. He decided to talk, to tell authorities who his contacts were. But he was too late.
Now he's finally going to tell the truth. He's going to finally tell the story. What's the problem? The problem is the guy's whose name he mentions is dead because Burke has anticipated just that very possibility.
He was found in the basement hallway.
There's a saying that 3 may keep a secret if 2 of them are dead. By killing off most of his gang, Burke had successfully severed his ties to the Lufthansa caper, leaving police with nothing. But the most elaborate American caper of its kind was also the most futile. Nobody involved with the heist lived to spend their money.
Burke regretted the day that he heard about all his money to be robbed at Lufthansa because he said the money turned out to be cursed. Whoever it touched, whoever got near that money, died or went to prison. It was almost as if the money was toxic.
Jimmy Burke was sentenced to life in prison on unrelated charges. Louis Werner was the only person to be charged for the crime. None of the $8 million has ever been recovered. It's presumed to be in the coffers of organized crime. an impenetrable vault is cracked by an ingenious plan. The losses are spectacular, and the mastermind becomes a folk hero, even to those he robbed. Every summer, Europe's elite flock to the French Riviera to soak up the Mediterranean sun. They spend their millions in the lavish casinos, exclusive boutiques, and world-renowned restaurants that adorn the coastline. The affluent citizens and tourists safeguard their wealth in the vaults of the area's banks. One of the oldest and wealthiest of these fortresses is the Bank of the Société Générale in Nice. Monday morning of July 19th, 1976, started like every other weekday. Minutes before 9 a.m., the officers of the bank went to open the main vault to release the money for transactions. The vault not only held millions of francs in currency, but 4,000 lockboxes. But the inner door proved stubborn. It wouldn't open. The 75-year-old door had been stuck before, and a few drops of oil had always solved the problem. Inconvenienced customers waited with the assurance that their money and valuables resided in one of the most secure spots in Nice. After all, the steel door weighed more than 20 tons, and the walls around the vault were a foot of reinforced concrete. By 9:30, a representative from the company that had manufactured the vault arrived to work on the lock mechanism. He went through the unlocking procedure again and again. With each try, the tumblers moved freely. The lock worked fine. Nevertheless, the door remained stuck to its frame, and no marks showed that the door had been forced. By 11, frustrated customers began to worry. They wanted their money. They wanted to get to their valuables, and nobody was telling them why they had to wait. Anxiety rose all around. By noon, bank management made the decision to break through the side of the vault and see what was jamming the door. The crowd outside grew larger and more impatient. By 3 p.m., the workmen created a small hole through which they could peer inside the vault. The impossible had happened. The bank had been robbed.
Every high-ranking cop in Nice showed up. They knew without being told that this was really an important crime and that the imagination of the world was about to be stuck on it for a long period of time. Anyway, all these cops come in, the customers are still locked out in the street, and the smallest of the detectives present was told to go through the hole and make sure that the criminals were not still inside.
The detective found papers and documents covering the floor, and among the litter, he saw equipment the thieves used to break into the vault.
And he says, and wait until you see what's written on the walls. And what's written is, ni arme, ni violence, et sans haine, which was translated in English without arms, without violence, and without hate.
A quick survey of the vault revealed how the thieves got in and out. A hole opened up to a 30-foot tunnel. It led to the city's underground sewer system. From the quality of the work and the amount of evidence left behind, the police surmised that more than one man had been responsible for this. They were hunting for a gang of thieves that quickly became known as the Sewer Rats. The thieves had left behind 2,500 pounds of equipment inside the vault, more in the tunnel and sewer. The police retrieved 27 acetylene cylinders that had been used to fuel blowtorches. There was venting equipment to bring fresh air into the tunnel. Investigators found a half-mile of electrical cable, as well as waterproof flashlights. The wholesale plunder of the Société Générale made international headlines. The bank offered a $250,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of the Sewer Rats.
They began to bring in detectives from all over France. The amount of work the detectives now were faced with was staggering.
Authorities estimated that the mysterious thieves had stolen some $10 million in currency, jewelry, and precious metals. At the time, it was not only the biggest bank robbery in world history, it was, as heists go, a French work of art.
The police knew that it was done by real professionals. The loot itself and the means used to get it made the investigators realize that it was the heist of the century, and that expression would impose itself on everyone.
It took 12 detectives 4 days to catalog all the vault's contents, but they never found a single usable fingerprint. Police first suspected that it was an inside job. They began interviewing present and former bank employees. They also had to question the thousands of lockbox holders, and they still had to trace back each and every piece of equipment the Sewer Rats left behind. The heist of the century was being followed by the investigation of the century. It was not only a frustrating amount of work. The criminals investigators sought were becoming folk heroes.
I think the principal emotion of the detectives at this time was rage at the people who were laughing at the crime, laughing and applauding at the crime, who went around talking to each other and instead of saying hello and goodbye, they would say, without arms, without violence, without hatred. The detectives couldn't stand that.
While logging the evidence, an officer spotted red chisels. It wasn't the first time he'd seen chisels like this. Days earlier, during a routine search, this same officer saw identical chisels in the possession of a known criminal, Daniel Michelucci. At the time, there seemed nothing particularly suspicious about Michelucci's activities. So the officer let his car pass, but not before making note of what he saw. Nice detectives spread Michelucci's name to police throughout the region in the hopes that someone would report back with more information. A lead came from a small village where 2 police officers had encountered Michelucci only weeks before the break-in. A woman had called the authorities to report suspicious activity at an empty villa in her neighborhood. When officers arrived, they found a group of men waiting outside. They provided reasonable proof that they had permission to hold a party at the residence. One of the partiers had been Michelucci. Days after the crime, the villa visit paid off.
They got a phone call from an informant interested in the 1 million francs reward from the Société Générale. He told them, "You know the people you've checked at the villa? These are the ones responsible for the heist of the century."
Nice police scoured the premises for evidence. Among the items they collected, there was a watertight flashlight, similar to those found in the vault. Dried mud caked to the bottom matched that found in the sewer. Finally, the police had a starting point. Detectives met with the prosecutor, convinced that they had stumbled upon members of the sewer rats. But investigators felt that none of the suspects so far had the skill to put together this operation. They decided to put them under 24-hour surveillance. The next big break came in early October when two men tried to cash gold ingots at a local bank. The teller processed the serial numbers of the ingots and saw they matched those stolen from the bank. She notified the police, and the two men were arrested. Authorities added Alain Bournard and Francis Pellegrin to the list of potential sewer rats. Police began rounding up suspects in hopes of forcing the mastermind to the surface. Through the weeks, the list had grown to include relatives, contacts, and accomplices. All were brought in for questioning. In France, police have the right to hold any suspect in custody without legal counsel for 48 hours. Many criminals crack under the grueling two-day interrogation known as garde à vue.
Somebody gives the police a name, and they go to arrest a 44-year-old photographer in Nice, and he says, "What? Me the brain? You're crazy." And the cops must have felt despair close to it, because he did not fit the profile either, and he certainly sounded innocent. His name is Albert Spaggiari.
Bonjour. Que puis-je faire pour vous? Nothing but the confession of a petty crook suggested Albert was a criminal mastermind. From all appearances, Spaggiari lived a simple life as a photographer in Nice. Friends knew him as a charming romantic who was above all loyal, especially to his wife Audi. The couple preferred living in the country, where they were restoring an old farmhouse. Once he was arrested, a battle of wills began between Spaggiari and the police detectives. For 36 continuous hours of relentless questioning, Spaggiari stubbornly claimed his innocence. The detectives tried every trick they knew, but Spaggiari remained calm. While the interrogation continued, police raided the cottage Spaggiari shared with his wife. The search turned up illegal weapons and dynamite. The discovery gave the detectives the upper hand in the interrogation.
They tried to make a deal, an absolutely illegal blackmail. They told him, either you confess that you are the brains behind the heist of the century, or we charge your wife with illegal possession of firearms and put her in prison for many years.
To save his wife, Spaggiari finally confessed to the crime. He detailed exactly how he put together the plunder. The idea came to him 2 years earlier. A neighbor who worked as a manager at the bank let it slip that the vault had no alarm. Spaggiari went to the bank and rented a lockbox. He photographed the interior of the vault and made extensive notes. It would take hours to break into the thousands of lockboxes. He needed a quiet, unnoticeable way of getting in. Fortunately for Spaggiari, Nice had an extensive underground sewer system. For 6 weeks, he endured the stench of the rat-infested maze, trying to find the sewer line that led to the bank. To combat the odor, he smoked or chewed on a cigar. Finally, posing as a contractor, he went to City Hall and obtained a map of the sewer system. With this help, he found the sewer branch that ran nearest to the bank. At its closest point, it still left 30 feet of tunnel to be dug. Spaggiari now had the plan, but not the means to achieve it. So he traveled to nearby Marseille and met with the city's organized crime leaders. The ambitious plan intrigued the mob bosses. In return for a cut of the take, they agreed to provide all the equipment and manpower. Some of the sewer rats were engineers, others electricians. But most of all, the rats were diggers. Every other night in May and June, they went to work. During the digging, Spaggiari set up an elaborate lookout system. With sentries and radios, the tunnelers could be warned and escape in just over a minute. They dug in teams of 3. It was grueling, back-breaking work. The tight space was poorly ventilated and hot. Finally, one of the diggers succumbed to the stress and passed out. Spaggiari reacted like a good manager. He set up a strict schedule. Each team of tunnelers would work only 1 day out of 3. They would dig for 10 minutes, then rest for another 10. There was even a doctor on call in case of emergencies. They strung a half-mile of electrical cable to a nearby underground garage. They now had electricity in the tunnel with which to run ventilators and lights. The sewer rats dug on night after night. Finally, in the first week of July, after 9 weeks of digging, the sewer rats reached the wall of the vault. But they still faced 12 inches of reinforced concrete. They needed jackhammers and drills to break through. Spaggiari feared the noise would be heard from the street above. His fears proved groundless. They would get halfway through the vault wall that night. Next weekend, they would be in. Friday, July 16th, well after the bank had closed for the weekend, the rats began to move. They carried their equipment on inflatable rafts through the sewer lines to the tunnel opening. They still had 6 inches of reinforced concrete to break through. These last inches proved to be the toughest. The drilling took far longer than Spaggiari had planned. It was 2 a.m. Sunday morning when the rats finally entered the vault. The first order of business was welding the steel door to its frame. This way, if someone tried to enter the vault, Spaggiari and his crew would have time to escape. Then the rats went to work. They started cutting into the security boxes one by one, and what they found exceeded their dreams. Jewelry, silver goblets, and gold in all forms. Government securities, bearer bonds, cash, stock certificates, and banknotes. On Sunday evening, they broke for dinner. Spaggiari provided a gourmet feast: goose liver pate, sausage, soups, cheese, and fish, as well as wine. And they ate their delicacies like kings on gold plates found in one of the boxes. Armed couriers had come to make a night deposit. Pennies from heaven. The plunder continued uninterrupted through the night. The thieves spent a total of 27 hours in the vault. At 5 a.m. Monday morning, Spaggiari declared that it was time to go. The bank would open in less than 4 hours.
When they were ready to leave the vault, Spaggiari got a bright idea. There we see the poet, the artist, the lover of books and writing. Without asking anyone, because the gangsters would laugh at it, he wrote that famous sentence that helped to build his legend. Without weapons, without hate, and without violence.
The sewer rats were long gone by the time the bank officers tried to open the vault. They had broken into a little less than 400 boxes, 10% of the 4,000 total. But it was more than enough. No one expected that Spaggiari would receive more than a 2-year sentence if he fully cooperated with authorities. The victims had been reimbursed by the insurance companies, and the crime had been non-violent. But Spaggiari was determined not to spend a day behind bars for the heist of the century. He cooperated with the authorities, giving them most of the details of the crime, but he never revealed the names of his accomplices. For 20 weeks, Spaggiari met every Thursday with the instruction judge, a French court officer that serves as a combination of grand jury and prosecutor. On the 10th of May, 1977, in the last meeting before his trial, Spaggiari gave the instruction judge 3 pieces of paper with drawings of the Nice sewers. When the judge looked confused, Spaggiari offered his assistance. Attorney Jacques Perrat, presently the mayor of Nice, represented Spaggiari during this time.
He just naturally stood up. He walked around the judge's desk, got behind him, and he said, "Voilà, we started from here, and we did this, this, and that, and finally arrived there." The judge said, "Good, very good." And Albert, very calmly, started back for his seat. Then, all of a sudden, he opened the window, and in 1/10 of a second, he disappeared.
The authorities never recaptured Spaggiari, nor did they recover any of his share of the money. He did, however, send $600 in cash to the owner of the car whose roof he landed on.
And Spaggiari has now topped the crime of the century with the escape of the century.
Of his accomplices, 3 were acquitted, and 3 found guilty and sentenced to 5 years. Spaggiari himself lived the rest of his life on the run, taunting the police with letters and appearances in magazines. His wife, Audi, didn't join her husband in exile. She remained in Nice, where she continued to work as a nurse. In the end, the mastermind behind the heist of the century died of lung cancer in 1989. World War II England, a German pilot defies all odds, concocting a bold and risky plan for escape. Before he could fly, he has to crawl. On October 12, 1940, the normally serene hillsides of England's Lake District resounded with the barking of dogs and the tramping boots of the local police and the British Army. They were looking for a German, an escaped prisoner of war. The Battle of Britain had raged throughout the summer and into the fall, as Hitler's Luftwaffe tried desperately to wrest control of the skies from the RAF.
The Battle of Britain was just, in the simplest terms, a matter of air superiority. For the Germans to stage the invasion of Britain, they needed air superiority over the beaches, and until they could establish that, there was no way that they could proceed.
However, the British were proving much tougher than Hitler's high command had anticipated. Before the battle was over, the Germans would lose more than 1,700 aircraft, nearly twice as many as the British. And while RAF airmen bailed out over friendly soil, thousands of Luftwaffe crewmen were captured, interrogated, and imprisoned.
The prisoners fell into two distinctive camps. One group were fairly happy to accept imprisonment and wait for their release. Others, the men of action, if you like to call them that, were about wanting to get out and cause problems.
One of these troublemakers was First Lieutenant Franz von Vera, a 27-year-old fighter pilot. He had been captured September 5, 1940, after being shot down during a bombing raid. Von Vera was a notorious show-off, whose charismatic charm made him a darling of the German media. He kept a lion cub as his unit's mascot and claimed to be a disenfranchised bearer, wearing a large signet ring which bore his family's coat of arms.
And this picture, of course, got to British intelligence, so as soon as he was picked up, it was pretty clear who he was right from the word go.
Von Vera had escaped from the Grisdale Hall POW camp and had been on the run for 5 days. But now, his pursuers had him surrounded. With nowhere left to run, he had tried to hide in the underbrush.
I surrender!
Franz von Vera was finally recaptured. After serving 19 days in solitary confinement, von Vera was transferred to Officers' Transit Camp number 13, near the village of Swanwick, north of London. He found many former comrades in arms among the prisoners, including Ulrich Steinhilper, a fellow fighter pilot whom he knew from flight training school. Von Vera immediately asked him if there was a way to escape.
We didn't even have time enough to talk to each other about how we were shot down. I said, "Don't you know England is an island? You cannot get home from here." He said, "I will try. I have tried once. I will keep on."
Blackout is at 10.
2 obstacles stood in his way. The first was getting out of Swanwick. The second was getting out of England. Still, he was determined to succeed.
Gentlemen, there'll be a special mail this morning. Red Cross packages. You can pick them up in the corporal's office.
His confidence and conviction inspired his fellow officers, and even those of higher rank deferred to his leadership.
All right then, roll call. Fritz. Here. Oscar. Here.
He quickly assembled a crew.
Mondera.
Here.
The first was Lieutenant Walter Manhart,
Here.
followed by Lieutenants Hans Wilhelm
Here.
and Doc Wagner.
Here.
The fifth man was Major Heinz Kramer.
We were walking around the barbed wire and didn't find that there was any opportunity. We couldn't imagine anything else, so we just turned to the classic way to build the tunnel.
Here. Helmut. Here.
Roll call was taken at breakfast and twice in the evening, but not at lunch.
Friedrich. Here. All right then.
So by skipping the midday meal, the men were able to work uninterrupted from roughly 10 until 4.
All right then. Dismissed.
Von Vera jokingly named their group the Swanwick Construction Company. Although only 5 men would be escaping, the entire camp was involved in the effort. An elaborate network of lookouts was set up so that warning signals could be passed quickly to the men doing the digging. An unused room in the north wing was the starting point. From there, it was less than 15 yards to the barbed wire. The excavation would pass mere feet from the base of the guard tower, but it was a risk they would have to take. A carefully cut section of floor disguised the entrance. Their tools were provided by the British. Scoops and fire buckets, meant for disposing of incendiary bombs, made short work of the dirt beneath the barracks. With a jam jar and bits of wire, they rigged a makeshift work lamp. It often gave them nasty shocks. 2 men took turns digging, while the others concealed the evidence by dumping the dirt in a cistern on the barracks lawn. Passing so close to the guard tower, any heavy labor in the tunnel could potentially be heard above ground.
Tell them to halt. Schnell!
So the lamp also served as a warning signal. The network of men stationed in the hallways could pass the alarm quickly enough. Although the entrance could be hidden in seconds, telltale signs of digging could not. If the British had come to investigate, they would have found the prisoners covered in fresh dirt.
It was so close to the ground level that it was dangerous that the guards inside or outside might even see, at least hear it. So it was always decided to make noise.
Sturm, 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 Sturm.
From that point on, whenever the men were digging, diversion crews went into action. Arguing, singing, and playing the gramophone.
What is that?
While the team spent their days tunneling, at night they discussed their plans to get out of England. Wagner and Wilhelm decided to head for Liverpool, where they would attempt to stow away on a neutral ship. Kramer and Manhard would try for Glasgow, where they also hoped to stow away. But von Vera had something much more audacious in mind. He planned to find the nearest airfield, bluff his way onto the base, and steal a plane.
His idea was to make contact with the RAF directly or through the police, and to maintain that he was a Dutch pilot, Captain Van Lot, who'd been flying a Wellington bomber with an experimental bomb sight, and that had to put the aircraft down, but he needed to get back to his base in Scotland very quickly to report, and it was all top secret.
We knew that Dutch pilots had escaped to England. We knew that Dutch pilots were flying for the RAF. He was suspicious that his German would come through. But Dutch is quite similar to German, so he decided, language-wise, Dutch would fit.
To equip himself for this charade, von Vera borrowed articles from other prisoners. A flight suit from one, boots from another, a pair of flying gloves from a third. He would also need some kind of ID. On the pretext of settling a bet, he tricked a British corporal into showing him his identity tag. While the men joked about the bet, they examined the disc, noting the look and feel of it. One of the forgers took an imprint of its exact size by pressing the disc against the palm of his hand.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you? Thank you very much, Uncle Burrell.
Now, they just needed to find some way to copy it. In the meantime, a problem was developing with the dig. They were running out of air. Going up to the face and back was like swimming the length of a pool underwater. Work had slowed to a near standstill, and they were only halfway to the barbed wire.
So what's we going to do?
Then, fate dealt them another blow.
They were digging the tunnel close to the fence. They were meeting with a sewage pipe, a large sewage pipe. Trying to go underneath it wasn't possible because water collected below the pipe. So they had to go over it.
Going over the pipe would bring the tunnel dangerously close to ground level, dramatically increasing the risk of detection, or even worse, collapse. But it was their only option. They retreated a few precious yards and started sloping the tunnel carefully upward toward the surface. There was so little oxygen, a man could only stay at the far end of the tunnel for a minute or two. Walter Manhard was working the face when the unthinkable happened. There was a cave-in.
Walter! Wo bist du? Wo bist du?
The prisoner's escape tunnel had collapsed, and it seemed Lieutenant Walter Manhard had been buried alive. Although shaken, Manhard was uninjured by the cave-in. When Franz von Vera returned to assess the damage, he found the lamp was still working. And the disaster was a blessing in disguise. The British had buried rolls of barbed wire along the perimeter of the camp to keep prisoners from digging under the fence at ground level. But they never imagined someone might come up on it from underneath. The buried wire supported the ground above it, allowing much-needed air to filter down to the tunnel. The Swanwick Construction Company was back in business. Work now progressed at a rapid rate. On December 17th, while the others watched, Manhard tested the exit point by poking a stick up through the last few inches of dirt. It appeared outside the barbed wire. The tunnel had taken an entire month, but they were through. They decided to make their break the following Friday. As fate would have it, a bombing raid was launched that night. The sound of the Luftwaffe bombs was music to the Germans' ears. It was a perfect diversion, and the forced blackout would give them better cover. It was time for Von Vera to become Captain Von Lot. His only props were some British cigarettes and the camp copy of the Times. With little more than charm and bravado to bolster his story, he prepared to leave the safety of the camp in search of an enemy airfield.
When you change from the dull life of POW to try to escape, you are changing your life completely, because now you are back at war, because now you are going to be shot at.
And there we were, the barbed wire behind us, the five of us, cleaning from the reddish dust. And we promised each other Christmas at Berlin.
The five men were out, but there was no time for celebration. The tunnel exit was camouflaged so that if undiscovered, others could use it at a later date. Their escape from camp was a success, but now they faced the real challenge, avoiding capture and getting out of England. Cromer and Manhard went north toward Scotland, and Wagner and Wilhelm northwest toward Liverpool, while Franz von Vera headed right into the arms of the enemy. He had convinced a railroad worker that he was Captain Von Lot, a downed Dutch pilot, and persuaded the man to call an airfield.
He was a very outward-going person, a very able actor, and probably able to read the way people's thoughts were going and to guide them in his own way. He was picked up from the railway station by an RAF driver in a vehicle, and because he approached the Air Force base in the vehicle, he would have automatically been allowed in.
The duty officer at the airbase had sent a car to pick up Captain Von Lot, the Dutch pilot. But he found one thing strange. There was no rank of captain in the RAF. The duty officer wanted to get a look at Captain Von Lot in person.
Sir, this is
Von Vera repeated his story for the duty officer. He said he was part of the mixed special bomber squadron based at Aberdeen. There was no such squadron, but von Vera hoped it would sound cryptic enough to be believable.
Air Force, the plane crashed not too far from here.
The officer placed a call to Aberdeen to verify the story.
May I have the command duty post for Aberdeen? Yes? Very good. Tally-ho. Tally-ho.
Von Vera knew it was now or never.
Yeah, if you could excuse
He
me,
casually excused himself to go to the washroom.
Yes? Certainly.
Where he quickly scrambled out a window and hurried across the tarmac.
No, I can barely hear you.
He spotted a mechanic working on a Hurricane fighter. He presented himself as Captain Von Lott and said he had been sent to make a practice flight. Pilots of many nationalities were serving with the RAF, and the mechanic didn't find this request unusual. He told Von Vera that he needed to complete some paperwork before he could take the plane. Von Vera signed the logbook as Von Lott, but when he listed his nationality, he nearly gave himself away by making a telltale German-style stroke over the U in Dutch. But no one in the office noticed, and they signed over a brand new British plane to a German pilot. Now that he was finally sitting in the cockpit, Von Vera's impatience to be airborne was almost uncontrollable. Surely the duty officer had discovered his rules by now. The mechanic gave him a quick briefing on the controls, then climbed down to hook up the battery.
Yes, no Aberdeen?
Every passing second was agony. He tried to calm himself by making sense of the English indicator panel. Miles per hour would have to be converted to kilometers, feet to meters.
Very good, thank you.
Yes? Stop and get out of the plane!
But just as he was about to start the engine, his luck ran out. The duty officer had tracked him down. Had he been only a minute or two later, Von Vera could have been airborne. Instead, he surrendered and claimed the protection of the Geneva Convention. All 5 escapees were recaptured.
You are under arrest.
Shortly thereafter, most of the prisoners at Swanwick, including Von Vera, were transferred to a POW camp in Canada. But Von Vera never reached it. He escaped again, this time to freedom. On January 24th, 1941, 11 months before Pearl Harbor, he crossed the Canadian border into the then neutral United States. While the diplomats were trying to decide his fate, the German embassy smuggled him out of the country, through South America, and back to Germany, where he rejoined his unit. On October 25th, 1941, he was leading a patrol of 3 fighters up the coast of Holland when his engine apparently failed. He was in radio contact at the time.
His last words were, "Friends, I think I have to take a bath. I would appreciate you to look after me." This was the end of his life. He had kept his special style to the end.
No trace of Franz von Vera or his aircraft was ever found.
Italian playboy commits the world's largest armed robbery, triggering a world-class game of cat and mouse. For many young men, vandalism is a rite of passage. But Valerio Vici was an overachiever. On January 6, 1972, at age 17, he began his criminal career with a bang when he helped blow up a television tower. Vici had no use for subtlety, and the fireworks would follow him the rest of his life. In his northern Italian hometown of Ascoli Piceno, Vici was considered just another good kid gone bad. But nobody knew just how bad.
Sì, sì. Signore, scusi, dove è Valerio? Valerio? È qui. Valerio sta qui? Este.
Vici came from an educated middle-class home.
Valerio, Valerio!
His father and brother were lawyers. His mother ran a boutique. They resigned themselves to the fact that Valerio was the black sheep. Incorrigible, spoiled, and thanks to his rebellious streak, under arrest.
Come l'hai fatto?
For the young Vici, prison was a learning experience.
Era semplice.
The thieves and con men had much to share.
Sabotà?
E mezza.
And Vici was an apt pupil. The subject he enjoyed the most, he would study for the rest of his life.
Era felice.
How to steal other people's money. Upon his release, Vici began robbing post offices in nearby villages. His notoriety grew. According to Detective James Goldie, Vici's charm and daring quickly made him a celebrity.
He would walk in, and instead of pointing the gun, he would hold up one of his newspaper clippings. And the lady behind the counter would say, "Ah, the bandito," and hand over all the money.
But fame has its downside. Vici soon found himself back in jail. He wasted no time resuming his studies. He was an accomplished criminal by the time he reached his late 20s. In the small town where he lived, he found himself on the law's short list of suspects whenever a robbery was committed. The relentless police pressure began to cramp his style.
Buongiorno. Ciao.
Vici realized that the Italian authorities wouldn't let up until they nailed him. He wouldn't give them the satisfaction. Instead, he packed up and fled the country. He first went to Switzerland to open a bank account and throw police off his trail. Using fake passports, he eventually settled in London, where he had some friends. At first, he didn't know enough English to order a cup of coffee, but he was intelligent. He studied and learned fast. Soon he was back in business, according to reporter James Nicholson.
He stayed low for a while, not very long though. He was back, he'd seen our banks, he'd seen what was happening, and he thought, I would need money, and he started robbing our banks that very year he came here.
The Italian bandit robbed 5 British banks in a matter of months. He moved in and out so quickly, nobody could identify him. And unlike his native Italy, British security guards weren't armed.
Oh, look at this.
Vici was quickly becoming a rich man.
Great, great.
Valerio Vici believed that banks were only good for withdrawing other people's money. For his own wealth, he required something more secure. He kept his stolen assets in a private deposit box near his apartment. Meanwhile, Vici lived the good life in luxurious St. John's Wood. When he wasn't stealing, he passed himself off as an Italian journalist trying to learn English. People naturally assumed he'd come from a wealthy family. Despite his own growing fortune, Vici envied the easy wealth of his rich acquaintances. Always on the lookout for a big score, he was intrigued to learn that his friends kept their valuables in the largest deposit center in London. To Vici, the Knightsbrige Deposit Center brimmed with treasure and opportunity. Located in one of London's most prestigious neighborhoods, the vault featured state-of-the-art security. Vici's surveillance revealed automated locks, 2-foot-thick walls, bulletproof glass, and video surveillance. He realized this was no job for a bandit, even one as remarkable as himself. No, to hit Knightsbrige, he'd have to alter his MO. Posing as a successful businessman, Vici began making regular deposits. He played the part perfectly and refined his scheme with every visit. This promised to be the biggest heist of Vici's career. To pull it off required a subtle plan, a deft touch, and some inside information. Vici studied everything he could about the deposit center. He noted who came in and who went out, and at what time. He befriended the owner, Parvez Latif, to find weaknesses in his operation. But Latif's girlfriend proved to be even more useful. In order to rob the Knightsbrige Deposit Center, Vici first stole Latif's girlfriend. She revealed that Latif was in financial trouble and had an expensive drug habit.
Anybody was going for this smooth-talking Valerio, and she more or less fell for him.
With the information Vici gathered, he formulated his plan. Stealing millions of dollars required millions of details. He'd need tools to break into the boxes and a safe house to store all the loot. And he'd have to be out by 5:30 p.m. when the security chief arrived. To get in and out in time, he would need help. Vici recruited a gang. Since he wanted most of the money and all of the glory, he hired small-time crooks. He'd be the brains, they'd provide the brawn. They'd work cheap, and the police would never suspect them. With the men and the details in place, all Vici had to do was find the perfect time to set in motion the biggest and most dangerous heist of his career. The time had come for Valerio Vici to risk everything for the biggest heist of his life.
Let us through, please. Let us through.
On July 12, 1987, Vici took one of his accomplices to the deposit center and introduced him to Latif as a prospective client. Latif was only too happy to provide a tour of the elaborate facilities. The three men entered a private viewing room inside the vault. The one place the security cameras couldn't reach.
But I have just one problem. My cases are empty, and I need you to listen to me very good, okay? First thing, I don't want to hurt.
Latif asked the guard to show his guests the security features of the depository. As soon as the men were in the security booth, Vici captured the guard.
Take your gun. All right. We go into the other room. I chain you to the post. Let's go. Nose against the wall. Capisci? Nose against the wall.
But one more remained. Vici and his accomplice forced Latif to call the front desk and asked the guard to bring some brochures to his office.
Get down! Get down on your knees! Face down on the floor. Now, go! Don't you look. Don't look. Let's go.
Now no one stood between the robbers and their goal.
I want you to stick your face against the wall. Ciao, boys.
Vici radioed to his men.
Gino!
But there was no response.
Gino! What are you doing, huh? You stay here with him.
Vici had no choice but to leave the building to retrieve them. They were right where they should have been. Their walkie-talkie was simply tuned to the wrong frequency.
Channel 9.
The error cost them precious time.
Because of the breakdown in communications, when he had to physically go out and come back in again, he was then working against the clock because there was a physical security check done around about 5:30.
It was after 4 o'clock. Vici and his gang went right to work. They had little over an hour to crack hundreds of boxes.
They were 20 minutes behind schedule, so they were banging away at these boxes with sledgehammers. Meanwhile, all the guards, including Latif, are handcuffed and away from it all. And it was like a 20th century Aladdin's cave for them. Gold, silver coming out, and pound notes and dollars galore.
Time was up. Although the men had opened only 120 of the nearly 5,000 security boxes, they needed to get out of there. In his haste, Vici cut himself. He had to keep moving.
Go help the others with the money.
A crucial detail remained. Before Latif joined the chained-up guards, Vici gave him a wad of cash. The clever burglar had duped everyone. Even Vici's own gang didn't know that Latif was the inside man. Minutes before the security chief arrived, the gang disguised themselves and loaded the goods into a nondescript van. By the time the Knightsbrige security advisor arrived at 5:30, the gang was long gone.
Go on, what happened? You walked into the main...
Latif played his part perfectly. He had scheduled new guards who wouldn't recognize Vici. Neither of them could describe the robbers' faces. Latif also made sure a technical glitch rendered the security cameras useless.
Stuck it right to your head, didn't it?
Police were astounded by the scope of the crime. Detective James Goldie was at the scene.
Every time a detective walks into a situation similar to this, albeit that this was a very unique situation, I felt personally that it was there had to be an inside connection for this robbery to have taken place. The problem we had, of course, was who was the inside contact.
And how much had been taken. Only the box holders really knew. If the remaining cash and gems were any indication, the robbers had made off with millions. The evidence was scant, a single bloody fingerprint. Investigators knew they had to work fast, or the money was as good as gone. What they didn't know was that Valerio Vici had already fled the country. News of the Knightsbrige heist spread quickly. Distraught box holders lined up outside the deposit center to help police estimate how much was lost. James Nicholson covered the story.
It was a big robbery at a place which is in the middle of Kensington, adjacent to Knightsbridge. And this is where the rich, the famous aristocrats, members of the royal family live, and use this particular safe deposit box. And we knew immediately it happened. I got a call, would I cover it? And I went there to cover it. And I saw people queuing outside, some in tears, who had lost all their belongings.
Estimates kept climbing. 5 million pounds, 20 million, 40 million pounds or more. Among the lost treasures was the 42-carat flick diamond, owned by the family who controls Mercedes-Benz, worth 1.5 million pounds. A true figure of the losses was difficult to gauge, but it was the biggest armed robbery of all time. As Scotland Yard investigated the heist, they became convinced the robbers had inside help. Police ran the sole fingerprint through the files of criminals in the United Kingdom. There was no match. When they sent it to Interpol, they got a hit on an Italian criminal named Valerio Vici. As British detectives learned more about Vici's reputation as a playboy, they began to theorize that the inside man at Knightsbridge might be a woman.
There were several young girls who worked in the safe deposit center. Once we had established the identity of Valerio Vici and his bona fides, the glamour boy with the fast car, the drugs, and the playboy lifestyle, of course, it looked, there was a possibility that any one of 3 girls could have been seduced by Vici.
While the police scoured Britain for Vici, he continued playing the game. He ordered an expensive sports car and slipped back into the country to get it.
So many opportunities to have fled the country, and yet you kept coming back again. But of course he wanted to live on the edge. He wasn't happy just being an ordinary bank robber.
Provided with information from Italian authorities, British police kept Vici's associates under observation. Their joint effort was Vici's undoing. A month after the heist, police observed the robber leaving an upscale London hotel in his Ferrari. They arrested him as he waited for an export license to take the Ferrari to South America.
He never believed he'd be caught. He should have gone the previous week and the Ferrari would have come over to South America. But he stayed on. And had he not stayed on, you'd have never seen him here again.
In custody, Vici gave the authorities his inside man. Detectives could hardly believe that Parvez Latif was involved.
On first sight, he would probably have been one of the last people you would have suspected as being the inside man. He wasn't a strong person, he was a very weak individual. And I really think, even though he was aware of the drama that was about to unfold, I think that during the process of the robbery, that the way Vici conducted it, he conducted it for real. And as a consequence, Latif was genuinely frightened.
Latif was no match for Vici's brand of persuasion.
It was a simple job for Vici to say to him, look, this is the deal. I will rob your safe deposit center and we can share the spoils.
In the months prior to the robbery, Latif had increased his business insurance from $1 million to $3 million. He had every reason to help Vici with the robbery.
Vici was very aware of the vulnerability of Parvez Latif. His business was not doing well. He was under financial pressure. He was a cocaine user, and Vici had access to a lot of cocaine. So he was able to give Latif everything that he needed. He was able to give him cocaine, and he was able to give him a way out of his dilemma, because Latif was losing money fast.
Eventually, 10 million out of an estimated 60 million pounds worth of gems, precious metals, and currency was recovered and taken to Scotland Yard. Included was the Flick diamond. 1 million pounds worth of the recovered riches was never claimed, including a 150,000 pound necklace of diamonds and rubies, and a 25,000 pound Cartier watch. When all attempts at finding the owners failed, they were auctioned at Christie's in December 1992. Parvez Latif was sentenced to 18 years in prison. The rest of the gang was arrested and served time. Valerio Vici was sentenced to 22 years for the Knightsbrige caper. While in custody, he also confessed to 5 other unsolved robberies in England. That brought his record to 54 robberies in Italy and England.
I said to him, you know, what would you have done if you had got away with this and you hadn't been caught? He said, I would have opened up a drive-in bank and robbed it. Now, he was never, ever not going to rob another bank. It was just really a question of time before he got around to his next one.
After serving only 4 years in England, Vici was extradited to his native Italy. Despite his long criminal history, he was given day release, requiring him to return to prison only at night. In April 2000, Valerio Vici was gunned down on a country road after firing on Italian police. In his car were masks and weapons. At the age of 45, his days as the Playboy bandit were over. Germany, an elaborate bank robbery ends in a standoff with police. The lives of 16 hostages hang in the balance. Investigators would soon learn that nothing is as it seems. In 1989, the fall of the wall impacted the city of Berlin in unexpected ways. The promise of a free market economy flooded out, and immigrants flooded in. But skyrocketing unemployment greeted newcomers who found the rewards of capitalism painfully out of reach. Khaled al-Barazi was one such immigrant. A native of Syria, he had been working in radiology at a Berlin hospital. In 1993, he was released from prison on a drug dealing charge and couldn't find work. Desperate for cash and with nothing left to lose, he formulated a brilliant plan that would net millions. He would rob the richest bank in Zellendorf, a wealthy suburb of Berlin. A plan this complex would require help. Khaled recruited his brothers, Muzaffar and Mutaz, as well as his close friend, Durgam Ibrahim. Like Khaled, the men were all out of work. Although it would take months of careful planning, they were eager for a share of the take. On June 27, 1995, when everything was in place, the men put their plan into action. At 10:25 a.m., the peaceful town of Zellendorf was about to become the subject of international headlines. Employees and customers were caught off guard as the gang stormed the lobby. Unnoticed, a teller triggered the silent alarm. The police were on their way. Bettina Eckert was in the bank at the time.
Als die Bankräuber hereinkamen, sagten sie dann zu den Leuten.
When the robbers entered the bank, they shouted at us to get down on the floor. We were frightened. Everyone got down immediately.
The gang held 16 people at gunpoint, 7 bank employees and 9 customers.
Durch meinen Kopf, oder ich habe versucht, Möglichkeiten zu finden, was man tun könnte, die Lage zu erleichtern, vielleicht zu fliehen.
My mind was racing. I tried to think of any way to get out of there alive. How could I flee or overpower the gunmen? I kept my mind occupied so I wouldn't panic.
The bank director was secured in his office. The gunman had special plans for him. At precisely 10:30 a.m., police arrived at the Zellendorf bank, effectively trapping the robbers. Robbers who now held 16 hostages. Martin Textor supervised the scene.
Our first task was to close off the area completely. We were afraid the robbers would flee, and we wanted to make sure nothing happened to endanger the hostages.
In less than 20 minutes, nearly 100 police in bulletproof vests surrounded the bank and evacuated the immediate neighborhood. Armed officers checked all avenues of escape, including a storm drain pipe some 30 meters away. It seemed Khaled's robbery had gone horribly wrong.
Bleiben Sie in der Höhe, Häuser, nicht 1,000.
Trapped inside, Khaled's only means of escape was to try and negotiate. At 11 a.m., Khaled released a hostage with a list of demands. He asked for a car, a helicopter, and a sizable ransom. He gave police 6 hours to meet his demands. They feared that after that, the gunmen might start killing hostages.
Die Forderung der Räuber betrug ja 17 Millionen Mark. Eine ganz schöne Stange Geld, habe ich mir gedacht. Und es war klar, dass wir so viel Geld gar nicht auftreiben.
The robbers demanded 17 million marks, which was an impossible sum.
Gewappnet sein. Natürlich ist Geld vorhanden, allerdings nicht in dieser Größenordnung. Und wir fingen dann in der Befehlsstelle natürlich sofort an, uns Gedanken zu machen, wie wir zumindest an Teilbeträgen...
We gathered as much money as we could and hoped it would be enough.
The freed hostage filled police in on the number of hostages left inside, the number of gunmen, and the type of weapons she'd seen. The list was intimidating.
Es handelte sich ein belgisches Sturmgewehr,
They had a rifle, 2 pump guns, shotguns, 10 Russian fragmentation grenades, a self-loading pistol, and smoke bombs. It was a regular armory.
Storming the building was not an option. Police could not risk a firefight with hostages inside. Instead, Texter and his men continued to play by the book. They tried to open up negotiations with the hostage takers. Khaled refused to speak with police directly. Instead, he used the very nervous bank director as a go-between.
Das Besondere an dieser Geiselnahme war allerdings...
It made it difficult that we couldn't talk at all with the robbers. It made it impossible to judge their mood.
It seemed Khaled wasn't playing by the rules, and police were running out of time. Optimistic police would give them the helicopter as a means of escape. The men began looting the bank safety deposit boxes. By the time darkness fell around 7 p.m., the deadline came and went. The police were still racing to meet the gang's demands.
Wir haben uns darauf vorbereitet, zuzugreifen, wenn wir eine Flucht zulassen.
We prepared for a pursuit in the event the robbers tried to drive away. We got the helicopter in place as they requested. All of this took time.
At 8 p.m., nearly 10 hours into the standoff, Khaled told police through the bank manager he would wait no longer. He said unless their demands were met soon, they were going to start shooting hostages.
Wir hatten keine Chance, die Zustände im Inneren der Bank tatsächlich zu...
Whenever we asked the bank's director for any information, the line went dead. So we really didn't have a clue about what was going on inside the bank.
To show he meant business, Khaled put the intended victim on display. Police started making concessions. They gave the gang a partial payment, all the money they could gather in exchange for more time. At 9:30 p.m., nearly 12 hours after the standoff began, 2 unarmed police officers approached the bank. Khaled had ordered them to deliver 5.6 million Deutschmarks, nearly $2.5 million, wearing only their underwear. Gunfire suddenly erupted inside, and the bank went dark.
When we heard the shots, I was immediately afraid they had shot one of the hostages.
police feared that in not meeting Khaled's demands, they had made a deadly mistake. In Berlin, police feared a hostage scenario at a prominent bank had turned deadly. The news media crowded the scene, awaiting word of the 15 remaining hostages. At 1 a.m., the robbers informed police that the hostages were alive. They had simply shot out the lights. Although they were reassured, anxious hours would pass without further word from the gunmen. Police feared for the hostages' lives. They knew they could not wait much longer. Nearly 17 hours since the standoff began, police received a call from inside the bank. The bank manager told them it had been almost 2 hours since he'd last seen or heard from the captors. It was the lull the SWAT team unit had been waiting for.
Bis die Spezialeinheiten eindringen können und insbesondere mit ihren Waffen die Treppe vom Keller nach oben so absichern können, dass die Täter keine Chance haben, an die Geiseln ranzukommen.
When officers convinced me that they could storm the bank in a short time, and with a relatively low level of risk for the hostages, I gave the go-ahead.
At 3:30 a.m., they stormed the bank. Not knowing if it was a trap, the police treated everyone like a suspect.
Relativ rüde umgegangen, weil wir annehmen mussten.
We couldn't be sure that the robbers hadn't mixed themselves in among the hostages. We had to assume that the gunman could be anywhere.
The hostages were cleared of suspicion and removed from the building. Police believed they'd soon have the gang cornered. But as they carefully moved from one darkened room to the next, they found nothing but plundered safety deposit boxes. It seemed as if the gunmen had simply vanished into thin air, taking millions of Deutschmarks with them. It would take them over an hour to solve the mystery. The police had been the victims of an elaborate ruse. The gang had escaped beneath their very feet.
Wir haben zu keinem Zeitpunkt damit gerechnet, dass die Täter etwa durch den Keller über einen Fluchtweg vorbereiten könnten.
We never guessed the robbers had a prepared escape route. We checked every way out. We even had the sanitation department send the sewer plans for the area, and we saw that the closest pipe was 30 meters away. It never crossed our minds they could tunnel out.
In the tunnel, police found the captors' discarded masks, weapons, and overalls, but not a trace of evidence to help them identify the robbers. It appeared the gang had gotten away with the perfect crime. The following day, news of the daring heist spread throughout the country. As police were trying to piece together the scant clues, the press marveled at the clever robbery. Those who lived through the ordeal were angered the criminals were made into heroes. Though no one was physically harmed, the mental torture was long-lasting. Reporter Mechthild Hanneke covered the story.
Also die Geiseln haben auf der Pressekonferenz eben betont,
many of the hostages suffered from nightmares and insomnia.
diese Geiselnahme, dass sie nach wie vor
One woman said that she thought, "This is it for me. I'm going to die here."
Police asked the hostages for help in identifying their captors, but they could not. The men always wore masks and seldom spoke. They hadn't left any clues, not even a fingerprint. The tools found in the tunnel were untraceable. The minivan they had used in the robbery had been stolen the night before. The bank estimated the loss at 4 million Deutschmarks. The 5.6 million marks police handed over brought the total to 9.6 million marks, or $4.3 million. Police surmised it must have taken months to build the elaborate tunnel, which extended from the bank to a nearby storm drain pipe and on to a nondescript garage some 200 meters away. The crooks had to have transported tons of dirt. An operation this size was sure to raise suspicions in the neighborhood. Neighbors revealed they'd seen 3 men driving the same car in and out of the garage several times a day. The garage owner told police that he rented the garage to a man almost a year and a half ago. He assisted a sketch artist with a likeness. It turned out the renter's business card had both a fake name and address. Composite sketches of the 3 men were publicized in newspapers and on television. Nothing happened. Police set up a hotline for the public to call with information about the robbery. Again, nothing happened. After 2 weeks of getting nowhere, the bank offered a 1/2 million Deutschmark reward. Only then did hundreds of leads pour in, over 400 in a matter of days. One of the calls led police to a Syrian immigrant named Mohammed Al-Karmi. During the course of a 3.5-hour interview, Al-Karmi broke down and admitted his involvement in the heist. Although he had not been one of the gunmen, he had helped build the tunnel and transport the loot. In exchange for a deal from prosecutors, he broke all confidences and revealed the name of the gang's leader, Khaled Al-Barazi. Khaled had developed an ingenious plan, but he needed more than the help of his family to make it a reality. That's why he recruited unemployed men he barely knew, like Al-Karmi, to help dig the tunnel. With enough manpower in place, the gang started making real progress. But it would be more than a year before they could put their plan in motion. The men dug around the clock. To avoid detection, they dumped truckloads of dirt outside the city. Khaled carefully thought through every aspect of his plot. He obtained plans for the city's sewers and storm drains. He designed the tunnel to connect with a drain pipe about halfway to the bank, saving the men months of digging. Less than a meter in diameter, it stopped only 30 meters from their target. As the men dug the last 30 meters, cave-ins and flooding slowed their progress. But their desperation kept them burrowing closer and closer to the bank. After 18 months of non-stop digging, the tunnel stretched over 200 meters. It ended less than a meter from the bank floor. With all the hard work behind them, the gang was ready to move.
Auch sonst waren die Gangster gut vorbereitet. In die Bank stürmten sie mit sogenannten Pumps.
From outside the Zellendorf bank branch, police were convinced they were dealing with a robbery gone wrong. Inside, Khaled's plan worked like clockwork. The police played into his hand at every turn. Indeed, while police were scrambling to save the hostages, Khaled and his men were inside the bank feeding them sandwiches. Khaled had thought of everything. As a bank robber, he was as thorough as he was considerate. Khaled planned for the long wait, and by drawing out the bargaining game with police for over 16 hours, he and his gang bought themselves enough time to loot the safe deposit boxes and exit the bank. While the gang members moved bags of cash through the storm drain, the police were still trying to devise a plan to end the standoff. Back at the garage and safely outside the police perimeter, the men split some of the money. They hid the rest.
Be in there. Be in there. Be in there.
Al-Karmi made it home in time to see the final chapter of the standoff play out on TV. The nation's fascination with the story only added to the sense of having pulled off the perfect crime.
Mohamed Al-Razi.
But the intricate plot crumbled when Al-Karmi, the outsider, gave up his new friends. Days after Al-Karmi's confession, undercover agents tracked down and arrested Khaled and his brothers. 2 other suspected gunmen were picked up the following day. Still, the police needed evidence to prove their involvement. While the men were being questioned, investigators searched their homes. They found evidence that their suspects had been spending a great deal of money lately. And there had been some big-ticket items on their shopping list. The suspects, who were all unemployed, had gone out and purchased luxury cars. Police had the gang in custody, but they still hadn't recovered the money.
What was this car for?
They got a tip it was still in Germany, in the attic of a Syrian dentist. There they found a suitcase containing 3.6 million Deutschmarks. The dentist also led them to an additional 1.4 million Deutschmarks stashed in 2 bank accounts. The following year, Al-Karmi and the men he turned in went to trial.
Das waren einfach kleine
Ultimately, they were small-timers. They didn't have the kind of criminal psyche that it takes to withstand tough questioning.
At trial on April 16, 1996, Al-Karmi confessed to his role in the heist. His cooperation won him a 6-year prison sentence. Khaled Al-Barazi received 13 years for masterminding the heist. Despite his careful planning, he had not counted on Al-Karmi's betrayal. The rest of his gang was also sentenced. Police have never recovered all the money stolen from the Zellendorf safety deposit boxes. Millions of hidden Deutschmarks may await the release of a gang of small-time bank robbers with a very big plan. II Germany. U.S. Army officers break through a castle wall and plunder a royal treasure, pulling off one of the greatest jewel heists of all time. In the waning days of World War II, General George S. Patton's 3rd U.S. Army rolled through central Germany and into Frankfurt. The city was in ruins. By contrast, Kronberg Castle remained untouched. Although it was just a few miles north of the city, it escaped the devastation of Allied bombers. U.S. Army officials were amazed by the opulence of the 19th century structure. They decided the 100-room castle would make an ideal officers' club. Weeks later, Germany surrendered. The war was over. Frankfurt became an occupied city. There was no power, no running water, no food, and barely any standing buildings. U.S. forces had to live in tents, eat K-rations, and brave the elements. For the war-weary GIs, stepping into Kronberg Castle was like walking into an oasis of unimaginable luxury. The Army assigned Captain Kathleen Nash to manage the new officers' club. A 42-year-old divorcee, Nash was looking for adventure. She had lied about her age to enlist and became a mess officer. After years of training and service in the U.S., she was shipped overseas. Her new job was a good match. In civilian life, Kathleen Nash had been the assistant manager of the Phoenix Country Club. Now, thanks to the Army, she was running her own country club with the help of 30 German servants. The Army captain was now the queen of the castle. Days after the club opened, Nash became indignant when the officers started looting her castle. It was a practice all too common in wartime.
Looting of private property or of public property or any kind of looting was absolutely forbidden to the United States Army and to all armies. It is one of the basic rules of warfare that the property of private citizens is to be respected. But it was very hard to prevent people from, picking up what they call souvenirs or trophies of war.
To combat the problem, Nash stationed German servants at the front door as security guards.
Ein Moment. Warte.
A lieutenant who tried to liberate 3 antique rugs abandoned them before being caught. The rugs were returned to their rightful place. When Nash wasn't keeping tabs on the castle's precious antiques, she entertained the troops. She opened the vast wine cellar and threw elaborate parties for the officers. Her patrons were more than happy to trade an evening in a tent for a night in a castle. Major David Watson and Colonel Jack Durant were frequent visitors. Durant was a lawyer before the war. Now the vivacious Captain Nash helped him forget about his broken marriage back in the States. As their relationship grew, Nash remained devoted to her job. But running the officers' club was full of problems. After only a few months, thirsty GIs had drained all 1,800 bottles of wine. Captain Nash's club had run dry.
There's no wine here.
Okay.
While the captain was incensed at officers stealing her rugs, she thought nothing of emptying the wine stores. She sent servants and enlisted men to scour every inch of the castle for more wine. In the subcellar, Corporal Carlton noticed two strange wires leading into the bottom of a wall.
In the process of putting things away to protect it from battles and armies that might come through, people walled up things in all kinds of ways, and they did it in France, they did it in Italy, they did it everywhere just to protect it. And so the armed forces of every country got quite good at finding hiding places.
Behind the wall lay 1,600 bottles, including cases of fine French Bordeaux. The lowly corporal had no idea the wine was of an ancient vintage, worth an incomprehensible amount of money. All 1,600 bottles were appropriated. The club was back in business.
So anyway, what happened? I mean, you're wearing this.
The next morning, Carlton returned to the hidden room to investigate a patch of concrete that was lighter in color than the rest of the floor. He told Captain Nash it looked as if the concrete had been recently patched. She had one of the German servants chisel away the new concrete.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah.
Behind locked doors, Nash and Carlton were amazed at what they had found.
Magnificent. They're beautiful.
Captain Nash shared the discovery with Colonel Durant and Major Watson.
Oh, they're incredible.
They were astounded by the beauty of the jewels, as well as their value.
I wish we didn't have to give them back.
Well, to the victors go the spoils. Why should we?
The possibilities were intoxicating. Captain Kathleen Nash, Colonel Jack Durant, and Major David Watson marveled at the beauty of the cachet of jewels they had unearthed. For a moment, they contemplated taking just a few of the valuables. Then, they decided to take them all. As an attorney, Durant dismissed the risk. Only the army could prosecute them for a crime committed on foreign soil. As for the German authorities, it would be years before their court system was operational.
It's been a good night. I don't know if we can make it better.
Nash was elated.
Well,
they would all return to the States in a few months with honorable discharges and a hoard of priceless jewels to finance their happiness.
She should at that time have reported the find to higher headquarters, because inventories had been made of the things in the castle, and so any new find was supposed to be reported to the monuments officers or the town major, as he was called, but she never did that, so that the army authorities didn't know about this new find.
The conspirators had to figure out how to get the jewels back to the U.S. without getting caught. Since the pieces were so distinctive, they would be easier to move and to pawn if they were dismantled. At first, Nash and Durant used the Army's postal system to get much of their loot out of Germany. Durant sent packages to his brother in Virginia. Nash sent parcels to her sister in Wisconsin. But with each package, they risked customs inspections that could alert the Army to their crime. The group split up to minimize the risk. Major Watson gave his girlfriend in Ireland $2,500 worth of jewelry to safeguard until he was out of the service. He also fenced items, including a priceless Fabergé egg for about $430. Durant and Nash did a little fencing of their own in Switzerland. They pawned enough jewels in Europe to indulge themselves in the most elegant Swiss hotels. Nash was finally living the adventure she dreamed of. She had every reason to believe the fairy tale would last forever. The most priceless of the stolen items still remained to be smuggled home to the U.S. Durant took many of the valuable jewels and flew to England, where he met with his former secretary, Martha Orwig.
During the war. Where did you get these, Jack?
Since she worked for the UN, she had diplomatic immunity. Her bags could not be searched. Durant asked her to ferry the jewels to the States for him.
Something there for you as well. Okay.
She agreed. On March 2nd, 1946, Captain Nash's tour of duty came to an end. After 8 months of service, she left the castle for good. Upon her arrival in the States, she would immediately apply for a discharge from the Army. Days later, Colonel Durant was sent to Washington, D.C. He had himself designated as an official courier, so his luggage would be exempt from inspection. The plan went off without a hitch. Durant returned to the U.S. with a bag full of jewels and his eye on a new car.
What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's me. I'll take it.
Good deal. Great. That's a good deal.
Pleasure doing business.
Pleasure doing business with you.
The former colonel paid the $1,400 list price in cash and headed for Chicago to meet Nash. Cashed in more of their take.
Beautiful.
A jeweler agreed to buy 100 of the diamonds. The deal fell through when Durant couldn't produce a customs receipt. Durant feared the jeweler might report him to customs, who might tip off the Army.
Thank you.
The couple had no idea that much worse trouble was brewing across the Atlantic. A colonel at the Army's Criminal Investigation Department in Frankfurt had a royal visitor, Princess Sophia of Hesse.
We think that our jewelry's been stolen from some of the servants.
She was about to get married, and she wanted to know where her jewels were.
I'm getting married, and it's gone.
She explained that the Hesse family lived in Kronberg Castle until the U.S. Army ordered them to leave. The Hesse family was part of the royal dynasty that had ruled the German Empire from the 12th century until the end of World War I. When Adolf Hitler came to power, they were ordered to keep a low profile, or else.
You can say that nearly all the noble families, especially in Prussia, were more or less enemies to the Nazi dictatorship.
Everything. I'm getting married.
Since the Nazis were known to appropriate valuables, the family inventoried their jewels and buried them in the castle.
When did you notice things start to be missing?
Immediately. It's been a long time.
But now, those jewels were gone. The colonel questioned the German servants who had worked at the castle. They revealed that the jewels were last seen in the possession of Captain Nash and Colonel Durand. He was stunned. 2 American Army officers had stolen the Hesse crown jewels.
Once it became a matter of a person in the Army stealing private property, whether it was from Germans or anybody else, then that was a criminal act because everyone in the Army knew under the rules of warfare that they were not allowed to steal things from the citizens of the country.
The colonel was concerned. Both Nash and Durand had already been discharged from the Army. As such, they no longer fell under military jurisdiction. But the investigator had a plan. All soldiers are bound by hip pocket orders. This means they can be recalled to active duty for a period of several months after discharge. If the colonel could recall them, he could prosecute. He'd have to work fast, though. That period was about to expire. If the couple could stay ahead of the Army until that deadline passed, they would get away with one of the greatest jewel heists of all time. Colonel Durand was unaware of the overseas investigation into the missing Hesse jewels. He had more immediate problems to worry about in the States. The U.S. Customs Service had seized the diamonds he tried to fence through a Chicago jeweler. Durand rushed to bury the remaining jewels along a Virginia road near his brother's home. Colonel Durand told his brother to watch over the buried gems. They were so valuable, he'd never have to work again. Confident their future was secure, Durand and Nash were married. They celebrated the small civil ceremony with a lavish honeymoon. Nash delighted in wearing many of the Hesse crown jewels for everyone to see. The Army moved their investigation to the U.S. to better track Nash and Durand. Investigators were concerned they had gotten married, so they couldn't testify against each other. After weeks of searching, the Army finally found the couple. They recalled Nash to duty with just 1 day to spare. Colonel Durand was also recalled. The couple hid out in Chicago. but investigators found them at a downtown hotel. Both were taken into custody. Captain Nash was given a polygraph, which she failed. She then confessed, implicating both her husband and Major Watson. She would later recant that confession.
We were tired, everyone.
Colonel Durant resisted for days. Finally, he agreed to cooperate by contacting his fences. They agreed to return the jewels, but only if they could do so anonymously. Durant later led investigators to a bus station locker. Inside, they found a small portion of the Hesse crown jewels. The items Durant buried along the Virginia roadside were recovered. The Army also seized valuables hidden at a Wisconsin house belonging to Captain Nash's sister. The theft of the Hesse crown jewels made news around the world.
Well, this, of course, was an extraordinary case for the press and everyone because it involved, people who were relations of the British royal family, Queen Victoria, a castle, a love affair, beautiful jewels. It was just made to order for a lot of publicity.
In Washington, MPs keep a careful eye on a fortune. $1.5 million worth of Hessian crown jewels and heirlooms stolen from Germany. This fabulous hoard comprises the greatest private military theft in U.S. history.
The Army flew the suspects back to Germany to stand trial. They charged Captain Nash, Colonel Durant, and Major Watson with theft. They would be tried separately. The royal family attended Captain Nash's trial in Germany. There they saw their family heirlooms displayed as evidence. Nash's defense did not bother to deny that she had stolen them. They contended that she was a civilian at the time of her arrest and that the Army therefore had no jurisdiction. The defense also pointed out that looting was common among troops. Nash said that if she were convicted, thousands of American servicemen would also have unclean hands. The court disagreed. Nash was convicted and sentenced to 5 years in a federal penitentiary. She was paroled in 1952. Major Watson was also found guilty. He was sentenced to 3 years in prison. The last court-martial was Colonel Durant's. In its opening argument, the prosecution cast doubt on Durant's motives for marrying Kathleen Nash. They argued that Durant married Nash to seal her lips. Colonel Durant was convicted and sentenced to 15 years of hard labor. His sentence was harshest because he was the highest-ranking officer involved in the theft. On August 1st, 1951, the Army finally returned the Hesse crown jewels. For the royal family, it was a bittersweet moment. Princess Sophia guessed that slightly more than half of the jewels were recovered. Their damaged condition made them worth just 1/10 of their original value. Jack Durant was released from prison in 1952. If there was any doubt about his motives for marriage, they were now erased. Jack and Kathleen Durant lived as husband and wife until Kathleen died in 1972. It was love after all. When two respected businessmen with ties to English royalty fall victim to gem thieves, it reveals a crime with more facets than anyone imagined. New York City is a place where fortunes have been made and lost. Sometimes in an instant. On March 2nd, 1990, the front desk at New York's posh Halloran House Hotel received a frantic call for help.
Right up here.
Hotel security.
Two guests in room 1207 had been tied up and robbed at gunpoint.
Jewels out the safe there.
Okay.
Their assailant had fired his gun at them before ransacking the room safe. The victims, Darius Guppy and Benedict Marsh, were devastated. As the proprietors of a fledgling gem business, they'd flown all the way from London to New York to sell their entire inventory. They had stored $4.5 million worth of rubies, sapphires, and emeralds in their room safe.
Millions of dollars, 1.8 million in there.
And now, those jewels were gone.
They didn't get the clothes, they got the jewels. Are the police coming?
Yes, they are. Let her out. Thank you. Hotel security. Okay.
The victims were shaken, but unhurt.
Detective, these two gentlemen right here was robbed earlier.
This policewoman will escort you out.
Gentlemen, step outside,
Guppy
please.
and Marsh were taken to the station, while the NYPD sealed the crime scene.
Detective, earlier I came in here, approximately about 10 minutes ago. First gentleman was laid down, face down to the bed. Also, detective, a hotel clerk did use
A pillow that appeared to have been used to muffle the sound of the shot lay next to the bed. Despite a thorough search of the crime scene, New York police came away empty-handed. The only fingerprints belonged to the victims. As Guppy and Marsh each told police, they had come to New York as entrepreneurs.
What was the first thing that happened? You were eating your sandwiches and then...
Well, the first thing that happened was...
Before leaving London, they'd made appointments with several jewelry buyers, hoping to sell their stones.
We talked on the telephone.
Yeah.
We have some jewels for you. We've traveled a long way.
I guess we need to take a look at them. Yes.
Marvelous stones they are, rarest in India.
The buyers were respectful, and the meetings were friendly.
Well, that one's a little higher.
But they weren't interested in the stones.
I tell you what, my partner will leave you our number.
After all their preparation, the budding entrepreneurs weren't having much luck.
Well, that's fine if you want to do that.
Okay.
But I'm just not interested right now.
All right, thank you, chap.
You're welcome.
Guppy told police that after their meetings, they returned to their hotel room, disappointed but not defeated.
I can try.
Make sure you order room service. All right, I tell you what.
Marsh put the gems in the room safe, while Guppy ordered sandwiches from room service.
A ham sandwich? You sure you don't want the tuna melt?
It only took a few minutes for their lunch to arrive.
Thank you.
After that, the pair kicked back to enjoy their meal and regroup. Just then, they heard another knock at the door. Two armed robbers burst inside.
On the bed! Down on the bed!
They tied up the terrified Englishman and insisted they hand over the key to the safe. When Marsh failed to respond, one of the robbers fired a gun. The shot barely missed his head.
Up! Now!
Keep your mouth shut!
I'm getting up.
The gunman once again demanded the keys to the safe. The frightened jewel merchants told the robbers where the key was. And the criminals helped themselves to the safe.
I am trying to tell you that Come on, man, let's get out of here.
Just as quickly as they had arrived, the robbers were gone. The stunned victims struggled to their feet and made their way to the phone to call the front desk.
In retrospect, do you think it was advisable?
Detective Raymond Burke investigated the case.
He knocked on the door and said he was the bella.
I call this a push-in robbery. And a push-in robbery is just that. You'll get pushed into your residence, in this case, a hotel room. 1990 was a high crime time for New York City. We had a lot of street robberies, including a lot of street robberies of jewel merchants. Never a push-in into a hotel room or to a residence of a jewel merchant. So that was very unusual.
Police theorized that Guppy and Marsh had been targeted. Someone must have known they had the gems and followed them back to their hotel. The NYPD created a sketch of one of the robbers from the victim's description. For the time being, it was all they had to go on.
These are what we call mugshot books. Probably heard of
The
them.
Englishmen were unable to identify their assailants from hundreds of mugshots.
Normally at the end of such an ordeal as going through all these photographs, you may have 20, 30 photographs sitting in front of you left on the side, and then we'll start doing a process of elimination. And oh, it can't be him because he's got brown eyes, or it can't be him because he's got a scar and this guy didn't have a scar. We had nothing to look at. There was nobody there for either one of them.
Police began to suspect the thieves were not local. With $4.5 million in jewels at stake, maybe the crooks had followed them all the way from England. The NYPD asked Guppy and Marsh to stay in New York for a few more days in case the police got a break. But the initial investigation yielded few clues. Jeff Edwards covered the story in Britain for the Daily Mirror.
And after a couple of days, the police said to Guppy and Marsh, look, we're very sorry for what's happened to you. You come here as visiting businessmen coming to our city, and it's a terrible thing that's happened. We'll let you know you're free to go.
Days after the robbery, Darius Guppy and Benedict Marsh returned home. They left behind $4.5 million in gems and their dream of becoming successful entrepreneurs. In New York, the search for the two men who stole $4.5 million from Benedict Marsh and Darius Guppy continued. NYPD detective Raymond Burke knew it would be a difficult job.
After they leave, you have the great sigh of relief that your complainants have finally left, the office anyway. You can go back to work, and in this case, that's going back over your crime scene photographs. That's looking at your evidence, and that's documenting the interviews that you've already done, and that's going out to figure out what other interviews still have to be done.
Police followed up on the only lead they had. In Brooklyn, a man had been shot to death when he was mistaken for a jewel merchant. Police thought Guppy and Marsh might have been victims of this same robber. If so, they were lucky to be alive.
I want you to take a look at.
No one in the area recognized the man Guppy and Marsh described in the sketch. Police had very little to work with, but Burke remained confident the missing gems would lead them to the thieves.
This was going to break eventually. You don't steal $4.5 million and nobody hears about it again. Those gemstones had to be sold. They were going to pop up somewhere, or somebody was going to get arrested and he was going to immediately give up his buddy. And that's the way most cases break.
Detectives tried to force a break by visiting the gem buyers Marsh and Guppy met with prior to the robbery.
Heard about. Yep. This composite sketch.
None recognized the sketch of the suspect, but they did remember the victims.
The thing about this is it was...
Most jewelers remembered them coming in, showing some stones, weren't interested. Nothing that stood out too much except for one jeweler who remembered them because they were British, and he didn't deal with many British merchants.
Back in England, Darius Guppy and Benedict Marsh tried to get their company back on its feet. Although their entire inventory of gemstones had been stolen, they were insured through Lloyd's of London.
Mr. Schwartz said it was relatively important for you to call him back.
Normally, an insurance company won't pay out an insurance claim immediately. They want to see how the investigation progresses in case of fraud. In this case, Lloyd's told me they would pay out immediately to Guppy and Marsh because of who they were. I asked who they were, and they replied, well, Darius Guppy is very well known in England, socialite. Explained his great-grandfather was the explorer who discovered the fish, and that Marsh's father was an extremely wealthy man in Great Britain.
Darius's great-grandfather discovered the fish that now bears his family name. Darius Guppy was from one of England's finest families. Indeed, the society pages were invented for men like Guppy. He came from a respected British lineage and had more than a passing acquaintance with Lady Diana. In his days at Eton, he'd become good friends with her brother, Charles Spencer. Jeff Edwards covered the royals for the Daily Mirror.
He had been the best man to Earl Spencer, the brother of the Princess of Wales, at his wedding. So he'd come very much into the public limelight because of that event. He was one of the top 1% of British society. He was a true, almost a blue blood. He was somebody who you would have expected to be a captain of industry, a member of Parliament, possibly a member of the House of Lords.
But instead, Darius chose to make a name for himself and start a business with his good friend Benedict Marsh, a business that had nearly been destroyed by a New York robbery. Months later, things were starting to look up. Their insurers had paid their claim in record time, and their business was back in the black. Guppy and Marsh felt optimistic for the first time in months. They had no idea of the trouble that lay ahead. 1 year after Darius Guppy and his partner were robbed in a New York hotel room, the case would take a bizarre turn. In March 1991, Scotland Yard detectives arrested a man named Peter Risdon in an unrelated gem theft.
All right, then. Peter Risdon.
Desperate to negotiate a reduced sentence, Risdon promised to tell them an interesting story.
What sort of men were they? You say they were businessmen?
So he said to the detectives, look, can I cut a deal here? If I tell you about something else that I know about, that I was involved in, something very serious, maybe I can get the charges dropped to lesser ones, or can get some help here. So the police said, well, what is it you want to tell us?
Risdon told police he ran a spy store that specialized in counter-surveillance equipment, miniature cameras, and custom-built cases to conceal documents.
What are you saying exactly, Mr. Risden?
In 1988, two men walked into his store.
Hey, boys.
Darius Guppy and Benedict Marsh. At the time, India outlawed the importing of gold. The young blue bloods had devised a scheme to smuggle gold into India, and they needed false bottom cases to do it.
See the stuff inside? Give it a good pull.
Like I said, the bottom will come out. We need a
This is all documents here. You see that right now?
The idea was to sell it, where I think on the black market it could achieve quite high sums.
What exactly is your role in this then, Risden?
Police were skeptical. Men like Risden ran in very different circles than the well-bred gem brokers.
In a hotel.
You broke into their room?
That's right, it was a fake robbery where I'd go in with a gun and tied them up. Gem.
Still, they looked more deeply into Guppy's background. When Guppy started his gem dealing business, he knew almost nothing about gems.
Yesterday, maybe.
His father had lost a great deal of money in a bad business deal, and Guppy was desperate to find a way to make his own fortune. He attracted investors, like Marsh's father, by using the government's business enterprise plan, which gave tax breaks to investors in high-risk businesses. And the volatile gem market was very high risk.
Having its certification from the government under the business enterprise scheme, they needed to show that the company was trading and trading successfully, and it wasn't at all. And as a result of that, they had a very large gap in their books.
To make up the gap, Marsh and Guppy used the profits from their gold smuggling enterprise to purchase gemstones.
What's the name of the dealer who got them?
The extra cash ensured they always showed a profit. The gold scheme proved to be a profitable but temporary solution.
Hold on one second. Hold on just a second.
Rumors began to circulate India would soon allow gold to be imported legally.
Just open the market so anyone can bring it in. The market's just free to anyone. All right.
Guppy and Marsh panicked.
What's that all about?
Police learned that when the smuggling money dried up, they needed a new way to keep their company afloat. Risden claimed Darius Guppy and Benedict Marsh hired him to help stage a gem heist in New York City.
All the money in the gold bars.
He claimed he had no idea they would defraud Lloyds of London out of millions.
I'm gonna get money for this because it's an insurance claim. Gonna defraud the Lloyds of London.
That's right. What you told us, we think.
Scotland Yard detectives contacted the NYPD to learn that the gemstone robbery remained unsolved.
The British police came on the scene and suggested to the NYPD that it wasn't a robbery at all, and the whole thing was a fake, and the NYPD, had in fact been taken as suckers.
Intrigued, Detective Burke brought Risden to New York for further questioning.
So this was a setup from the whole beginning. Marsh, Guppy knew about the entire thing. How much were you supposed to be cut in?
It was a flat fee, but obviously...
Risden simply knew too much to be faking his story.
Now, Scotland Yard, although having privy to some of the information on the case, hadn't actually gone through our case, our reports or our documents, even our photographs. And so prior to anyone giving Risden information, I sat him down and asked him exactly what happened, what he stated happened, and to describe things. And he went in complete detail, down to the color of the bedspreads in that room.
Do you think you can find this lake again?
I could try.
It seemed he was telling the truth.
I suppose.
Police now knew the details of the entire scheme. Not only was the robbery bogus, so were half the gems. Forged paperwork turned costume jewels into million-dollar gemstones. Based on the fraudulent appraisals and Guppy's family reputation, Lloyd's of London insured them heavily.
President? Yes, he is.
After arriving in New York, Guppy and Marsh met with the Fifth Avenue gem buyers.
All right.
I tell you what, my partner will leave you our number and where we're staying, and you can get that if you decide to change your mind.
Well, that's fine if you want to do that. Okay. But I'm just not the market.
Then they headed to the hotel. Risden arrived around 2 p.m., right on
We're
schedule.
gonna call room service, right? So you go wait in the bathroom there.
After a lunch of sandwiches, they launched their elaborate plan. Risden could have simply tied them up and staged the robbery, but Guppy insisted that the whole charade be performed from start to finish.
Make sure you have the gun hidden.
They staged the room as a play, and they acted out the play, and it was a brilliant thing to do. The purpose of this was, in the event that the NYPD polygraphed them, put them on a lie detector test, that they could recall events actually as they happened, and the polygraph would say they were telling the truth. So they had Risden go through the motions of a robbery. Knocking on the door, saying room service, opening the door, forcing them on the beds, and firing the gun into the bed. They thought this would negate any polygraph test.
Shut up. What, you? Get up. Get up. Need a chauffeur around 5 o'clock.
When the men returned to London, they filed an insurance claim for nearly £2 million.
JFK, yes, JFK.
But the caper wasn't finished.
Here so we can get our business done.
The men had thrown away the fake gems. The real ones were still hidden in a safety deposit box in New York.
Need any help, just let me know. Thank you.
The day after they received the insurance check, they took the Concorde back to Manhattan, retrieved the gems, and returned to London the same day. They quickly sold the gems, increasing their take from the scam. It was the perfect crime. At least until Risden confessed. In July 1991, Guppy and Marsh were arrested for fraud in England.
It was a crime of only a half a dozen key moves. He knew that he could get false receipts for gemstones that were of a certain value, showing that they were worth a lot more. He was also certain that he was such a clever guy that by taking the stones first into the gems market in New York, he would create, if you like, an alibi for himself. He would create witnesses who would say, yes, he was here and those stones were here. Thus, we know the stones were in New York. And then he also thought that the police were foolish, that they were easy meat, that they would swallow any story he gave them.
On March 25th, 1993, Darius Guppy and Benedict Marsh were sentenced to 5 years for fraud. Marsh was released in 1995 after serving only 2 years. Guppy also served a fraction of his sentence, spending 3 years in a minimum security prison. He was released in 1996. Peter Risden avoided prosecution by cooperating with the authorities.
These were two young men who were not professional criminals at all. They were ambitious young men who longed for adventure and on the wrong side of the tracks. So an awful lot of what they did was very well conceived and carried out.
So well conceived that out of the estimated $5 million the men smuggled and defrauded over an 18-month period, less than $1 million has ever been recovered.
I say these have made us a lot of money.
A cunning jewel thief leads police on a chase that spans the globe and lasts decades. Authorities all over the world seem powerless as they pursue a brilliant woman they will come to know as the Queen of Jewels. The barbed wire fences of the Colorado State Correction Facility hold some of America's most cunning criminal minds, including a thief implicated in more than 400 jewel heists. Louise Davis, the Queen of Jewels.
I thought I could get away with anything. Let's say go into a fine store, and I'm speaking hypothetically, and just say you walk out with a $100,000 diamond ring that is of great quality. I just thought I could get away with it, because I did.
During the course of her career, Louise Davis has stolen millions of dollars in precious gems from some of the finest stores in the world. She remembers the beginning of that career as a young black woman growing up in Slab Fork, West Virginia.
Well, hey, Louise, how you doing? I'm fine. Mom told me. Oh.
And she remembers the day her mother sent her to the store to settle a bill.
My mom told me that if I make straight A's, I can get a watch.
Oh, that's nice.
While she was there, a watch caught her eye.
That's a good one. It's pretty. I think you're gonna like it.
The store owner allowed her to try on the watch.
Yeah, well, how you been anyway?
And he treated me so nice. And I was quite proud of the way he was treating me. And a man, a white man, entered the store. His whole everything changed. He was no longer patient. He was no longer nice.
Forgetting Louise had the watch, the man pushed her away.
Come on in here. How you doing today, my friend? Doing fine.
For an impressionable young girl, the incident would mark the beginning of her lifelong pursuit.
I know I have this watch on, and I'm kind of miffed at the manner in which he has changed on me. And I'm not going to give him this watch back at the counter. I'm not going to do that.
Thank you, right now.
Louise changed her mind and gave the watch back. But the incident gave her immediate insight into the way people work.
Based upon what happened in the store, I know how to go in another store and cause the jewelry man to forget I have his watch. And I went from this store to this store to this store until I made it happen.
It was a lesson Davis would call upon in the years to come. By the time she was a young woman, Davis's life was in chaos. She was divorced. She was unemployed. And she had a family to support. She decided her only option was to steal her way out of trouble. But first, she had to reinvent herself. Davis read fashion magazines like how-to manuals. Now that she had the right look, she needed the right education. High-end jewelry stores became her classrooms. Davis listened closely as sales clerks talked about gems. She observed the mannerisms of their well-to-do customers. Once she had seen how the game worked, she knew she could play it.
I never felt like I had to get confidence. I never felt like I was lacking in anything that I needed in order to go into a fine jewelry shop.
But even her confidence could not overcome the suspicions of store clerks. Davis realized she would never be thought of as well-to-do in the United States. So she went to Europe. In 1974, Davis found herself in Monte Carlo, the glistening jewel of the Riviera. She headed straight for Casino Square. There she found exactly what she was looking for: the most expensive jewelry stores in the world. As she entered the first exclusive salon, she charmed the sales clerks to establish her persona, a woman of exacting tastes and the money to support them. As the clerks hurried to accommodate her, she simply waited for the right moment to strike.
Hello, sir.
When the salesman left her alone with a tray of rings, she quietly made her move.
These days, your typical jewel thief, comes into a jewelry store with a mask and a shotgun and an accomplice and a hammer, and they break open the cases, get as many gems as they can, terrorize the patrons, and then get out of there. She was kind of elegant in what she did.
After she had taken the ring, she calmly departed. A taxi waited out front. Once safely away, she examined the ring more carefully. Everything she knew told her this was no ordinary ring.
I knew something was amiss. It was too much. It was costly to the point that there was going to be an all-out dragnet.
There was no sign of the police when she arrived at the airport. Louise purchased a ticket to Geneva, the first flight out of the country. She sat and waited, wondering how long it would take for the jeweler to notice the ring was missing. But it was already too late.
We are with the police. Is there a problem, officer? We're not quite sure.
Louise Davis was taken into custody by French authorities. The policemen grew frustrated. They had nabbed their suspect, but the ring was nowhere to be found. Louise had been searched several times, but she used sleight of hand to transfer it from one hiding place to another. The ring was never discovered.
Eventually, I go to jail. Every day or every other day, they would come looking for it. And every day I had it. I thought about throwing it away. I thought about giving it to them. And the attorney told me it wouldn't make any difference. Don't.
If she was going to keep it, she had to hide it. Louise requested a pair of nail clippers. She used them to pry the diamond from its setting.
Then I got me some thread, black thread and a needle. I put the diamond in the panty girdle loop, and I whip stitched it.
She wore the girdle every day, only taking it off to wash it.
And I wore it, wet or dry. I never was out of it.
Several months later, Davis and another prisoner were taken to a city clinic for a routine physical exam. The moment she entered the building, Davis started looking for a way out.
Is there a ladies' room around here? Right there.
She asked to use the restroom. Davis had trained herself to act quickly. This might be her only chance to escape. She did not hesitate. As Davis left the hospital, she spotted a man getting into a car. She knew she was home free. He would not be the first man taken in by her charm, nor would he be the last.
He drove me to over into Belgium, and that's where I went and got the passport. I just got out of there quick. I left that day.
She made her way to London. The polite young girl who grew up in the poverty of coal mining towns now mingled with European high society. Davis called them her bubbas. It was her nickname for rich people who gave her the instant credibility she needed.
We window shopped close to closing time in the fine salon areas. I made sure the people inside saw me with Bubba. And then I would go alone.
Being seen with the rich assured her entree into the most exclusive shops. She was always greeted by a very helpful sales staff. Every time she was in the store, she used the same ploy. It was brilliant in its simplicity.
She would engage the proprietor in conversation and ask to look at certain rings or certain pieces of jewelry, and would spend a significant amount of time discussing the quality of the gems and all that kind of stuff. And during the course of that, she'd slip on her finger a valuable stone, and then she'd look at it and then continue talking with the owner of the store. And at some point, she'd ask to excuse herself for a minute, either to go find her husband or to go get her checkbook or something like that, and she'd walk out the store.
Louise Davis had become quite the jet setter. She would steal a ring in Europe and sell the goods in the United States. She concealed the merchandise from customs officials in ordinary containers. By the 1980s, Davis had managed to elude Interpol, Scotland Yard, and local authorities in scores of cities across the US and Europe. But her luck was about to run out. In 1982, Louise Davis was arrested for selling stolen merchandise in Tarrant County, Texas. The item in question was a 3-carat diamond ring worth nearly $32,000.
Okay, look straight at me. You okay, man? Yeah, for number 3.
At various times in her long career, she'd been arrested and put in jail. She never stayed for long. One evening, while awaiting trial, Louise complained of abdominal pains.
Where's number 3?
That would be great.
She was transferred to a hospital where she convinced a volunteer to uncuff her. It was all she needed. Davis spent another 5 years on the lam. The FBI finally caught up with her in 1987. She was sent to jail for 6 years. Nearly 60, she was released. But was Louise Davis ready to retire? Over the next 5 years, the Queen of Jewels crime wave continued. Then, in 1998, she set her sights on an upscale department store in Denver, Colorado. To the salesman in the store, the new customer was impeccably dressed, poised, and articulate. She seemed every inch a sophisticated woman of means. She told the clerk she was interested in purchasing a diamond bracelet and matching ring. He showed her several pieces. It would be his first mistake.
Most insurance companies do not permit more than one piece of jewelry to be shown at one time. But you cannot do that to someone that you think is millionaire.
Working with you today. Well, thank you. And I hope to see you again soon. Please
After 30 minutes, Davis said she couldn't make up her mind. She said she would return later that afternoon with her husband.
What'd you make up? She couldn't decide if she liked the size or the season. So, still up in the air. She said she has to go talk to her husband. Well, is there one of the rings over there?
The sales clerks finally realized the truth.
You don't think she might have taken a ring?
The lady was a thief.
Oh my God.
The police were called in. The suspect had been careful not to leave behind physical evidence. The stolen ring was large, 3 emerald-cut diamonds in a platinum setting. It weighed more than 5 carats and was worth $57,000. The officers relayed the suspect's description to Detective Gail Riddell, a 30-year veteran of Denver's Property Crimes Unit. Riddell had a hunch she knew who they were dealing with.
The physical description and the method of operation sounded very familiar to me because of a bulletin that we had received from the Jeweler Alliance Securities. So I went back through and found the bulletin and read it again, and it matched the method of operation, and the physical description was correct of the suspect.
The charming silver-haired grandmother was more than a thief. She was a one-woman crime wave. Riddell's 30 years on the force had taught her that thieves like Louise Davis move fast. The detective circulated a description of Davis to businesses in the Denver area. If Davis struck again, they'd be waiting. Officers were dispatched to the airport, but no one had seen the notorious Queen of Jewels. As officers searched for the suspect, Riddell looked into her past, and what a past it was.
When we put her into the computer to look at her record, it came out to be over 6 feet in length. I think we came up with 63, 64 arrests. From the information that I'd already received, this woman was more than big. She was enormous.
A judge granted an arrest warrant. Based on Davis's lengthy criminal record, bail was set at a hefty $1 million. Now all they had to do was catch her. Riddell suspected Davis had already left the state. The detective called the Federal Bureau of Investigation for help. Davis, she discovered, was no stranger to them. The FBI's Cleveland office led the Davis investigation. Her file listed her last known address as a home in an upper-middle-class Cleveland neighborhood.
Nothing here.
FBI agents searched her house. Davis was not there, but what they found intrigued them. Stashed inside the refrigerator was $10,000 in cash. It was the sign of a consummate professional. The refrigerator was probably one of many hiding places Davis kept in case she needed quick cash for a getaway. A box of forged passports confirmed their suspicions. Louise Davis was already on the move. And there was no telling where in the world she'd turn up.
I got a phone call from the FBI agent stating, you may not like this, but we got into her house and we found a lot of passports. All of her photos are there, but under variable names. And she left the country and came back in one day shortly after your theft. And I said, are you telling me the ring has already been taken to Europe? And he said, no, but I'm just getting you prepared that there is a possibility. But he said, we are working on another angle here and we will keep you posted. And it was kind of like, as fast as we moved, she moved faster.
It was beginning to seem as if the Denver Police Department and the Federal Bureau of Investigation would be outwitted by a little old lady. It took a month, but the FBI finally got a break. A Cleveland pawnbroker recognized a photo of the stolen ring. He had recently sold it himself.
Right there. The receipt right here. Let me look at the receipt here.
FBI agents spoke with a man who bought the item.
Yeah, do you have it with you? Just one up.
It was indeed the ring taken in Denver. Agents had recovered the stolen goods, but they were no closer to catching the perpetrator. A 68-year-old woman who was clearly still in her prime. Louise Davis had been on the lam for most of her life. She had eluded the FBI and Denver police detective Gail Riddell for over a month. In September 1998, Davis walked into another upscale store in King of Prussia, Pennsylvania. This time, thanks to an alert sales clerk, she was not anonymous. The clerk checked a wanted poster sent out by the Denver police. She recognized the infamous Queen of Jewels. She called security. Gail Riddell finally got the call she had been waiting for. Louise Davis was in custody, but for how long?
I said, do not give her a bond. I said, my bond is $1 million on this case. And there was a hesitation on the other end. And I said, did you hear what I said? And he said, $1 million on this little old lady? And I said, yes, sir. I said, she is more than she appears. So please, you know, it's just everybody assumes from her demeanor and of her age that she is not a serious problem. And in fact, she really is.
This time, Louise didn't get away. And she was soon sitting in a police interrogation room opposite the woman who had finally stopped her.
I said, I want you to tell me how you did this. And she kind of stopped for a second. She looked at me and kind of smiled. And she said, you're the first detective that has ever asked me how I did it.
Can you tell me what you did with that ring?
The key, she said, was in her image.
Oh, certainly. All right.
Davis had built her career by mastering a shell game that played on the perceptions of others.
Describe him to your husband. Sure. My name is Kevin again.
Over and over, she performed the same con, and each time it worked.
Certainly. Goodbye.
I knew that I could have been just as successful on the straight and narrow. I did. I should have been a lawyer.
But Davis didn't choose the straight and narrow. In February 2000, she was found guilty of grand larceny. Louise is eligible for parole in 2004 and could even be released earlier on good behavior. A criminal conspiracy threatens to wipe out England's cultural heritage, one robbery at a time. Police struggle to catch an obsessed thief as artifacts worth millions disappear into London's underworld. In Great Britain in the 90s, the English began to appreciate art and antiquities as never before. As their interest escalated, prime pieces became more valuable. The price of art skyrocketed, and so did art theft. London, a city with the largest concentration of galleries and museums in the world, was particularly hard hit. Limited or outdated security systems were no match for dedicated thieves. On December 5th, 1993, a small private art gallery called the Nortman was targeted. Burglars were a highly trained group of thieves who made their entrance through a roof hatch in the building next door. Once inside, they used a sledgehammer to gain access to the gallery. They planned it perfectly. They smashed through the wall without damaging any of the hanging artwork. In a matter of a few minutes, the thieves stole 15 paintings, including 5 by famous Dutch masters. The loss of a Bruegel, a Marquet, and a Van Goyen would make headlines. Overall, the haul was worth nearly $2 million. The Nortman Gallery heist wasn't discovered until the next day. Inside the gallery, Scotland Yard detectives found no real clues, only the destruction the thieves left behind. Whoever pulled this job off knew exactly what they were after.
What's that picture down there, all right?
They had the opportunity to steal much more, but targeted specific paintings.
Tell you what, Constable. Take a walk next door, have a word with the owner of the building, see if they got anything.
The boldness of the thieves and the efficiency of the heist made news all over Britain. Scotland Yard detectives knew they were dealing with professionals who understood the art market and would know exactly how to move the stolen paintings.
That was taken from the Norton Gallery.
They would have to work quickly before the famous works disappeared overseas or into a private collection forever.
What do you think?
Investigators canvassed art dealers all over London's West End.
Mr. Mr. Early?
They hoped one of the dealers had spotted the stolen paintings.
Copies of some of the pictures we're going to
It was a long shot that didn't pan out.
just catches you on the side. I'd appreciate if you
At the time of the Nortman heist, London was overrun with art thieves. In the 1990s, art and antiquity theft in Britain was second only to drug crimes in terms of profitability. Alexandra Smith, operations manager for Art Loss Register.
There was an enormous rise in art theft, and every few months it seemed to be a different type of theft that was being done.
Magazines and television shows had popularized the value of antiques. Even the smallest pieces were bringing enormous prices.
Where do we begin?
£10.
People started taking notice of the treasures in their own homes.
I'll have to consult my client. 25.
I would think we're pushing the price.
Yes, I think
somewhere around 20 to 30,000 pounds.
Absolute top, yes.
How amazing.
Yep, it's a wonderful,
It's a wonderful thing, never seen before.
As police discovered, common criminals were also becoming art experts. Armed with information gleaned from books and periodicals, they could now identify antiques worth stealing.
We have heard, apparently, that the most popular book read in prison is The Miller's Antique Guide. So they are starting to educate themselves from prison.
This new breed of thief, the art criminal, was brazen and smart. They exploited weaknesses in their target's security, stole precisely what they came for, and then simply disappeared. The police couldn't keep up with the criminals. They simply did not have the resources or the expertise to deal with the billions of dollars of art stolen each year. Scotland Yard finally established a special squad to deal with the thefts. It covered London's extensive gallery and auction house district in the West End. Despite dedicating all their resources to the Nortman heist, police still had no clues. As the days turned into weeks, they began to wonder whether the paintings had been stolen to order.
Because at the end of the day, if they are stolen to order, the person who wants that work of art will keep it, and it won't ever surface again on the art market until perhaps he dies.
Stolen or otherwise from various museums.
It was becoming clear that if the paintings were hidden in someone's private collection, the Antiquities Squad might never see the missing paintings again.
Constable, follow me.
Weeks after 15 paintings worth nearly $2 million disappeared from the Nortman Gallery in London, police were no closer to finding the thieves.
Take a walk next door, have a word with the owner of the building, see if we got.
They were concerned for good reason. The bold crime was only one of many such robberies. Robberies that had now expanded from galleries to antique stores. Shops specializing in high-end antiquities fell prey to the cunning thieves. They broke in at night and snatched only the very best merchandise. Alarm systems were apparently no match for their expertise. Investigator Chris Roberts works undercover to find stolen antiquities.
The simple fact is that no matter what your security is, determined thieves, if they want to break through and steal, they will. And they can do it fairly quickly. Alarms, the response time to alarms, security cameras, all the gadgetry that modern man can invent, develop, and put into place, generally speaking, can't stop a determined crook.
The floodgates were open, the thefts continued, and the police were powerless to stop it. Art theft was big business, and Scotland Yard was overwhelmed. The Arts and Antiquities Squad tried to track stolen paintings, vases, china, and even furniture. they were only able to recover a small fraction of the stolen pieces.
We'll say we drop a couple of them minor things.
But even those small successes generated leads.
You're not going to serve any time. We got a couple of outstanding warrants on you on that.
Police rounded up suspects and brought them in for questioning. Although they agreed to talk in exchange for lighter sentences, they turned out to be middlemen in a much larger scheme. Interrogation revealed the men had heard rumors of a mastermind, a highly educated art expert who had planned and executed the Nortman heist. But none of them knew his name.
Well, so much for Hamlet.
Scotland Yard would have been shocked to learn that Professor Richard Lucas was the man they sought.
And how else would you describe it, do you think? Blake, would you go on to
The tweedy intellectual did not fit the profile of a thief.
Thank you.
But Lucas lived a double life.
Today is Dryden's All for Love.
To his colleagues and neighbors, he was a respected educator.
That ends well. Both of them are sort of analogy for life.
Privately, however, he was a compulsive collector. When he wasn't teaching, he scoured antique shops, picking up all the treasures he could buy. Lucas collected virtually everything old, from books to clocks, from porcelain to fine art. He surrounded himself with hoarded treasure.
Yes, indeed.
He'd been educated very well in the private sector, so he wasn't short of money, but he seemed to live in an almost fantasy world where he lived in this tiny little flat, had to surround himself with beautiful objects, and be the only person who actually got to see them.
Lucas prowled the museums of London, coveting all that he saw, but knowing the things he wanted were beyond his grasp. The best pieces, the museum pieces, simply weren't for sale at any price. But Lucas wouldn't accept that. He went to an antique dealer named Thomas Atkinson.
This is very nice indeed.
Atkinson had a shady reputation.
May I help you, gentlemen?
He assured the professor he could obtain the things he needed.
As I was saying, this is exactly the sort of thing I am very interested in.
Even if his methods were outside the law.
Now you see, Mr. Atkinson, these are very nice.
It was the perfect partnership.
Indeed.
Lucas provided his art expertise.
They are not the sort of thing we're interested in at all.
Atkinson would provide the thieves.
So do I.
Professor Lucas had his eye on a collection of Worcester vases displayed in a small London museum specializing in 17th century porcelain. Atkinson went to work. First, he assembled a gang of experienced thieves. The men studied the collection and photographed the layout of the museum where it was housed. Once surveillance was completed, the gang looked for weak points in the museum's security system. What once seemed like a complex job suddenly became old-fashioned burglary. It seemed too good to be true. Were they missing something? Atkinson decided to find out. Atkinson followed a museum employee to a pub he frequented. After a few pints of lager, they became fast friends.
I got it.
Atkinson learned that some of the collections in the museum weren't protected by electronic security measures. Atkinson and his accomplice, Leslie Mason, then walked into the museum with the only tool they would need: a bottle of solvent to dissolve a thin layer of adhesive that secured the vases to their display case. No alarm sounded. No security gates came crashing down. The men simply walked out with their prize. Robbing museums was easier than shoplifting, and London was full of museums.
I think that we can probably find...
The professor proudly displayed his precious vases. When the police arrived at the museum, they were perplexed. The thieves had taken 2 Worcester vases, worth thousands of dollars apiece.
Yeah, you saw what they did with that. They just put some
But they
solvent
hadn't
on the
touched the
bottom,
rest of the valuable collection.
Yeah. We were in at 9.
What kind of thieves were they dealing with?
So you almost kind of like leave together, you just finish it up.
The professor's obsession escalated. With Atkinson as his partner, he realized he could have anything he wanted. And what he wanted most of all was rare books.
Quite old, of course, 17th century.
Lucas had been a familiar face at the London Library's rare book room.
2 volumes you request.
There he'd pore over priceless old manuscripts, coveting every fragile page.
Yes, indeed.
He was a fanatical collector and very passionate about old books and items that weren't owned by him. And the books that he specifically wanted, he couldn't actually buy on the open market.
Everyone at the library thought that Lucas was an eccentric old professor doing research. In reality, he was simply making a shopping list. Lucas charmed a librarian, convincing her to help him steal rare books. The result was the perfect blend of passion and profit. Lucas kept the books he wanted, and Atkinson sold the rest. Their inside source made certain no one would notice the books were missing. Libraries aren't known for their tight inventory control, nor are they the usual targets of crime. The simple plan worked flawlessly, and the thefts continued for months, book by priceless book. The hemorrhage of these national treasures continued until February 1994, when the head librarian received a letter. The anonymous sender claimed some of the library's rarest and most expensive volumes had been stolen. They were being sold on the open market. The librarian thought the letter was a hoax. He had no idea any of his volumes were missing. An inventory of the rare book room revealed the letter was no crank.
It seemed abundantly clear that quite a few books were missing from their secure library. And there was no way that these books should have been missing because members of the public couldn't actually take them out. They were to be viewed on the premises only.
Nearly 80 books, some of them 400 years old, were unaccounted for.
Especially with the 6-volume.
The theft seemed familiar.
400 years old.
Only the most valuable books were taken, and police were unable to trace them.
Someone might be able to walk out of a rare book room with it.
The librarian had no idea of how this could have happened.
Do you have a sign-in sheet when people come into the library?
At the time of the library heist, the arts and antiquities thefts were capturing national attention. Pressure mounted on Scotland Yard to find the missing items. Panicked museum owners scrambled to upgrade or install security systems.
So, Mr. Atkinson.
Emboldened by their success, Lucas and Atkinson hit their biggest target to date, the Nortman. The robbery went off without a hitch.
Yes, that was exactly right.
Lucas was thrilled with his new acquisitions. Atkinson was just as thrilled with his new money. Together, there was no telling where they could go or what they would acquire. In 1992, an English professor and a common crook teamed up to rob London's finest museums and galleries. They made off with some of the empire's greatest treasures. After weeks of working the case, police finally got a lead on an art handler named Robert Black. Investigators from the Arts and Antiquities Squad went undercover to see if Black would implicate himself.
We established a really good rapport. I was explaining to him that I would sell things on his behalf in Canada and the States, and I had some clients in South America. So he put together quite a collection of things.
Black liked to talk. Not only did he reveal he trafficked in stolen art, he gave investigator Roberts the information he had been waiting for.
He explained to me how they had broken into the Nortman Gallery. He showed me how they went along the tops of the walls. And in fact, he took me into a West End gallery and said to me, because we're getting on so well, pick anything on the wall here and I'll have it for you within a week.
Might have something in it.
Police got a warrant to search Black's house. Inside, they found information implicating him in thefts of stolen artwork. Still, Black refused to talk. He gave information on the Nortman heist, but he didn't know the location of the paintings. Police hit another dead end. In desperation, they publicized a reward for information leading to the return of the stolen paintings. An informant finally came forward. He told them about a house in the Swiss Cottage section of London's West End. A house that was supposedly filled with stolen antiquities.
How do you know about this place?
He said the home belonged to an English professor named Richard Lucas.
They grew too big and too successful, and every criminal in town knew about their activities. Every criminal who knew a police officer wanted a slice of the reward and the action.
Police took a close look at Richard Lucas. They learned that he was an Oxford-educated English professor, that he was a loner and an eccentric, and that he fancied himself an expert on antiques.
Good evening. Good evening, sir. Richard Lucas.
In September 1996, police arrived at the home of Richard Lucas. They were armed with a search warrant and accompanied by antique experts.
Yes, sir. We have a search warrant for your premises. You can take them upstairs. Thank you very much.
We entered the property not knowing really what to expect. And every surface that you could see was covered with little knickknacks and net keys and boxes and clocks. And it seemed very obvious that he was a fanatical collector. But were fairly shocked when we walked in to find that the staircase was littered with books. And it was actually very difficult to actually walk up the stairs and enter the property.
It took more than 2 days to search his property and inventory the thousands of antiques and books worth nearly $1 million. To police, the most valuable book in Lucas's collection was one he had written himself. The compulsive collector was also a compulsive note-taker.
Come take a look at this.
He'd kept a log of the names of the men he'd hired to steal for him and detailed the crimes.
Look at this guard layout.
Among the priceless clutter, police also found one of the stolen Dutch master paintings from the Nortman Gallery.
Detective, what I found.
What you got there, lad?
Eventually, the rest were found as well, scattered about as if they were old magazines.
Oh my God.
Detectives tried to find the rest of the gang.
Lots of people got my name in their books.
They questioned the men listed in Lucas's notebook.
So you never had any dealings with us, Mr. Lucas?
All of them refused to cooperate,
Nothing to do with any antiques?
except one, Leslie
You've been a
Mason.
busy little boy, haven't you?
Mason finally broke under police questioning. The small-time burglar admitted he had been recruited by Atkinson and Lucas to help plan and execute the enormously profitable heists. In fact, over a 6-year period, the two masterminds recruited about 10 gang members to do their dirty work. With Mason's help, Thomas Atkinson and Richard Lucas were linked to 27 robberies between 1990 and 1996. In that period, they had stolen millions of dollars worth of art and antiquities. Police have only recovered less than a third of what was taken. Richard Lucas was sentenced to 4 years in prison. Thomas Atkinson received 6. The treasures that once lay at their fingertips are now mere pictures and books borrowed from the prison library. In the early 1960s, the Berlin Wall separates families, friends, and lovers. For Wolfgang Fuchs, Cold War politics were about to become fiercely personal. Wolfgang Fuchs and his fiancée Selina were typical young Berliners. Wolfgang lived in West Berlin, where he attended the university. Selina lived in the East. Like many young couples, they had to plan their future around a country divided by Cold War politics. In 1952, East Germany had officially closed the borders. The communists ruled the East, while the West was democratic. Still, travel remained unrestricted. Wolfgang and Selina, along with many Berliners, commuted across the border daily. But as democratic West Germany prospered, communist East Germany suffered shortages. The consequences were inevitable. Throughout 1960, 200,000 East Germans defected to the West. The East German government knew they had to act, and act fast. Continued defections would devastate an already depressed economy. Maria Noki, a former resident of East Germany, now works for the Documentation Center for the Berlin Wall.
It was very evident that something had to be done to stop the escapes from East Germany. The escapees were young people, well-educated people. East Germany was losing its best citizens. It became clear in 1961 that the government had to stop this exodus.
The government solution would shock the entire world. On the night of Saturday, August 13th, 1961, Soviet and East German troops began sealing the 25-mile border between East and West Berlin. Like everyone else in Berlin that Sunday, Selina awoke to terrifying news. According to news reports on the radio, travel between East and West Germany was now blocked. She tried to call Wolfgang in West Berlin, but the lines were dead. Klaus Klein remembers hearing the news.
It didn't seem like a big problem. I thought we could get on the train, pull the emergency brake in West Berlin, and jump out. But it became clear when I learned the train doesn't even go into West Berlin anymore.
The East Germans had blocked all train travel and the 95 streets connecting the two parts of the city. Wolfgang Fuchs and Selina were now separated by armed guards and barbed wire. He knew he had to move quickly if he was to rescue Selina. In the early days, the borders weren't thoroughly protected. With Wolfgang's help, she slipped through the wire to freedom. Others were not as lucky. The border became more dangerous. Still, the escape attempts continued. Hagen Kosch guarded the border in East Germany in 1961.
Und so sind die Menschen zu Hunderten einfach über den
People simply crossed the border by the hundreds
Wege kannten, über Hinterhöfe, durch Gärten.
because they knew ways through backyards and fields that couldn't be observed.
Diesen Weg über die Erde
Orders were given to block these above-ground paths with larger obstacles.
Slowly but surely, concrete blocks replaced the barbed wire. Within a few weeks, it became painfully clear that the Berlin Wall was there to stay. Eva Klein, a citizen of East Germany, was concerned.
No one knew the wall was going to be built. We thought, after the flood of refugees quieted down, they would take the wall back down again.
The city was ringed by barbed wire and guarded by East German soldiers. Wolfgang Fuchs had managed to rescue Selina, but he still had fellow students and friends trapped on the other side of the wall. He became a man with a mission. He was desperate to get all the people he knew out of East Berlin. But crossing the border had become a nightmare. East German troops were ordered to shoot anyone who tried to defect. Within weeks, a dozen people were killed as they attempted to flee to the west.
So kommen dann die Leute auf die Idee, also über der
People decided that it was no longer possible above ground. Death was too great a risk.
versucht man natürlich nach Auswegen zu suchen, also
So they sought other ways, other alternatives.
The deaths frightened everyone, but it hardened the resolve of men like Wolfgang Fuchs and his friend, Wolfgang Cockrow. Cockrow shared Fuchs' hatred of oppression.
Ich war so voller Zorn und so voller Abwehr gegenüber diesem System.
We hated the communist system. The wall just confirmed that 17 million people were living in an internment camp.
Noch bestätigt hat, dass jetzt 17 Millionen Menschen wie in einem
They couldn't laugh at the wrong place or at the wrong time.
Sie müssen essen, was es gibt.
Sie können nicht lachen an der falschen Stelle. They couldn't trust anyone, and they couldn't say what they wanted.
Fuchs and his friends were desperate to get everyone they knew out of East Germany, and quickly. The wall was becoming better fortified by the day. Climbing over the wall was now impossible. Fuchs and his colleagues discussed going under it instead. They studied the sewer tunnels that crossed the border. But the East Germans had already sealed them.
It was at that time, in 1962, that younger people, students, started looking for other ways across. They came up with the idea of digging tunnels.
Tunneling under the wall was a bold but dangerous plan. The risk of discovery was huge. East German spies were everywhere. They prowled West Berlin, listening for conspiracy plans. Fuchs and his team dug a 30-meter tunnel from a basement in West Berlin to a building on the other side of the wall. Once the tunnel was declared safe, Fuchs began bringing people through.
Kommen! Hier.
They were ecstatic. But success was all too brief. The East Germans discovered the tunnel and destroyed it. They had successfully stopped the influx of defectors through the tunnel. But they had not stopped the man who built it, Wolfgang Fuchs. In the early 1960s, brave West Germans were willing to risk everything to bring their friends and family to freedom. Wolfgang Fuchs' first tunnel had been discovered and destroyed. But by late 1963, he had already planned his second. Fuchs located a vacant bakery slated for demolition. Secrecy was essential. East German guards watched for signs of escape. Discovery meant imprisonment or death.
Was sagen Sie?
Posing as a photographer, he struck a deal with the building owner.
That's good.
He rented the basement as a darkroom. The bakery was in full view of the East Berlin watchtowers. Fuchs and his men would have to keep a low profile. The tunnel diggers would live in the basement for the duration of the mission. Fuchs also made certain that everyone who worked on the tunnel had friends or family in the East. That way, no one would inform on them. With his security in place, Fuchs now faced the sheer physical challenge of the task ahead. The no-man's zone around the wall had been widened. They would have to dig a tunnel 145 meters long to reach an abandoned building in East Berlin. That was 5 times as long as Fuchs' first tunnel. Once they broke through, he intended to smuggle 120 people out of East Berlin in 3 nights. Excavation would take months. The mountain of dirt had to be kept in the bakery to avoid detection. It would eventually fill the entire basement and part of the first floor.
Man muss sich vorstellen, da unten durch ein Alt-Berlin
You have to imagine what was involved in digging a tunnel 12 meters deep through old Berlin.
was da an Kanalisation ist.
There were old sewage systems, old electrical cables, foundation wires.
Es war
It was difficult work.
The heroic mission was delayed by problems.
Was ist los?
The soapy soil wouldn't support a long tunnel. It was an unstable, claustrophobic shaft with no room to turn around. They needed lumber to shore up the walls and ceiling. It was smuggled in under the noses of the East German guards.
Schnell, schnell, schnell.
Bucket by bucket, week after week, 30 volunteers worked in shifts around the clock. Supplies and food were financed by private citizens and anti-communist organizations.
Und ja, also die haben wirklich unter extrem
They had to do this under extreme secrecy.
vorhin schon gesagt, das muss man sich wirklich so vorstellen. Die Frau von Wolfgang Fuchs
Wolfgang Fuchs' wife, Selina, brought food and supplies to the tunnel.
dort in den Tunnel gebracht. Diese
She always arrived with a man, acting like a pair of lovers so they wouldn't be noticed.
As the tunnel grew deeper, so did the danger. Ventilation and artificial lights had to be brought in for the workers.
Die Luft dort unten war so dünn.
The air underneath was so thin that it would extinguish your cigarette.
Sondern es mussten dann Exhauster beschafft werden. Es wurden Konserven
You couldn't afford any equipment.
die Frischluft nach vorne abgaben.
An exhaust system had to be made from scratch.
Im 8-Tage-Rhythmus immer 10 Mann.
People worked in 8-day shifts in the grime.
They dug for 5 months. Only a few meters away, East German guards watched for signs of escape. So far, Fuchs had been lucky. His tunnel was holding up. The tunnel now stretched to over 100 meters. But the work seemed never ending.
Wasser? Ich will Wasser. Hol Wasser.
Then a digger hit a drain pipe with his shovel. They had finally reached their target in East Berlin. From here, they would simply follow the pipe to the surface. The crew was elated. Still, they knew their job was only half over. The real danger lay ahead.
Die gefährlichste Situation war immer die, wenn der Durchstoß
The most dangerous time for them was the opening of the tunnel on the east side,
wussten natürlich nie, ob der Tunnel möglicherweise schon
because they never knew if the State Security Service was informed about the existence of this tunnel,
im Keller stand oder an dem Ort, wo der Tunnel
and whether the Stasi were awaiting them in the basement to arrest them.
On October 2nd, Fuchs used a dummy to see if East German rifles awaited him on the other side.
Dass wir in diesem toten
We had broken through into this old, closed-up outhouse.
Am 2. Oktober war
The tunnel was opened on October 2nd.
die Anspannung, die ist natürlich heute schwer.
It's difficult to describe the tension we felt when we reached the end of the tunnel.
Once they determined the coast was clear, the team embarked on an awesome task. Fuchs and his diggers had already compiled a list of friends and loved ones they intended to liberate from East Germany. On October 3rd, the first refugee received a telegram. It contained coded directions. As instructed, he went to the train station and studied the timetable. A stranger arrived and pointed to the name of a city mentioned in the telegram. The refugee responded with a pre-arranged password. He was then led to the building that hid the mouth of the tunnel. The password was his ticket inside.
Tokyo.
At the last possible moment, the team revealed the tunnel itself. The refugee slipped away to a new life in the West. East Berliners escaped through the tunnel the night of October 3rd, 1964. The next night, more would come, including 32-year-old Klaus Klein, his wife, and their 3-year-old child.
By what method we would be led to the West, I did not know. I have to admit, I hoped secretly that we would be given a false passport and allowed to just walk through the border. But I had no idea that it would be a tunnel.
It would take the refugees between 10 and 30 minutes to crawl through the dark, wet passage. But West Berlin and hope lay on the other side.
I kept on crawling, but was very afraid. It was terribly difficult to crawl through this tunnel because everywhere there were things which people had taken along. In their fear, they did want to take some things with them, but dropped them on the way, and we had to crawl over all of these things.
Once they reached the West, the refugees were cleaned up. They had to be presentable on the street. When they left the bakery, they emerged as free Germans.
There was crying and hugging. There was an indescribable feeling of happiness and joy. People were hugging each other. Some of the people were relatives that had not seen each other for a very long time.
Over the next 48 hours, 23 men, 31 women, and 3 children crawled to their freedom on their bellies. But Wolfgang Fuchs knew that with each person who disappeared from East Germany, the danger of discovery skyrocketed. It had taken 6 long months, but Wolfgang Fuchs had realized his dream of building a tunnel to freedom. On October 5th, that dream would turn into a nightmare. Late that night, 2 nervous strangers approached the gate. They claimed they wanted to defect, but they didn't know the password. The gatekeeper mistook their nervousness for sincerity and admitted them. Suddenly, one of the men said he wanted to go get a friend who had lost his nerve. Both strangers excused themselves and left. The gatekeeper let them leave. From his observation post on a nearby rooftop, Wolfgang Fuchs spotted trouble. The 2 strangers had returned. They were accompanied by East German border guards armed with submachine guns. Frantic, Fuchs tried to warn his friends of the approaching danger, but his radio failed. The East Germans went straight to the building that housed the entrance to the tunnel. One of Fuchs' men fired a warning shot. In the firefight that ensued, Egon Schultz, an East German soldier, was killed.
It was always claimed in the East that this Egon Schultz, this border soldier, was killed by criminal West Berliner slave traders. That was the spin.
Documents released more than 25 years later revealed that Schultz was killed accidentally by the other border guard submachine gun. The tunnel was destroyed by East German authorities. In West Berlin, it earned the nickname Tunnel 57 for the 57 who dared to make the journey. In its 2 days of operation, it was the most successful escape route of its kind. Wolfgang Fuchs continued to help people escape until the early 1970s. He lived under the constant threat of capture until the wall came down in 1989. He now enjoys a quiet life. His courage helped reunite hundreds of friends and family separated by the Berlin Wall. An unlikely gang of thieves crack an impenetrable fortress, pulling off the crime of the century. Disappearing with their millions, they confound police and capture the imagination of the country. Post-World War II Boston was a city of social extremes. While blue bloods occupied Beacon Hill, blue-collar immigrants kept their factories humming. At a mere 75 cents an hour, this hard labor was paid for with hard cash. Each payday, tens of thousands of dollars flowed into company counting rooms. They became natural targets for a gang of crooks looking for easy money.
All right, how was everything, boys? Real good. Good? Excellent. Food all right?
Gang leader Anthony Pino had his own take on the American dream. Although Pino owned a gas station, his first love was larceny.
Good to see you. Henry Baker. All right, pull up a chair, come on in.
Over the years, he built his own crew out of neighborhood toughs.
One shot, but we're going to take our time. We're going to pick our shot. I'm going to make sure every one of us is... Look, this is the
Big Joe
score.
McGinnis owned a bar and laundered money.
All right.
Specs O'Keefe was a stick-up man, known for shaking down local bookies and their clients. Jazz Maffey, a former high school football star, ran a numbers racket.
Cut up 8 different ways.
Although they had netted some decent dough from the counting rooms, Pino wanted to go after the big money. He wanted to go after Brinks.
Going through the garage. It's unbelievable. It's almost like they're giving it to us already.
Back in the 40s, Brink's Armored Car Service was America's bank on wheels. The company moved millions of dollars through city streets every day. The Brinks cash was tempting, but most crooks considered it unattainable. Pino believed otherwise. He tailed the trucks and drivers, studying their every move. All the cash came and went from a renovated garage in the North End. Inside was enough money to change a man's life forever.
What you doing? Looks like he's sleeping.
Pino spent months casing the building.
I think we could do it in 17. They must be in a counter. They must be in a vault.
He learned how the big shipments were handled and memorized each of the cashier's responsibilities. 50 years ago, working out of the Boston office, FBI agent John Kikot knew Pino's style.
He was a mastermind, but he was also a plugger. He was determined, and what he wanted to obtain, he would go through any kind of planning in order to obtain it.
To Pino, the key to the job was simplicity. His plan was to strike after the place was closed and clean out the vault. When the last cashier left for the night, the gang made their move. The gang easily broke into the building and reached their target, a massive vault constructed of steel encased in concrete block.
Do your stuff, huh? Okay. Let's see what we got here. Okay, it looks pretty basic here.
More riches than Pino could imagine were just a few feet away.
All right. I'm thinking we put an 8-pit
But the
right
gang
here.
had a problem.
See, the only problem with that is we got this anti-lock mechanism. Tell me we can't do this. I don't know yet. It's looking, it's good. It can be done. Okay. All right. Tony, get us out. I don't think it's gonna go.
Not only was the vault wired to an alarm company, the lock mechanism was more complicated than anything they had ever seen.
That would be the first place we look. That's the first thing we're gonna see.
It was back to the drawing board.
I don't want to see anybody hurt on this.
The gang brainstormed night after night.
I'm not getting pinched on this one. That means we don't got no.
They could use nitroglycerin to destroy the vault, but it was too risky.
This is gonna happen. We need to know exactly what time.
An explosion would bring the authorities running. Instead, Pino's men broke into the alarm company and stole a diagram of the Brink's alarm system. They also obtained information from the U.S. Patent Office.
They asked McGinnis to send down to Washington somebody to look over at a Washington office to see if he could come up with any information concerning the alarm system.
Hey, let me see. I know you're gonna do
But
it.
none of the patent drawings could help override the system. Pino realized there was no way of breaking into the vault without getting caught.
We're gonna clean them like fish.
They would have to take the vault when it was open
I noticed some blanks.
and by force.
Yeah, that's right. No, this guy got fired. He got, yeah, they let him go. 10:07.
Their timing would have to be perfect.
There's been 3 gone for, I don't know, like 30, 40 minutes now.
The vault was only open for 15 minutes each night, and 6 locked doors stood in their way. Jimmying the locks would eat up valuable time.
2 guys.
But Pino had a plan.
Come on. This one here.
All right. I need some light.
Right down here.
The gang broke into the Brink's building nightly to remove the locks from each of the interior doors.
Come on. We haven't got all day. Come on. You got it?
Once keys were made, the locks were carefully replaced.
Go. All right, that's 3, huh? So why don't you show me the rest of this place? Step right this way.
Pino probably spent anywhere up from 1.5 to 2 years walking in and out of the place. It was like a full-time job with Tony, and he spent a great deal of time there.
The gang now had a complete set of keys. With free passage to the vault room, it was only a matter of time before they got their hands on all that cash. After years of planning, the Brink's robbery was set for Tuesday, January 17, 1950. The men were dressed as Brink's drivers and wore galoshes to muffle their footsteps. Once they were inside, they had to move fast. Always thinking ahead, Pino had the men remove anything that might jingle. Around 7 p.m., lookout man Victor Costa took up his post outside the Brink's building. The rest of the gang would wait for his signal. Timing was critical. They only had a 15-minute window to clean out the vault. If they entered the building too early, they risked getting caught. But if they waited too long, the money would be locked away for the night. Finally, the plan was in motion. Using their keys, the gang worked their way through the building. They pulled on rubber masks as they neared the vault room. The cashiers were outnumbered and outgunned.
Gentlemen! One of the guards started to reach for his weapon. And O'Keefe said to him, "Don't do it." The guard then gave up the idea of pulling the gun.
The size of the hall was overwhelming. As the gang hurried to empty the vault, they were startled by the sound of a door buzzer. In all their scheming, no one counted on visitors. The gang got lucky. It was just a garage attendant, unaware of the heist in progress. After they'd entered the building, the crew sped off with the cash.
Oh, Mom, Pop, what are you doing up? Hey, go back
They
upstairs.
took their bounty to
The
Matthew's
boys are coming
place.
over, we got some business to talk over, have a couple of drinks. Yeah, don't worry, we're not going to be late. You know, we'll be quiet. Go on upstairs. Go back to sleep here, okay? Go on, go on.
Because we're getting pushed up.
Oh, no. It's just that the boys are coming right in, so, you know, I don't want them disturbing you, so go on up. Go ahead. Okay. Go ahead. We won't be long, we won't be late.
Okay, don't make too much noise.
Okay.
His elderly parents had no idea of the riches that now filled their living room. The gang decided to dispose of the checks and traceable bills. They would stow the rest until the heat died down. Even before the money was counted, Pino's gang suspected it was the biggest haul of their lives. They'd finally made the major leagues. Meanwhile, Pino sped to McGinnis's liquor store to establish an alibi.
Happy to hear it. And your brother?
Doing fine.
Well, thanks for keeping the city safe.
Absolutely.
Just by luck, he ran into a cop.
Absolutely.
How are you?
Doing dynamite.
How's your mom doing?
She's doing better.
Yes?
Doing better.
Pino hoped the officer would remember he was nowhere near the robbery.
I'll do that.
Make sure it's off duty.
Absolutely, guys.
On the other side of town, the head cashier called police with stunning news.
Operator, get the police.
Brink's had been robbed.
Yeah.
Cops and reporters flocked to the scene of the crime. By the time the FBI got there, the vault room was in chaos.
FBI, we're taking charge.
Federal agent Leonard Frizzoli was assigned to the investigation.
We got there and things were pretty much in a turmoil there. There were reporters already there walking all over the place and quite a few people there. And so what we had to do is try to preserve the crime scene.
But there wasn't much to preserve. The only physical evidence, the rope and tape the robbers had used to tie up the cashiers, proved too common to trace.
Blue, navy blue Kikot came through with a mask and hats on and took the guard through.
Eddie Corsetti was a police reporter.
I wish I had chewing gum on my shoes when I was walking around that office because, there had to be, a wild guess, there had to be $100,000 laying around the floor.
I need you to come on in.
Through all the mess, the FBI saw a meticulously planned caper, an enormous heist that smelled like an inside job.
You already know we were tied up here.
But polygraph tests would quickly clear the Brink's employees of any suspicion. The investigators had nothing. The Brink's robbery became an overnight sensation. Newspapers described how the wily gang held up an impenetrable vault like a candy store. To 1950s America, it was the crime of the century. The robbers had walked away with a whopping $1.5 million in cash.
An incredible crime in Boston. The $1.5 million holdup of an armored car service by 9 bandits, one of the nation's few multi-million-dollar stick-ups. Before scooping up the cash, they bound and gagged the 5 employees present. One of them, James R. Allen, tells the rest of the story.
They kept another trip, another trip. I kept saying, Sergeant, when is it going to be over?
Brinks wanted the men caught and punished. Without any clues, they offered an astronomical reward.
They came up with this offer of $100,000. Not wanted dead or alive, wanted dead.
But the public didn't share that sentiment.
We conducted a poll, the newspaper did. I don't know, I think they contacted something like 500 people. And I think 75% were hoping they'd get away with it.
With so little evidence to go on, the police and the FBI knew that the crime of the century might never be solved. FBI agents were becoming frustrated. Under the glare of the media, they were no closer to solving the Brink's robbery. Little useful evidence was found at the crime scene, and since the robbers had worn masks, nobody could identify the culprits either. Besides the cashiers, the only other witnesses were a couple of teenagers who'd seen the getaway vehicle. But all they could offer was a vague description of the truck. Without a license plate number, it would be almost impossible to find.
We looked up and there was a truck.
And you said about 10 to 15 miles an hour. Is there anything else now that you can think about?
FBI agent John Larkin worked the case.
Regardless of what the suspicions were and how accurate they might have been, unless somebody cooperated in the long run, this was not going to be solved.
Desperate for answers, agents grilled every crook in town.
And that's all I know. That's all I know. Honest to God.
Before long, Boston's underworld soon wanted the Brink's crew arrested as much as the cops did.
Follow Pino.
A couple of informants actually fingered Pino. It was hard for the cops to believe that a two-bit hood like Tony Pino could have pulled off a heist this huge.
Oh, good. How about you? Well, we've been okay, but you know, we're still trying to get some information here.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we're hoping you can help us.
Besides, a fellow police officer had already confirmed Pino's alibi.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, 123.
The rest of the gang had alibis as well. But since they involved friends and family, there was no way to either prove or disprove them. Still, it was hard to believe that the crime of the century could have been pulled off by this band of second-rate crooks.
They were all well known by the Boston police. They all had records. But on a small time scale, nothing. No one would ever dream that that crowd could pull off a robbery of $1.5 million. No one.
What kind of stuff is it?
2 months passed before police found a single lead. Several pieces of a burned truck turned up at a city dump.
Why would somebody do that?
Further investigation revealed that 2 of Pino's associates lived near that same dump. The police began to wonder if they had been too hasty. Maybe Pino's gang had been involved after all. They checked out the serial numbers on the truck parts. The numbers matched the model of the getaway vehicle seen speeding away from Brink's. The FBI set up round-the-clock surveillance on the gang. But once again, they had underestimated Tony Pino. The gang leader ordered his men to limit their time together. If they needed to communicate, they'd stop by Pino's gas station to deliver messages. The FBI now believed Pino's gang had something to hide, but they didn't have the evidence to prove it. 2 years after the heist, a grand jury convened and called Pino and his gang as witnesses. The results were disappointing.
The hope was that some of them might see the light and cooperate, but they all took the Fifth Amendment. That was about it.
The grand jury failed to produce a single indictment. Pino's patience paid off. On January 17, 1953, the federal statute of limitations expired. It was starting to look as if he had devised the perfect crime. Still, the government refused to give up. They still had 3 years pending on the state charges. The FBI increased the pressure. They committed unlimited money and man-hours to catching the robbers in whatever way they could. Deportation proceedings were initiated against Pino. Gang members were charged with tax evasion and bootlegging.
Boys, come on.
Tension mounted as the men found themselves in expensive legal battles. The gang started to crumble. O'Keefe accused Pino of cheating him out of his share of the money and made threats to the men if he didn't get his due. Pino decided to beat him to the punch. Ironically, O'Keefe would land in jail for breaking his parole. Nearly 6 years after the heist, And just 11 days before the Massachusetts statute of limitations would run out, O'Keefe was ready to make a deal. In exchange for a light sentence, Specs O'Keefe confessed to the robbery and fingered the other members of the gang. In June of 1956, a tip led investigators to the only money that would ever be recovered from the Brink's heist. It was a disappointing victory. After spending 6 years and $29 million on the investigation, they recovered a measly $51,000. By the time the trial began on August 6, 1956, 2 of the gang members had already died of natural causes. With the exception of O'Keefe, the other robbers all received life sentences, but were paroled in the 60s and 70s.
I got something with me.
By their own accounts, the amount of money they actually saw wasn't worth it. Drinking, gambling, and legal debts quickly ate up their fortune. While rich in the memories of their celebrated caper, Boston's most famous robbers spent the rest of their lives flat broke.
How much money you think is up?
Canada's most famous gang of robbers set their sights south of the border.
90 seconds!
They take millions from U.S. banks and lead police on a chase that lasts 10 long years. On the night of November 15, 1979, a guard at Canada's Joyceville Penitentiary in Ontario made a startling discovery. Patrick Mitchell, a convicted thief, had collapsed.
Problem in cell block 3.
He was sweating profusely and short of breath.
Something's wrong with him.
The prison nurse recognized that Mitchell was in trouble.
Pulse is racing.
This was no inmate scam to get out of a work detail. The man's pulse was racing, and he was barely coherent.
Respond to cell block 3 right away.
It looked like a heart attack.
That's the first number. That good or bad? Better than it was.
But Mitchell would never make it to the emergency room. At the hospital, the ambulance was greeted not by doctors, but by gunmen.
Hands up! Don't move! Don't move! Get the stretcher out of the way! Let's get over there. He's not doing well.
Within seconds, they vanished into the darkness.
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Mitchell's escape plan worked flawlessly.
Come on, we gotta get there.
Thanks to the help of his longtime friends and accomplices, Stephen Reed and Lionel Wright. Earlier that evening, Mitchell dissolved a pack of cigarettes in water and drank the toxic brew. He knew the massive dose of nicotine would shock his system and mimic the symptoms of a heart attack.
Stay with it. Stay with it. Pull him out. Pull him out.
Reed and Wright had been eager to free the leader of their gang. Now they feared he might not survive the stunt. Paddy Mitchell and his accomplices were Canada's most notorious bank robbers. The trio had been convicted of stealing $165,000 worth of gold bullion from the Ottawa International Airport. It was one of the biggest heists in Canadian history. Now Mitchell would also be known as the mastermind behind one of the most daring prison breaks ever attempted.
People are going to be on the subway.
An escape that wouldn't have been possible without the help of his friends.
No.
The three men had been stealing for years. They joined forces in the early 1970s.
Patty, what do you think?
Stephen Reed was a high school dropout and petty criminal. Lionel Wright worked as a bookkeeper by day and a thief by night.
He came in from over here, right? And he took a walk around the back.
The men were relieved when Mitchell did in fact recover. Once he was feeling up to it, they wasted no time planning their next move. They knew it was too risky to stay in Ottawa. The three men headed to San Diego, California. For Paddy, San Diego was like a dream come true. The weather was perfect and the banks were plentiful. Paddy and his boys liked to live life in the fast lane. They just needed a little cash to finance their fun.
Paddy thought that he died and gone to heaven when he went to the United States and saw the land of riches, so many banks, as he says, such nice money.
Mitchell was determined to get his hands on some of that nice money. Over the next several weeks, the men cased several banks. They were looking for a building with light security and back alleys for a quick getaway. A small credit union in San Diego seemed to fit the bill. The gang opened accounts so they could check out the bank's physical layout and personnel procedures. All the while, they took note of guard stations and peak business hours.
Okay, well listen, sir, thank you very much. Okay, hope to see you. Okay, thank you very much.
I want to come in this way.
The men took great
Around
care
here,
in planning their
This
crime.
alleyway and park. That's what I want.
Each man made his contribution.
This is the interstate that we want to.
Lionel Wright's bookish ways were put to good use researching the bank's operations. Mitchell and Reed mapped out escape routes. They talked through every aspect of the heist.
I don't disagree with that.
Over to here.
Once inside, they would each have a specific task. Wright would man the getaway car out front. Reed would watch the customers, and Mitchell would grab the cash. It all had to happen fast.
Well, most bandits are not real sophisticated. We have thousands of robberies each year, and most of them are not really sophisticated in the way they go about their business. However, these guys were different.
They were bold, meticulous, and above all, patient. The gang spent weeks refining their plan.
Let's go, down.
In February of 1980, they hit their first target, a large credit union in San Diego.
Get down. Hurry it up.
Although the gang carried guns, Mitchell never intended to use them. If they moved fast enough, they would be long gone before the police even arrived.
Throw the bag, come on. Let's go.
Just to be sure, they carried a stopwatch.
90 seconds! Throw me the bag! Right now!
The robbers left the bank after exactly 90 seconds. They took only the money they could grab in that amount of time. No longer, no exceptions.
They were in the bank only a certain amount of time, and then they weren't too greedy in that when the end of that time came, they were gone.
Still pumped with adrenaline, the men counted the take from their first U.S. heist. The cash totaled over $20,000. In a mere 90 seconds, they had been able to steal nearly 1/4 of their biggest job in Canada.
I knew that one was going to be. Oh, yeah, you knew. You didn't have it all.
Life in America was looking better all the time. The gang was eager for more. They made plans to rob banks all over San Diego.
Guarding too.
They began wearing outlandish Halloween masks to distract witnesses from noticing more pertinent details like height, weight, or hair color.
Ready to do it? Go.
And they always carried a stopwatch. In their first 2 months in San Diego, they hit 4 banks for a total of $70,000. The press named them the Stopwatch Gang. For Patty Mitchell, the U.S. was indeed the land of opportunity. By the end of the year, holdups in San Diego County had doubled. Police were baffled. Following another robbery, the FBI was called in to search for clues.
What do you got? Well, we got gleaming, come in. See any car?
Mitchell left them none. Witnesses could only recall the details of the robbers' weird masks.
One was like a skeleton.
As the law struggled to find the mysterious Stopwatch Gang, its members enjoyed the good life. They treated themselves and friends to designer clothes, flashy jewelry, trips to Vegas, and big nights on the town. With each passing month, the gang grew richer and more confident. The FBI simply grew more frustrated. By late summer 1980, Patty Mitchell's Canadian bandits were becoming too well known, or so he feared. He needed one last score, a heist so big he and his men could lay low in luxury for years. But he knew he would have to be patient.
He was a consummate planner. He would case a joint if it took a month, 2 months, 3 months. He would follow the Brink's trucks around, the Wells Fargo trucks. He'd get their schedule down pat. He would know exactly to the second, to the minute, when they would be arriving at the bank.
Mitchell noticed that armored trucks made cash pickups and deliveries to the Bank of America every Tuesday morning. The schedule never varied. The trucks arrived like clockwork at exactly 10:30 a.m. This was the shot he had been waiting for. There was just one problem.
It's just the layout.
The trucks were manned by 2 armed guards. If they jumped the guard on the street, his partner in the truck might start shooting. Mitchell preferred to catch the guard alone in the bank as he exited the vault. That meant the gang would have to wait for him inside.
All right, we got the schedule.
All right, what are we doing?
For this heist, Halloween masks were out. Instead, Wright found library books on how to apply wigs and theatrical makeup.
All right, to look at yourself while you're putting on the makeup.
Meanwhile, Mitchell and Reed scrutinized pickup times at dumpsters around the city.
All right, listen, this isn't going to work.
They would have to dump their disguises as quickly as possible after the heist. On September 23, 1980, Stephen Reed and Lionel Wright entered the Bank of America, wearing their new disguises. Patty Mitchell waited in the getaway car outside. Mitchell suspected the bank customers would be so busy going about their own business that they wouldn't even notice the strange beards his men were wearing. he was right. Suddenly, the stopwatch gang sprang into action. Wright and Reed quickly disarmed the guard and went to work. They were finished in 90 seconds. The gang escaped without being followed. According to plan, they gathered up the tools of their trade: a stolen license plate, bank bags, disguises, and stashed them in a dumpster.
Go.
Then they left town, heading towards Arizona. Patty Mitchell had gotten his big score. It was the largest armed robbery in San Diego history. As usual, bank employees remembered little about the gunman beyond their peculiar beards and wigs. The FBI had nothing to work with at first. In all his meticulous planning, there was one thing Patty Mitchell hadn't thought of. The regularly scheduled pickup at the dumpster was delayed. A man scavenging for bottles discovered 3 cloth bags with shipping tags from the Bank of America. A search of the dumpster turned up the wigs, makeup, and clothing used in the robbery. FBI technicians matched fingerprints on the gear to 2 escaped Canadian convicts, Patrick Mitchell and Stephen Reed. Agents learned that Mitchell, Reed, and another Canadian, Lionel Wright, had worked together in the past.
Take a look at what we got over here.
They compared their mugshots with photos from bank security cameras. The suspects resembled the disguised gunmen. FBI agents felt sure they had finally identified the stopwatch gang.
How they compare to this one.
But they still had to find them.
Listen, I'm Special Agent.
Authorities traced the gang's getaway car to a rental agency, where they discovered the vehicle had been rented by one of the robbers. DMV records led them to Oak Creek, Arizona. The crew had taken up residence in a luxurious home in Oak Creek. Their wealth and generosity had already made them many friends in the community. They were enjoying themselves so much, they were unaware they were being watched.
Okay, California.
They were known as being big spenders, and when they went out for dinner with folks, they always treated. They were passing out $20 bills on a regular basis, and certainly why not? It's not theirs. And so they were living the good life up there.
In the early morning hours of October 31st, 1980, Stephen Reed was pulled over on what he thought was a routine traffic violation. For the sleepy town of Oak Creek, it was anything but routine.
Sure.
Officials raided the hideout, where they captured Wright.
Stay down, partner. Sit down.
But the leader of the stopwatch gang had escaped again.
Do you understand those rights?
We had to actually start from ground zero again and start contacting people, sources, informants, things of this nature. and just hit the streets again trying to find the guy and you know, put it out across the country as to what his MO is, and start looking for similar MOs to see if we can pinpoint a location where he might be at.
I'll do that. Thank you.
Patty Mitchell had been away with a girlfriend the day of the raid. On hearing of his buddy's capture, he shaved his mustache, took his money from a safety deposit box, and hit the road. Patty Mitchell lived on the run for 7 long years. He always managed to stay one step ahead of the FBI. He continued to rob banks, always getting in and out in under 2 minutes. He never once fired his gun.
He was good at what he did. He never hurt anybody. Patty never fired a shot in anger. He was a gentleman bandit.
He'd also become a master of disguise. He grew beards, dyed his hair, wore wigs. Police never knew who they were looking for. His crime spree elevated him to the FBI's 10 most wanted list. One of his many faces was featured on a television crime show.
The FBI needs your help to capture one of the craftiest bank robbers in North America.
The show was flooded with tips that led police to the Philippines.
That was the first real concrete information that we had on the whereabouts of Patty Mitchell in probably 4 years.
In the Philippines, the bank robbing playboy had actually settled down. He'd married a local woman and started a family. Agents raided Mitchell's home. But once again, he was long gone by the time they arrived.
To have had this opportunity and to have let it slip away again after so many years of hard work, and finding him again as far away as the Philippines was something that was not very pleasant to go through. But we had to pick it up again and start looking for him again, and we knew that he would probably come back to the United States. We just didn't know when or where.
Unbeknownst to authorities, Patty Mitchell had quietly slipped into the small town of South Haven, Mississippi on February 21st, 1994. It didn't stay quiet for long.
South Haven Police.
At around 10 a.m., the South Haven police received a disturbing call. A bomb had been placed at City Hall.
Unit 311.
Respond, 8791 Highway 51 to South Haven City Hall. Have a bomb threat called into that location.
Step on the radio? Yeah, let's go get the guy. Let's go.
The call seemed suspicious to Police Chief Thom Long.
Okay, bomb threat. That means usually for us some type of diversion. What is the other end of this? So we're talking, okay, let's all watch our financial institutions.
But he quickly did the math. South Haven had 13 banks and limited resources. He sent 2 officers to check out the bomb threat.
Okay, well,
Hustle out.
He ordered the rest of his small staff to cover as many of the banks as they could. Narcotics, homicide, and patrol officers all hit the street. On their way to cover the Deposit Guarantee National Bank, officers got a call that a robbery was in progress. Chief Long's hunch was right. His men were already in the vicinity. They reached the bank in less than 90 seconds. Over the years, the leader of the infamous stopwatch gang had stolen millions of dollars in cities all over the world. But his adventure would end on the hot pavement of a small town in Mississippi.
One of the agents, FBI agents, stepped in my office and was just beaming, you know, said, "This is Patrick Mitchell. We have been looking for this guy for 10 years. He's been on the most wanted list."
For Patty Mitchell, the clock had finally run out.
Your pockets.
I think Mitchell played on, number one, the 90-second response, and that is, if you can get in and out in 90 seconds and have you some good avenues of exit, then the odds are you'll probably be successful a few times. But you're only delaying the inevitable. You are going to get caught sooner or later.
In 1994, Patrick Michael Mitchell was found guilty of bank robbery and possession of a handgun. He was sentenced to 30 years in a federal prison.
Side, please.
He also owed Canada another 18 years for the gold bullion heist back in 1974. Stopwatch accomplice Lionel Wright served his time and was paroled. Stephen Reed also served his time and was paroled. He was sentenced to 18 years for another robbery in Canada in 1999.
Let's go! Down, right now!
During the course of his career, Patty Mitchell spent less than 90 minutes robbing millions from banks. For those 90 minutes, he will spend the next 50 years of his life behind bars. He is scheduled to be released in the year 2043 at the age of 99. Police officers and criminals inhabit the same dark world of scams and schemes. But what happens when the line blurs between the cops and the robbers? Medford, Massachusetts was a quaint bedroom community outside Boston. Medford was a quiet town, immune from big city crime. But one night in 1960, that small town's silence was shattered by gunfire.
1054.
Jerry Clementi and his partner rushed to the scene of an armed robbery at a local liquor store. Although he was still a rookie, Clementi was determined not to let the robbers get away.
Open the door slowly. Hands out. Both. Both hands out. Get down. Spread them
He
arms.
risked his own life to protect his partner and bring the thieves to justice.
Got him secured.
The mayor of Medford awarded Clementi the coveted Medal of Honor. As a hometown hero, his career advanced quickly. Officer Dan Gately worked with Clementi.
He had a lot of people that he knew and he was friendly with. And he was a well-liked person. A lot of guys liked him. But then again, they didn't know him.
Can I get you anything else?
To know him was to know that he liked the perks that came along with being a cop.
That's for me. Take a look at that.
After several years on the force, he began to bend the rules.
Wow. Quantum Pro 1414. Thanks.
Lot more stuff. Well, that can probably do. Hey, I appreciate it. That's a little something.
Whenever Clementi and his fellow cops investigated a store robbery, they helped themselves to the merchandise.
Oh, she always has seafood. How's Lewis?
Exploiting a corrupt network of cops,
Hey, Ed, what's up?
Clementi used his influence and power to get what he wanted at a very young age. he rose quickly through the ranks.
Clementi is a captain. When the captain came on the scene, it was quite a thing because you have a captain out there with you. They looked up to him. So if he said to do this or do that, they'd try to do him a favor in a minute.
The favor Clementi most appreciated was to be let in on a scam.
You guys up to the place I was talking to you about. So, what do you think, Jerry?
In late 1979, Sergeant Joe Banks brought up the idea of burglarizing a television store.
Figure maybe about $10,000.
But to Clementi, the heist was too small to justify the risk. Boston Globe reporter Paul Langner.
Jerry Clementi must be given credit for a vision. He said, my God, if you're going to do that kind of high-tech bypassing of a burglar alarm, let's not bother with the dinky television store. Let's go for something really big.
Clementi had his eye on the Depositors Trust Company, a small-town bank with a vault full of safe deposit boxes. As far as Clementi was concerned, there was but one obstacle standing between him and untold wealth. A 12-inch thick metal door.
They were very bold and arrogant. They've been getting away with a lot of things for a long time. And, you know, they just had the feeling that they couldn't be caught.
As cops, Clementi and Banks knew every crook in town.
Just you have everything together? Working on it. Just going to make plans.
Along with fellow officer Tom Doherty, they recruited two of the best safecrackers in the business. The men thought the vault door was impossible to crack. Clementi was determined to find another way in.
We're lucky if we profit 10 grand each. For what?
The gang learned everything they could about the layout of the vault. Posing as a customer, Doherty measured the room and noted every detail. Clementi wanted to move fast. He brought on another experienced safecracker.
Taking care of the explosion.
The gang was now made up of 3 cops and 3 robbers. Since breaking through the vault door was impossible, they needed an alternate point of entry. Blueprints revealed they could gain access to the ceiling of the vault via the optical shop next door. The ceiling was constructed of reinforced concrete and was 2 feet thick. The plan was ambitious and risky, but Clementi figured it was worth it. Clementi chose the Memorial Day weekend for the heist. The bank would be closed for 3 days, giving them plenty of time to stash the loot before the robbery was even discovered. A consummate planner, Clementi set up his alibi beforehand. He assigned himself to work overtime at the town carnival. That way, he could work a few hours and slip away unnoticed. On Saturday night, Clementi set his plan in motion. As a police officer, he knew the optical shop was not protected by an alarm. After midnight on Sunday morning, Clementi led his men in the back door. If everything went according to plan, they would be rich men in 3 short hours. While Clementi was playing robber, his friend Doherty was playing cop. From his position outside the bank, he could monitor his police radio to warn the gang in case they were detected.
Doherty was actually the shift commander in Medford on the night of the burglary. And he had directed patrols to other ends of the city and away from Medford Square and away from the Depositors Trust Bank.
They headed for the loft of the optical shop. From here, they could drill directly into the ceiling of the vault. Outside, Doherty couldn't hear the drilling. In under an hour, they were through the first wall. Then, Clementi heard voices. The men froze, fearing the worst. Just as Clementi and his gang were about to break through the ceiling of the vault, they heard voices. Concerned, Doherty went to investigate. He found the owners of the ice cream parlor on the other side of the bank. The couple were doing inventory.
Break into the area and probably be a good idea to go ahead and pack it up for the evening. Okay.
Lieutenant Doherty told them to leave. There had been break-ins in the area, and it wasn't safe. Once they were gone, he radioed the gang to resume work. But once again, the plan faltered. Their tools hadn't even dented the vault ceiling. They would have to resort to something more powerful. Clementi radioed Doherty there was going to be an explosion. He knew that was sure to draw attention. They had to risk it.
The first time it didn't go through, so they put in a stronger stick, a full stick, I guess. This time it went through, and the two blasts failed to generate a single call to the Medford police station.
Now nothing stood between them and all the money they'd ever dreamed of. The men systematically raided the vault. But they had lost precious time. After only an hour inside the vault, Clementi told his men it was time to go. They had to leave the bank before dawn to avoid being seen.
Let's get it going. Let's get the tools together.
The robbers slipped out the back of the optical shop as silently as they had entered. In one night's work, they had taken over $300,000. It was more money than the men had seen in nearly 15 years of petty thefts. But they realized they had left so much behind. They had cracked only a fraction of the 1,000 safety deposit boxes.
Be careful with these things here. Let's go, guys. Let's get this.
They decided to go back for more. On Sunday, the men made sure they were seen around town.
That's why I told you I don't want him out all the time.
They were careful not to stray from their routines.
Maybe we can,
Until it was time to spring into action. It was after midnight when the gang went back to the bank a second time. Fueled by their greed, they worked with assembly line efficiency. Again, they ran out of time. Before they knew it, dawn was breaking, and it was time to go. Although they had only cracked half the boxes, the heist was enormous. And still, it was not enough. They had to make one last trip before the bank opened on Tuesday morning. After 3 nights of work, they were all rich men. The men divided up the cash.
we did all right.
Bangs would fence the jewelry once the heat died down. On May 27, 1980, the employees at the Depositors Trust Company returned to work. They were in for the surprise of their lives. Soon, the bank was swarming with detectives. Ironically, Thomas Doherty was one of the officers who worked the scene. The sheer volume of the heist made police suspect that the thieves had been inside the bank for several days. Next door, the owner of the optical shop led investigators to the gaping hole he had discovered.
We knew that it happened over the Memorial Day weekend, but we didn't know whether it was 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, etc. There was a lot of work to be done. You know, there were a lot more people to talk to.
The FBI questioned anyone who might have seen anything.
Did you notice anything outside the windows?
The couple from the ice cream parlor told the agents about the police officer who warned them to leave their shop. Unfortunately, they could not recall the officer's name. Investigators checked the weekend patrol schedule at the Medford police station.
There was one other, the new guy that came in. He rode with us that night.
There was no record of the encounter.
We met in the police academy.
At 9 a.m., the bank failed to open. Crowds gathered outside. Anxious customers were told to return the next day to be interviewed by police. Investigators had no idea how much had been taken. They would first have to obtain inventories from the box holders. At the bank, hundreds of anxious customers lined up to describe their losses to police. They learned they would never recover what had been taken. The bank did not insure the contents of safe deposit boxes. The estimates of the heist soared as pressure grew to solve the crime. Police felt helpless.
Well, it was certainly frustrating for us as police officers, as investigators, because we weren't getting anywhere. We had no physical evidence at the time of the crime of Depositors Trust.
Okay, let's take all this.
Investigators desperately needed a breakthrough in what was beginning to look like the perfect crime.
Okay.
In the days following the Depositors Trust robbery, authorities realized they were dealing with the biggest theft in Massachusetts history. Clementi and his gang stayed cool. The cops went back to being police officers, and the robbers laid low.
They came right down through the vault.
Clementi stayed with the force, and Tommy Doherty stayed with the Medford force. They did something which was clever in that they agreed not to be too ostentatious about their spending.
Clementi put a down payment on a modest timeshare condo, and other gang members began spending their share of the loot a little bit at a time.
Okay, senor, get.
But it was too late. They had already attracted attention. A week after the heist, an anonymous tip cast suspicion on Jerry Clementi and Thomas Doherty.
I think it was Clemente. I know Clemente was...
Investigators were stunned. If they couldn't trust two veteran police officers, they couldn't trust anyone on the force.
We kept it right to a small few in our own office, a very small few in the Medford Police Department. And that was it. I mean, we operated cloak and dagger. I mean, we were very, very secretive about everything.
Despite Clementi's distinguished police record, investigators paid him a visit.
What's up? I want to ask you a few
He told them he knew nothing about the break-in and named several police officers who provided him with alibis. Police then questioned Thomas Doherty. He told them they would need a warrant to enter his house.
No problem.
Although they were suspicious of Clementi and Doherty, they had no evidence to hand the DA. The case went cold.
Take a look at these, will you, please? Thank you. Yeah.
It was becoming clear if they were ever going to solve this crime, they would have to use a different approach.
The investigation itself was not going anywhere fast, and we needed a break. We knew we needed a break, and over the next couple of years that followed, we tried to force that break by following people, putting pressure on people, that type of thing.
Yeah, maybe you want to go to prison too, right?
Clementi tried to keep his gang together, but 4 years of police pressure took its toll.
It's a moral issue.
Doherty and Bangs began using and then dealing drugs. Before long, they were bitter enemies. Finally, investigators got the break they had been waiting for. Sergeant Joseph Bangs was ambushed and shot in a garage. He was rushed to a local hospital. As police investigated the incident, they searched his house and car. They found a briefcase full of jewelry and $10,000 in Canadian cash.
Kill your mother for that. Wonder who that belongs to.
Police suspected the attempt on Bang's life was tied to the Depositors Trust heist.
Yep. We ought to go ahead and arrest this guy now.
When Bangs recovered, he named his shooter. Lieutenant Thomas Doherty was arrested and charged with attempted murder. At Doherty's trial, Bangs blew the case wide open.
Allowed us in, broke into the alarm system, disarmed the alarm system, and Clemente let us
Prosecutors asked where he'd gotten the jewelry.
set the fuse. Your Honor, at the time, it goes back a lot further than that.
Bangs responded that it was part of the depositor's trust heist. In exchange for immunity, Bangs agreed to give investigators all the details they needed.
That's right, 3 of us.
Captain Jerry Clemente received 30 to 40 years in prison for his part in the theft. He was paroled in 2000. Lieutenant Thomas Doherty got 18 to 20 and is still serving time. The rest of the gang got 10 to 15 for their part in the robbery.
But when a police officer's out there acting as a criminal, we don't have any tolerance for that. These were guys that were criminals masquerading as cops.
Joseph Bangs entered the witness protection program and now lives under an assumed identity.